3 round projectiles sliced through the air at supersonic speeds, homing in on the white-haired boy standing resolutely in his pristine white kimono. His hand rested casually on the hilt of his katana, exuding an air of unshakable confidence as if facing down a trio of hurtling projectiles was an everyday affair. Within moments, the projectiles closed in, closing the gap to a mere 5 meters. At that instant, a mesmerizing dance of silver slashes erupted into existence, a breathtaking display of unfathomable skill. The air was filled with shimmering lines of silvery light, each cutting the incoming projectiles with flawless precision. They exploded into countless fragments, scattering in every direction as if the boy had willed them to disintegrate. Not a single line of his expression shifted, remaining as calm as still waters. Without pause, another set of projectiles, this time numbering 4, followed suit. The ethereal dance of his katana played out in a symphony of destruction, each incoming projectile meeting the same fate. His graceful strikes cut through the air, effortlessly splitting them into a myriad of fragments. Yet, he remained undaunted, an embodiment of serenity amid chaos. Then came 5 more projectiles, and before his sword could meet their path, Atticus's keen senses detected a shift. Swift as a streak of lightning, he darted 10 meters to the right, displaying a sudden burst of agility that defied explanation. Immediately, a ferocious eruption of searing hot lava spewed forth from the ground where he had stood just moments ago, its intensity alarming. The frequency of the shooting projectiles continued to escalate, first to 6, then 7, and soon 10, 15, and more. Their assaults became increasingly relentless, the intervals between bursts of lava growing shorter, as if to test his limits. Undaunted, the boy moved with a speed and grace that defied imagination. His every motion was like a work of art, the lightning-fast slashes from his katana transcending the realm of human capability. With lightning speed, he severed each incoming projectile, reducing them to fragments, and elegantly dodged the eruptions of lava that sought to engulf him. It had been 1 month since Atticus began his training within the katana realm, and his progress was nothing short of awe-inspiring. At the beginning, he could barely last more than a few seconds, and dealing with any more than 5 projectiles was a challenge, especially when accounting for the erratic lava bursts. The journey wasn't easy, but Atticus possessed a unique advantage that none of the previous wielders learning second art had at this stage: his extraordinary intelligence and perception. Even from the very beginning, Atticus had displayed intelligence and perception levels far beyond what one would expect for his rank. Most individuals would awaken their perception as they ascended through the ranks, this was the norms. As an individual increased in rank, all their stats improved, including stats like intelligence and charm. And perception naturally awakened once an individual's intelligence reached a certain threshold. It was typical for higher-ranking individuals to have awakened perception, and this single awakening significantly boosted their overall strength. With heightened perception, they could learn complex arts with ease, manipulate mana effortlessly, and, most importantly, their combat prowess soared. Having total awareness of their surroundings allowed them to have an edge in battles, enabling them to strategize effectively. Most people in the human domain awakened their perception at the expert rank, aligning with the average intelligence stats in the human domain. But Atticus had awakened his perception when he was just at the intermediate rank. One could only imagine the amount of boost Atticus would receive when he reaches the Grandmaster rank, considering how early he had unlocked his perception. The current training felt like a godsend for Atticus's perception. If he didn't know any better, he might have thought that he had been brought here solely to enhance his perception. One fact remained unchanging: the more he strained and utilized his perception, the more it seemed to thrive. And it had grown remarkably over the past month. Before, he had struggled to keep up with the fast-moving projectiles or react to the sudden bursts of lava from the ground. But after a month of relentless training, continually straining and using his perception, he could now easily follow their movements and react accordingly. As he continued, a man observed him from the side, a faint look of shock on his face. He reached this level in 1 month. Cedric thought, disbelief overtaking him. Cedric was astounded by Atticus's rapid progress. He knew just how incredibly challenging it was to master the second art. It wasn't something that should have been achievable so quickly and easily. Even he had taken a total of 5 months and 20 days to learn the art, and 3 months to reach the level Atticus had attained in just 1 month. And that was when he was in the advanced rank. If only Cedric knew that Atticus had already awakened his perception, no one could know how he would have reacted. What monster did he choose this time? Cedric thought gravely. After hours of dodging and slashing, the clock suspended in the air struck zero. As if someone had flipped a switch, the 100 speeding projectiles that had been closing in on Atticus came to an abrupt halt in the air and crashed down to the ground with resounding thuds. Atticus let out a small smile. He was glad that he had improved a lot compared to when he started. He turned to find Cedric, who was still staring at him with a hint of astonishment. Cedric walked toward Atticus and offered praise. "Good job, kid. You're actually improving beyond what I expected." Atticus nodded in acknowledgement of the praise, but it did little to sway him. He hadn't forgotten about what awaited him outside this training. "So what's next?" he asked. "You've learned the first part of the art, its movements. Now I'm going to teach you how to move your mana." Atticus sat cross-legged with a katana in his grasp, his eyes closed as he cleared his mind of any thoughts, maintaining absolute focus. Seeing Atticus ready, Cedric began speaking. "The first step is easy, channel your mana into your katana." The first step was indeed straightforward, something even novice-ranked individuals could accomplish, let alone Atticus, who possessed excellent mana control. With a single-minded focus, a blue glow suddenly enveloped the katana in his right hand. Cedric continued, "Now, the next step is a little more complicated. You have to synchronize the flow of the mana in your body with that of the katana," he instructed. The following step was a bit more challenging than simply channeling mana into the katana. Channeling mana into an object involved actively infusing your katana with your mana. It was essentially just pushing your mana into the weapon. In contrast, synchronizing your mana with an object meant harmonizing your own mana, the mana in your body, with that of the katana. You don't force your mana into the katana but rather become attuned to the mana in the katana, ensuring that both flows were on the same wavelength. Synchronization wouldn't be necessary if the object in question were a normal weapon. However, due to the inherent mana that each magic weapon possessed, the mana you channeled into the weapon had a different signature than that in your body. Synchronization essentially meant ensuring that the mana in your body and the mana in the katana had the same signature. And once again, this process was child's play for Atticus, who had already learned how to mimic different mana signatures when he was learning the ethereal cloak art. Atticus focused on the mana signature in the katana, immediately noting the difference compared to that in his body. He skillfully manipulated the mana he was channeling into the katana, ensuring that the mana in the katana matched that in his body. After a few seconds, he successfully synchronized the two. Cedric's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at the speed of Atticus's progress. In just a few seconds. "What the hell is this boy?" he thought to himself. Then he suddenly remembered he was here to teach Atticus. He cleared his throat, and continued. "That's excellent. Now, the next step is to release short bursts of mana from your core, making it flow like a river through your body and concentrating the flow on your legs, arms, and the katana's sharp blade." Atticus listened and released a burst from his core. He concentrated on it, sending some to the katana's blade first. However, as it reached the tip of his hand holding the hilt of the katana, Atticus suddenly felt that he had lost control, and the mana signature in the katana reverted back to its earlier state, disrupting the flow. Atticus pondered what had happened. Cedric immediately released a quiet breath of relief. "If he had gotten this one immediately too, I would have gone crazy." As Cedric was about to explain to Atticus what had happened, he saw Atticus release another burst from his core and smiled. "Looks like he doesn't know how to deal with a setback." Cedric knew that most geniuses, especially those who had never faced a setback in their lives, wouldn't know how to handle a loss. Atticus could have just easily asked him for help, but because of his pride, he'd rather just keep on trying. Just as he was thinking this, his mouth opened wide as he saw Atticus easily maintaining the synchronization even with the burst. Atticus had figured out what went wrong initially. The fragile spot where his hands touched the katana was the issue. When the burst reached that point, it disrupted the flow, effectively stopping the synchronization. After identifying the reason, the rest was easy. All he had to do was focus on that point anytime the burst reached it, stabilizing the flow until it passed through. But this wasn't as easy as it sounds, as one would need extremely precise mana control and the ability to react swiftly when the burst, moving at a fast speed, reached that point. But with his new and improved perception, this task became child's play. What the heck is this boy? Cedric thought. He felt like everything he knew about talent was being redefined by Atticus. This level of talent isn't normal. Clearing his thoughts once again, Cedric continued, the next step is to increase the number of bursts you release. You have to be able to release them rapidly in quick succession and at the same time maintain the synchronization. The faster you release them, the better, Cedric explained. Atticus started with one burst every 2 seconds to get used to the process. After repeating this for a few minutes, he switched to one burst per second, which he also got used to after half an hour. Then he switched to 2 bursts per second. This was more challenging than the previous rates, and Atticus had to increase the intensity of his perception to catch the movements of the bursts and regulate the flow. After a few hours of getting used to this, Cedric, realizing he had improved beyond his expectations once again, quickly motioned for Atticus to stand. Cedric stood in front of him and began to speak. Now, this is the last part. Bringing everything together. All you have to do now is to time every burst release with your movement. Every single movement you make or slash you perform with your katana must be empowered by a burst. Do you understand? Cedric asked. Atticus nodded, signaling his understanding. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, and then he released a burst from his mana core. Deciding to begin with leg movements, he focused the burst on his legs and quickly zoomed forward in a short burst of speed. Another burst from his mana core, and he dashed to the right. Another, and he swiftly dashed to the left. He continued this pattern repeatedly until he became accustomed to it. Then he moved on to focusing the bursts on his arms. Releasing the burst, he concentrated it on his arms, resulting in an instantaneous display of countless silver slashes filling the air. Atticus realized that, unlike with his legs, he could use the bursts in his hands for a wide range of movements. After repeating this process several times, he finally focused the bursts on the edge of his katana. A blue glow enveloped the blade, and Atticus could feel the intense sharpness contained in that edge. It felt like it didn't even need to make physical contact to cut, merely coming in close proximity was sufficient. With the bursts now focused on the blade, Atticus slashed the air with his katana, and its razor-sharp edge sliced through the air, creating an effect that reached up to 10 meters away from him. Atticus couldn't help but grin as he observed the results. He continued to release more slashes to become accustomed to it and discovered that, even though the mana didn't physically leave the katana's blade, the sharpness of the blade, combined with its speed and other factors, enabled the slashes to affect a 10-meter radius from where he slashed. After becoming comfortable with these movements individually, he decided to combine everything together. He zoomed from side to side, releasing countless slashes in the air. Each slash split the air with razor-sharp intensity. Cedric watched all of this from the side with a smile, already growing accustomed to Atticus's astonishing feats. However, the smile slowly faded, giving way to a sense of sadness. You have a long way ahead of you, kid, he thought. And just like that, 2 more months passed, and Atticus stood in front of the enigmatic foe in the hall, his expression serious. 2 figures stood 20 meters away, facing each other in a large hall. On the right side was a white-haired boy donned in a pure white Japanese kimono, a katana at his left waist. On the left stood a man in a pure black Japanese kimono. Both kimonos billowed in the air, the tension in the atmosphere palpable. Atticus stood in front of the enigmatic man, his expression completely resolute. The past 2 months of training had been intensely challenging. The second art was significantly more complex and sophisticated than the straightforward first. Even after mastering the art's movements and learning how to control his mana, Atticus still had to bring it all together. It wasn't easy, but after constant practice, he managed to master the second art to a certain extent. Now, he was standing in front of the life weapon's avatar. This battle was the final challenge before he could return to the real world, and he had to defeat the avatar to pass. Cedric stood on the side, observing both of them with rapt attention. He had become accustomed to the astonishing feats of this little white-haired monster. Atticus had consistently shattered every record Cedric knew, as if they were nothing. His rate of progress had exceeded all of his expectations. What took most people, including Cedric himself, almost 6 months to learn was achieved by Atticus in half the time, making it appear effortless. Cedric couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle as he watched Atticus close his eyes, trying to get ready for the impending fight. Atticus took a deep exhale, attempting to clear his mind entirely for this battle. He knew how strong the man was, and wanted to be fully focused and be in optimal condition for the fight. After a few seconds, Atticus's eyes snapped open, and his right hand swiftly reached for his katana. As his hand made contact with the hilt, his entire body suddenly tingled, and a shiver ran down his spine. Utilizing a quick burst and focusing on his legs, he darted to the left with lightning speed, narrowly evading the deadly azure slashes that cleaved through the air, where he had stood just moments before. Atticus was finally able to touch his katana and still remain in one piece. A subtle smile, inhuman and filled with approval, tugged at the man's lips. Without missing a beat, Atticus retaliated. He released rapid bursts from his mana core, boosting his speed to unimaginable levels. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared right in front of the man. Releasing more bursts from his mana core and focusing them on his hands and blade, he unleashed an astounding 100 slashes in less than a second. Each blue streak left in its wake an aura of sharpness that felt as though it could cut through the intangible itself. However, the man remained unmoved, his expression nonchalant as ever. In a blur, the man's hand moved, and another 100 blue slashes materialized in the air, each possessing no less intensity than Atticus's own. The strikes met in the air, sending frightening sparks that seemed to make the air shudder. The man vanished from Atticus's vision at a speed he couldn't fully track. Reacting quickly, Atticus increased the intensity of his perception, and the world that seemed to move slowly before became even slower. The cacophony of the world faded into oblivion, and Atticus slipped into a realm of absolute concentration. Suddenly, from the corner of his sight, he saw a gleaming blue razor-sharp katana, threatening to slice his neck. The sheer sharpness of the blade was so intense that the skin on his neck began to split just from its proximity. With his katana already raised high in the air, Atticus released a rapid burst, giving himself a sudden burst of speed. His blade descended in a powerful arc, meeting the oncoming strike with a resounding clash. Shin! The two razor-sharp blades met in the air, sending ripples of fear through the very atmosphere. In an instant, the two figures blurred, and the air crackled with an incalculable number of blue slashes and fiery sparks. Releasing rapid bursts in quick succession, Atticus's speed reached surreal levels. He countered every 100 slashes from the man with another 100 slashes, 200 with 200. Within the hall, there were only two indistinct figures, their billowing kimonos forming a whirlwind of movement as they flickered across the space in the blink of an eye, leaving sparks formed by the collision of two sharp blades hanging in their wake. Cedric watched all of this in silence, his expression remaining unchanged. It was as if he didn't care at all about the fight. Only he knew the turmoil that was going through his head as he witnessed how exceptionally Atticus was utilizing the second art in battle. There was a significant difference between effectively using the art during training and effectively using it during real battles. Training could provide a controlled environment, and with enough practice, one could eventually master the art. But using it effectively during the chaos of a real battle was a different matter entirely. The pressure, the fear, and the risks were much, much higher, and it took time and experience to hone one's skills for such situations. Although, with constant practice, one could eventually achieve this, however, the time it took depended on the complexity of the art. But considering everything he had believed in before, Atticus being able to use the second art this effectively in battle in just 3 months of learning it was mind-boggling. He had his eyes focused on one thing, Atticus. Maybe he can do it, he thought with hope. His face went through various expressions as if he were battling a dilemma, but it eventually turned resolute. He had already made up his mind. The battle continued with Atticus and the man suddenly appearing, intense sparks flying, and disappearing again around the hall. During the 3 months of training, Atticus had learned a lot of things about the second art. From what Cedric had taught him, whenever he released a burst from his core, it would flow in all directions throughout his body, and he had to focus more of the burst on his legs, arms, and katana to perform the art. But this had a flaw: some of the burst would be lost. Atticus had also discovered that his speed depended on the amount of the burst he focused in one place. Then it suddenly clicked. What if he released a burst for each part? 1 burst for legs, 1 for arms, 1 for the katana. 3 bursts in immediate succession to each other. Wouldn't that increase his speed even more? But then he came across a problem. how would he make sure that each burst released would only go to the required place? After brainstorming for a while, Atticus created something that, if Cedric had learned that he did it, he might have had a heart attack. Atticus had created pathways that connected his core to the rest of his body. These pathways, depending on the part he wanted to send the burst to, had different pipe-like paths that would contain the burst and direct it to its required place instantly. In simple words, he had created a pipeline. But, as with all things, it wasn't perfect. He had used his mana to build the pathways, and it wasn't permanent. It required constant attention so as not to crumble. Cedric's eyes might have disconnected from his eye socket if he had found out what Atticus did. It wasn't that it was revolutionary or new, quite the contrary. What Atticus did was what he would eventually have to do in the future after he had reached a certain level of strength. What would have astounded him was the fact that the only way Atticus could maintain the amount of concentration needed to keep the pathways from crumbling while fighting at the same time was if he had already awakened his perception. A 10-year-old at the intermediate plus level who had already awakened his perception. He would simply jump into a well at the absurdness of it all. Atticus immediately started creating his pathways as he was fighting, still countering each of the enigmatic man's slashes. After 1 minute, he was done creating his pathways. They looked like two blue pipes situated above and below his mana core. The one above traced from his core upward and divided into two, one going to his right hand, the other to his left. The one below traced from his core downward, dividing into two as well, going to his right and left leg. Depending on where Atticus wanted to utilize the burst, the respective pipe would swiftly envelop the mana core and return to its position after the burst release. The man once again vanished from Atticus' vision, and he immediately saw the man's katana descending down on him in a devastating arc on his left. He rapidly released 3 bursts successively, each going to his legs, katana, and arms, unleashing an incredible surge of speed that defied comprehension. At this astounding pace, Atticus slashed upwards with his katana, intercepting the strike with blinding swiftness. The momentum hadn't even transferred to the sword before Atticus unleashed another 5 bursts in rapid succession. 2 surged through his legs, 1 through his katana, and the remaining 2 through his arms. The air itself seemed to change around Atticus as if it anticipated what was coming. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the man decided to get serious. The world seemed to slow down as both their kimonos billowed, katana held with both hands. They locked eyes and spoke simultaneously, their voices oozing with gravity. Katana series, second art, endless blade. Both their hands flexed, and in an instant, blue streaks filled the air at an incomprehensible speed, 1,000 clashes occurring in just 0.5 seconds. Both figures stood 3 meters from each other, their bodies blurring at a speed that defied belief. Their velocity so intense it appeared as though 20 different figures were fighting at once, each side relentlessly releasing slashes upon slashes. Neither side was willing to yield. Atticus's entire body was aching, continuously using the bursts was taking a huge toll on his body. He knew he couldn't go on like this for long, but he refused to give up. Meanwhile, Cedric was completely silent, as if any sound he made would disrupt the beautiful scene he was witnessing. 500 slashes countered by 500 slashes, 1,000 countered by 1,000, 1,500 by 1,500, the numbers increasing every second with no end in sight. In the vast hall, only the sound of metal clashing filled the space. Atticus was at his limits, every fiber of his being strained to the extreme. With each burst released, it seemed to make the pain worse, sending searing agony through him. Each time he released a burst of mana to his legs for a burst of speed, it felt like his joints were grinding against each other. He was gradually giving in to the relentless assaults of the man, slashes already appearing on his form, making his pure white kimono getting soaked in blood. Despite the excruciating pain and the toll it was taking on his body, Atticus refused to give in. He knew what was at stake, and he needed power, a lot of power. There was only one way he knew to gain that power, by pushing himself to the limits. Sweat poured from his forehead as he gritted his teeth in sheer determination, unwilling to yield to the pain. He refused to give up. Ah! He let out a loud roar as a palpable red aura started surrounding his form. The aura seemed to boost his power to unimaginable levels. Focusing inwardly, Atticus released 3 bursts in rapid succession, the red aura empowering each burst, making them burst like small explosions, making the air quake. At a speed beyond his initial speed, Atticus' figure blurred, unleashing 2,000 streaks of red slashes in an instant that cut through the air toward the man, each slash making the atmosphere tremble in fright. The man also swiftly released 2,000 slashes to counter, but as if a rock meeting glass, each of the man's slashes shattered. The red slashes continued onward towards his form, passing uninterrupted through the man, as though even the heavens couldn't stop them. The man's lips seemed to curl up as he smiled at Atticus before his form suddenly fragmented, and he was cut into thousands of pieces. Atticus lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his exhaustion. The intense battle had taken its toll, and his body was racked with pain. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a tempting notion of taking his own life and coming back without any pain, capitalizing on the fact that he couldn't die in this realm. Despite his physical weariness, he couldn't help but ponder the red aura that had empowered him earlier. During the fight with the life weapon's avatar, when he had been pushed to his limits, this energy had suddenly surged through him, elevating his power to new heights. And before, while his primary focus had been on saving Ember, he had also noticed its presence during his earlier confrontation, when he had unleashed the full power of the first art. Red aura, is it my will? Atticus wondered inwardly. He was aware that, in rune engraving, the fusion of his will with mana resulted in a crimson hue. But he doubted it was his own will that had generated the aura. Atticus knew the extent of his will's strength, it was little. He couldn't fathom how it had suddenly empowered him to such an extraordinary degree. Lost in thought, he considered how he had activated it. He hadn't consciously summoned the aura, and he didn't know how he would tap into its power again. Just as he was about to experiment and see if he could use it, he noticed Cedric approaching, muttering under his breath. He can't be human. Yes, that's why, Cedric mumbled as he drew nearer to Atticus. I passed the test, right? Atticus's question pierced through Cedric's reverie, prompting him to snap out of his daze and respond. Yes, you did, he affirmed, momentarily shaken by Atticus's astounding abilities. His thoughts ran wild as he tried to piece together the puzzle. Are you a runesmith? Cedric asked. Atticus answered promptly, yes. The revelation hit Cedric like a shockwave. When did you start engraving runes? About 3 months ago. Why? Atticus inquired. Cedric's reaction was nothing short of perplexing. 3 months, and you can already use will aura, Cedric muttered to himself. His mumbled words gave way to a bout of laughter, although it sounded more like a somber, almost melancholic response. Ha 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 ha. Atticus observed Cedric's bizarre behavior with furrowed eyebrows. He couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with him? But then, one of the words Cedric said registered in Atticus's head, will aura. Was that what it was? He thought, the realization hitting him. The red aura was, in fact, an extension of his will. The question that now lingered in his mind was, but how? Even though his will had grown stronger in the past few months, it still felt inadequate to empower him that way. Another peculiar aspect dawned on him. And why am I not depressed after using it? He knew from experience that whenever he harnessed his will to engrave runes, it left him feeling despondent, but that didn't happen after he used it. Puzzled, he decided to ask Cedric, who was still chuckling and muttering like a madman. What is will aura, senior? Atticus asked. The words brought a sudden halt to Cedric's peculiar behavior. He turned to look at Atticus with bewilderment written across his face. Senior. Me. Cedric pointed at himself, clearly taken aback by the term Atticus had used. He began chuckling again, and Atticus peered at him with an arched brow, utterly perplexed by his strange conduct. After chuckling for a few seconds, he spoke, with everything you've done so far, I'd be embarrassed to call myself your senior, he said. Cedric regained his composure after that peculiar bout of laughter and decided to provide an explanation for Atticus's question. As you're well aware, with each increase in rank, there's an accompanying increase in various stats, including intelligence and others, Cedric began. Now, theoretically, every higher-ranked individual with sufficient will could become a runesmith. He paused for a moment before continuing, but not everyone takes that path because rune engraving is a time-consuming and arduous process. The worst part is the feeling after engraving the runes. It's excruciating, and not everyone can handle it. Cedric elaborated, for those who decide to follow the runesmith path, those who persistently utilize their will, something extraordinary can happen. It's not entirely dependent on reaching higher ranks or having exceptionally high will. There have been documented cases throughout history where individuals with relatively modest intelligence and will were able to use their will to empower not only their runes but also their own bodies. Atticus, feeling a mixture of curiosity and confusion, frowned and asked, "So how does it work, and why isn't everyone doing it?" Cedric's smile widened as he addressed Atticus's query. "Well, that's the mystery of it. We don't fully understand how it happens or why it occurs in certain individuals. But it usually happens when one finds something they hold very dear to them, something they wouldn't give up on no matter what." Atticus, taking in Cedric's explanation, nodded thoughtfully. Hearing this, he reached a significant conclusion. He needed to learn how to use this power as soon as possible. Atticus turned to Cedric and inquired, "You said I can stay here for 6 months, right? And the time outside wouldn't have changed much." Cedric smiled and nodded in agreement, recognizing where Atticus was heading with this. "Good. It looks like I'll be spending the rest of the time here training," Atticus decided resolutely. He then brought up another question that had been lingering in his mind. "I've been meaning to ask, but how is it that whenever I train here, it affects my real body? It's my consciousness here, right?" Cedric took a moment to provide an insightful explanation. "Yes, that's true. But this can be explained through the unique nature of the life weapons realm and the connection between your consciousness and physical body." Cedric gazed at Atticus and continued, "The life weapon realm isn't just a mere mental construct, it's an alternate dimension closely connected to the real world. The connection between them isn't purely one way. There's a subtle, bidirectional link between your consciousness in the life weapons realm and your physical body in the real world. In this interconnected relationship, your consciousness within the katana realm can influence your physical body through psychosomatic effects. When you train and gain experience within the realm, your body in the real world reacts, thanks to the tight connection between the two." "I see. I understand," Atticus said thoughtfully. He had been listening intently to Cedric's explanation. "When can I come back next?" he inquired. The prospect of spending 6 months training in the life weapons realm while only seconds passed in the real world was incredibly enticing. He hoped to visit the realm more frequently. Cedric understood Atticus's desire and answered with a hint of regret, "Sorry, kid, you can only come here if the weapon decides you're ready to learn the next art." He had to quell Atticus's hopes of frequently entering the realm. Atticus accepted the limitation with a casual shrug. If it wasn't possible, then it wasn't possible. "What do you recommend for me to do in order to use my will aura?" he asked. Atticus wasn't too proud to seek help when he needed it. He recognized that Cedric possessed a wealth of knowledge in many areas, and it was wiser to ask for guidance, especially at something he wasn't knowledgeable about, than to try and figure it out alone. Cedric offered a reassuring smile as he replied, "You've already done the hardest part, awakening your will aura. The next steps should be easier. Look within yourself and identify what you'd never relent on, no matter what. Try to remember what you were feeling when you first called upon the will aura." Atticus nodded appreciatively and then started walking to the white building in the middle of the hall to begin his training. For the next 3 months, he diligently absorbed mana, practiced the second art and his other art, and trained tirelessly until he could hardly move a finger. After this intense period, he stood in the middle of the room, gazing at his stats with a resolute expression. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 10. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: Strength: 89. Agility: 97. Endurance: 98. Vitality: 99. Intelligence: 28. Perception: 15. Charm: 21. Will: 10. Level: Advanced New. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 2. Fire: 17.1%. Air: 16.5%. Water: 14.3%. Earth: 16%. Abilities: Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent Slash. Godspeed Grace. Endless Strike. Normal skills. Arcane Barrier Potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced. Elemental Mimicry Potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Novice Plus. Ethereal Clock Potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Novice. Atticus stood, facing Cedric in the middle of the pristine white room. Cedric examined him and said with a smile, "Looks like you're ready." In response, Atticus gave him a resolute look. Cedric recognized the determination in Atticus's gaze, and his smile widened. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for how far Atticus had come. However, Cedric knew he needed to offer a dose of reality. "Regardless of how powerful you've gotten," he began, "from what you told me, those people outside are expert rank, one entire rank above you. That isn't something you can easily bridge, even with the second art." Atticus couldn't help but agree with Cedric. He knew that facing 3 expert-ranked individuals was an incredibly challenging task. But he had to try, at least to hold on until help arrived. Cedric pondered for a moment. He knew why the katana had brought Atticus here, despite knowing that the second art alone might not be enough to overcome the situation. Each time a life weapon's wielder died, their souls were stored within the weapon. This was both a form of punishment for their failure and a way to train the next wielder. The trapped souls could only find freedom if the new wielder accomplished what they couldn't. Cedric had a solution in mind, though it came at a significant cost. But he had already made his decision. Looking at Atticus, he assured, "Don't worry, there'll be a surprise waiting for you when you get to the other side." Atticus was taken aback. A surprise? He began to ask, but the scene started to recede abruptly. Everything around him suddenly darkened, and an unimaginable surge of power welled up within him. "No, stop!" Aurora's voice thundered as she shouted at the woman approaching Atticus, who lay motionless on the ground. "Don't you dare touch him!" she yelled, her fiery aura intensifying. Aurora managed to stand, and with flames blazing around her, she dashed toward the woman, who had turned to face her with a sinister grin. The woman effortlessly caught Aurora's hand and delivered a punch to her abdomen. Aurora gasped for breath as the wind was knocked out of her. Just as the woman was about to strike again, she swiftly moved her head to the right, and an ice spike pierced the space where her head had been moments ago. In the blink of an eye, the woman vanished from her position and reappeared in front of Ember. She executed a sidekick, sending Ember tumbling through the air, crashing into a tree. "Ha ha ha, this is so thrilling. Come, come, come. Ha ha ha," the woman gleefully shouted, touching her face with an eerie glee. Up in the air, the 2 remaining men hovered, suspended. The one with a sinister aura, Verloc, spoke with a chilling smile, his voice sounding inhuman. "Kekiki, Melora is going through her fits again," he crackled. The Obsidian Order had always attracted the most sinister and deranged members of society. Only those truly unhinged would worship an alien race that clearly sought to dominate their planet, and most members of the Order reflected this insanity. The man floating beside his giggling companion maintained a serious expression. "Oh, calm down, Astrian, she's just having some fun, Kekiki," Verloc said, jokingly. Astrian's cold eyes turned to his companion. As their gazes met, a shiver ran down Verloc's spine, and it felt as though he were being observed by a predator. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Astrian quickly averted his gaze as if he were an inconsequential ant. Taking a deep breath, Verloc exhaled heavily. Despite being an expert rank like Astrian, he knew he couldn't hold a candle to him. In the Obsidian Order, strength and talent were everything. Although they recruited almost anyone who sought to join, one's progress within the Order depended on their strength and potential. Astrian possessed one of the rarest bloodlines in the human domain, a space bloodline. He was invaluable to the Order and was immediately taken as a disciple of Alvis upon joining. He knew Astrian's character well. Since Melora was preoccupied with fighting the others, any of them could have gone after Atticus. However, Astrian was proud, incredibly so. He disdained the idea of killing a 10-year-old pulp, not because he considered it morally wrong, but simply because he believed it beneath him to perform such a task. Verloc cleared his throat quietly and turned his gaze back to the battle below. "I'll just leave Melora to handle it," he thought. At this juncture, the rest of the trainees had all joined the fight. They all knew that there was no escape, especially under the 2 menacing gazes of the men floating above. For the Ravensteins, courage and resilience were ingrained in their blood. They would rather perish in battle than die as cowards. But not everyone shared this sentiment. Some remained at the back, cowering and writhing in fear. Among this group, one could spot Helidor, hidden behind a tree, bent down with his hands on his head, shaking while muttering incomprehensible words. Hela and Orion, on the other hand, moved with astonishing speed, utilizing the power of air and elemental mimicry to enhance their swiftness. Both armed with swords, they simultaneously attacked Melora from different angles. However, with minimal effort, Melora gracefully evaded their attacks. She sidestepped, watching with a sinister grin as both swords sliced down on her left and right. The momentum of their strikes carried them forward, but before they could get far, Melora swiftly grabbed their faces. With a sudden spin, she slammed them brutally into the ground. The other trainees also unleashed their powers, filling the air with an array of dazzling colors. Sophie, Arya, and other archers positioned themselves at the rear, releasing arrows at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Nate and the other trainees with various abilities launched their attacks. Yet Melora's grin widened as she weaved through their assault effortlessly, her speed defying tracking. In an instant, each of the trainees received brutal blows to their faces, leaving some with mushy, crushed features, while the more resilient ones teetered on the edge of consciousness. Melora reveled in her rampage, inflicting torment upon the trainees with sadistic glee. In an instant, she incapacitated them all, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Ah, that was refreshing, Melora purred, savoring the thrill of her actions. Just as she contemplated extending her torment to those who still retained consciousness, she suddenly felt an icy gaze upon her. She looked up, her gaze meeting Astrian's chilling stare. Damn it, she muttered under her breath and started making her way toward Atticus. They've been floating up there all this while, why couldn't they just do it? She thought in annoyance. As she advanced, a girl with an aloof expression and a spear, followed by another girl with blood-red eyes, stood in her path. I won't let you hurt him, Aurora said, her voice sounding weak, her legs trembling underneath her, blood seeping from her mouth. Ever since Atticus had helped her, they had grown very close. He was her first friend, something she held very dearly. After being alone for so long, there was no way she would let someone take that away from her. She mustered all her strength as her fire blazed, taking a stance that seemed to scream, I won't let you pass. Ember stood beside her, using her spear as support. She had taken more damage than Aurora, and coupled with the fact that she was already injured to begin with, she was barely hanging on. Her body was covered in frost, and a cold mist had formed around her as she gazed at Melora with an even colder expression. Ember was angry. She was angry at her own weakness. If only she were more powerful, would they dare to do all of this? Would they dare to stand in her way? These bastards had taken her father from her, and now they wanted to take away another member of her family. Like hell she would let that happen. She mustered up the last of her strength and got into a stance with her spear, the cold mist seeming to grow even colder. Melora's smile widened even more, stretching her lips to an unnaturally grotesque extent, revealing her teeth in a sinister grin that sent shivers down anyone who saw it. Ah, she moaned in ecstasy. This was it. This was what she loved to see. The determination to not give up and the expressions on their faces when she took it away from them. Before Ember and Aurora could react, she disappeared, and they immediately felt a powerful force grabbing their faces and slamming them into a tree, causing them to cough up blood. Melora repeated this action, hitting them against the tree again and again, each impact breaking bones in their bodies, causing them to let out piercing screams of agony. In the midst of the forest, Ember and Aurora's screams pierced the night, drowned out by Melora's insane, madwoman-like laughter. Within this relentless onslaught, the countenance of a white-haired boy within a small crater went unnoticed as his piercing blue eyes flickered open. In the heart of the dense forest, a series of repetitive thuds reverberated through the air, each impact echoing with a sinister promise. A woman stood amidst the foliage, her face twisted into a frightening grin. In each of her hands, she held the heads of two young girls. Their once distinctive features now lost beneath a veil of unimaginable violence. Their pristine snow-white hair had been reduced to a ghastly tableau of crimson, their frail forms contorted beyond recognition, and their hands hanging limply at their sides. As she abruptly halted her brutal display, she raised the two girls once more, her voice dripping with lunacy as she addressed them, "Ha ha, how does it feel, huh? How does it feel to be useless? Do you really think you can stand in my way?" She received no response as she continued her sadistic monologue. With a final, brutal flourish, she slammed their ravaged bodies into the already battered tree. The force shattered the remnants of the tree, showering the forest with splintered fragments, and causing unimaginable agony to course through the girl's broken forms. With a wicked grin, she added, "Now, watch as I slowly snuff out his life, he he he." But just as she was about to turn away, Ember and Aurora, both battered and bloodied, began to stir. Their trembling hands rose, their hands lifting slowly. Melora muttered, her brow furrowing in surprise. Both girls grabbed the hand holding their heads and locked onto her with intense gazes, silently conveying the message, "Don't touch him." Seeing the determined expressions on their faces, Melora's own countenance darkened, and she muttered frantically, "No, no, no, no. This isn't the way it was meant to be." Frustration surged within her as she raged against the unexpected turn of events. "You should be feeling despair. Begging me to spare you. Not this." Aurora, her voice barely a whisper amidst the torment ravaging her body, mustered a taunting smile as she murmured, "Hee hee, don't touch him, you bitch." Ember also joined in, gathering blood-filled spit in her mouth and defiantly spitting it at Melora. Although Melora had the power to dodge the attack, even incinerated before it got close, she was so taken aback by everything happening around her that she failed to react in time. The bloody spit struck her squarely on her cheek, smearing her left cheek. The repulsive saliva struck Melora's cheek, jolting her back to reality. Her expression twisted with anger, and she bellowed, "How dare you!" She instantly intensified her grip on Aurora and Ember's heads, attempting to crush them in her rage. In response, both Aurora and Ember let out piercing screams that cut through the still night. Just as Melora's hands were about to close in on their heads, suddenly, a brilliant azure energy suddenly erupted from the ground a few meters away, bathing the entire forest in an otherworldly, luminous radiance. The ethereal light extended skyward, as if it aimed to pierce the very heavens. Within this dazzling display, Atticus's eyes burst open with a sudden jolt. His entire being was encompassed by a pulsating, vivid blue energy, surging with an electrifying vitality, emanating an aura of sheer power. What is happening? Atticus pondered, his thoughts racing. He had been conversing with Cedric just moments ago, and now he found himself here, experiencing this intense energy coursing through his entire existence. Was this the surprise? He thought. He assumed that this was the surprise Cedric had said was waiting for him. Atticus was feeling good. Incredibly good. It was something hard to describe. It was as if he could do anything, as if nothing could rival his newfound strength, as if he was invincible. No, it wasn't hard to describe, he understood it perfectly well. This energy coursing through his body was power. It was power at its purest form. It wasn't empowering a particular thing on his body, it was empowering everything. His body, his mana, his bloodline, his strength, his intelligence, and perception, every facet of his being was amplified. Every single one of his injuries was healed in an instant. He had never felt this good before in his life. His eyes swept through the scene with a gaze, already seeing everything in a 300-meter radius with pinpoint precision. His expression darkened as he saw some lifeless bodies of trainees strewn across the ground. His gaze turned frightening as he saw Ember and Aurora being held by the head by Melora, screaming in pain. Without wasting even a single second, Atticus moved. Every single one of these events happened in less than a second. The current speed of Atticus's thoughts was beyond what many could fathom. Melora had just taken notice of the blinding blue light emanating from her right. But before she could even react, an overwhelming, bone-crushing force collided with her head, causing a cataclysmic impact. The strength was so immense that her cheekbone immediately caved in, her head caved in, and in a split second, her head exploded like a ripe tomato struck by an unstoppable wrecking ball. Astrian and Verloc's eyes immediately narrowed to pinpricks. What in the world had just happened? They were both unable to catch a thing. They both just suddenly saw a blue light ascending in the sky and suddenly, Melora's head bursting. Their attention shifted abruptly to the source. Before them stood a young man, his snow-white hair cascading majestically, his figure suspended in mid-air. A brilliant, searing blue light emanated from his form, shrouding him entirely. His luminous blue eyes blazed with a remarkable intensity, radiating a deeper, almost cerulean hue. A katana, humming with an uncontrollable energy, was securely fastened to his waist. Atticus directed his gaze upward, fixing it firmly on Astrian and Verloc, his voice chilling as he declared, "You're dead." Upon hearing Atticus's cold words, Astrian and Verloc reacted differently, their expressions shifting accordingly. Verloc's initial look of confusion gradually transformed into an unsettling grin, and he couldn't help but chuckle, a raspy sound escaping his lips. He found it almost absurd that a mere 10-year-old would dare to threaten him. A 10-year-old brat is threatening me, he mumbled, shaking his head as if in disbelief. The audacity of this child was something he couldn't quite wrap his head around. On the other hand, Astrian's response was entirely different. Atticus's words had a sobering effect on him, and his face immediately contorted into a frown. Dead, him. He had been an orphan for as long as he could remember, but he had never cared. Who needed parents when you had power? He had been known as a genius since childhood. He awakened an extremely rare bloodline and reached the expert rank at a record time. His bloodline was so powerful that he had no equals in the same rank. Now a mere pup who had gained a little boost in power dared to threaten him. Astrian's aura immediately surged and space itself seemed to coil around him, a display of his remarkable control over the space element. Verloc, initially crackling with confidence, gulped when he saw Astrian's reaction. Fuck. He's angry, he thought. Everyone in the Obsidian Order branch in Sector 3 knew never to mess with Astrian. Anyone who had gotten him angry in the past had not lived to tell the tale. Verloc couldn't help but subtly float to the side, away from the furious Astrian. He wanted to avoid the aftermath of his wrath. Meanwhile, the one who had caused Astrian to be furious, Atticus, had already turned his gaze away from the two men. He had already passed judgment, and he would make sure to follow through. He turned his gaze toward Aurora and Ember, who were floating suspended in the air, which he was manipulating. Suddenly, with a thought, water enveloped both of them. He also turned his gaze to the other trainees sprawled on the floor and, with a thought, water enveloped each and every one of them, starting to heal them at a visible speed. The sudden energy empowering Atticus had boosted his elemental bloodline abilities to unimaginable heights. Atticus could feel that he could control the four elements without the need for contact within a 100-meter radius with just a thought. The energy also increased the potency of his bloodline. Gazing at Ember and Aurora's battered forms, Atticus couldn't help but wonder how it had taken him so long. Cedric had told him it would have only taken a few seconds. Then what happened? He pondered. He came out of his thoughts as he saw Aurora and Ember opening their eyes. They both immediately smiled upon seeing him. Although he looked different than usual, there was no way they would mistake him, it was Atticus. Atticus let out a sigh of relief upon seeing them. Okay. It's fine, I'll handle the rest now, he reassured them, his voice turning soft. Ember and Aurora smiled and nodded. If he said he'd take care of it, then he would take care of it. They both trusted him that much. Atticus then manipulated the earth underneath them to form a bed and rested them on it. Astrian's anger was palpable. Was he just ignored by a child? The space around him seemed to crackle even more as his aura rose even higher. Verloc, kill him, he commanded immediately. Despite seething at Atticus's disregard, it didn't change the fact that he felt it was beneath him to attack a child. Verloc let out a quiet sigh, thinking, why go through all of that if you weren't going to attack in the first place? And he turned his gaze downwards at Atticus and focused. Immediately, a purple glow formed on his staff, it swirled and expanded, and he muttered, Death Orb. At fast speed, it shot and cut through the air towards Atticus, who was still facing Ember and Aurora. As the purple orb got within 5 meters, suddenly an incalculable number of azure streaks filled the air, each streak slicing through the orb like 1,000 razor-sharp blades. The orb was cut into countless pieces, its flames extinguished. Astrian and Verloc's expressions froze. That streakea, it was fast, too fast. That level of strength wasn't something a child should be able to display. What happened? How did he get so powerful? Atticus didn't even move, he was still facing Ember and Aurora, as if a flaming orb hadn't just threatened to burn him to a crisp. Earlier, when he had scanned the area, he saw that about 10% of the trainees died, with some barely alive. If he had taken even a second more to wake up, Ember and Aurora could have been amongst them. His heart couldn't help but constrict thinking about how close he was to losing them. Didn't Cedric say it would have just been a few seconds? What happened? Atticus pondered. Cedric had assured him that spending 6 months inside the life weapons realm would only be a few seconds in real life. But seeing everything that had happened, it was obvious that more than just a few seconds had passed. Atticus cleared his head of unnecessary thoughts. It doesn't matter. Atticus turned to face the duo, his once soft eyes now emanating a bone-chilling, icy glare. Cedric wasn't to blame, he had already helped him a lot. The ones at fault were the ones he was currently looking at. They were the ones that would feel his wrath. Atticus didn't say a word to them. There was no need to. He had already told them their fates, and that was all they would get. The cerulean aura surrounding Atticus intensified, taking on an infernal hue, while his piercing blue eyes blazed with an intensity that could sear the soul. Atticus placed his hands on his katana's hilt and spoke, his words a judgment. The instant Atticus's fingers touched the hilt of his katana, Astrian immediately felt danger. It was a feeling he had never felt before in his life, the kind of feeling that baffled him to his core. He had faced numerous expert ranks, especially those who considered themselves geniuses in the human domain, and even then, he had never felt this way before. But now he was feeling this way for a child. Astrian immediately dismissed that absurd thought from his head. It was impossible. In response, he intensified the emanation of his aura, expanding the boundary of the previously distorted space from a mere 10 meters to an astounding 30 meters. The air within 30 meters around him crackled with intensity. Verloc, already noticing Astrian's increased aura, had started moving even further away. He had no intention of being caught in the crosshairs. After receiving this power from only God knows where, Atticus felt like many things had opened up for him. It was a surreal feeling. It was as if everything he had been doing before was wrong. The way he walked was wrong, even the way he breathed. As he was about to use the first art, he immediately felt something was wrong. His movements, stances, everything they were unnecessary. The first art was simple, a swift, unerring slash from one point to another. That burst pattern wasn't needed, the stance wasn't needed. Only 3 large, rapid bursts were needed. One for his leg, one for his arm, and one for his blade. In the span of a second, Atticus effortlessly constructed pipelines, connecting his mana core to his body. It was a stark contrast to the minute it had taken him to achieve this previously. His right hand poised on the katana's hilt, the very air around Atticus began to shift. He released 3 colossal bursts in rapid succession, each one causing the earth beneath him to tremble. And then, with an almost telepathic speed, he blurred and moved. The ground upon which he had stood moments ago shattered, leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Atticus appeared in front of Astrian in the air with teleportation-like speed, crossing the space that should have affected him with unimaginable speed, as if it wasn't even there. His gleaming razor-sharp katana appearing at Astrian's neck in the blink of an eye. Astrian's surprise was palpable. What? He uttered in bewilderment as Atticus's blade hovered dangerously close to his neck. But his question was met with silence, only the chilling, cold gaze of Atticus's cerulean eyes. Astrian immediately felt a danger the likes of which he hadn't felt before. He knew that if he didn't move, he'd die. Immediately, as fast as he had ever acted before, he summoned his space bloodline. And before Atticus's sword could cleave his neck, he suddenly disappeared, reappearing far away from the scene. Atticus's razor-sharp slash cleaved through the empty air, parting the clouds forward for a few kilometers. Astrian appeared 200 meters away from the scene, his expression still in disbelief. I ran away, he muttered incredulously. But then, his senses sharpened as he felt a trickle of warmth upon his neck. He touched it, examining the red liquid staining his fingertips, and the grim reality settled in. No, it can't be, he muttered, attempting to deny the undeniable. I was injured by a child. As if reality bore down upon him, he realized. Surge. Verloc, who was initially a few meters from Astrian, reacted and yelled, his voice slicing through the night. Verloc was shocked at the strength Atticus had shown. He didn't even see Atticus move. His survival instincts had immediately kicked in, and he knew he had to attack Atticus first before he could disappear again. Immediately, his entire body set ablaze with an eerie purple flame, its menacing presence saturating the surroundings. His cloak caught fire as the fire immediately devoured his cloak, revealing his hairless features. His head was bald, with no eyebrows or any hair on his face. With a thought, the flames surged and gathered behind him, taking on a sinister form, materializing a 15 meters big, grimacing face with a wicked grin. The grotesque visage opened its mouth, and a malevolent purple glow gathered, shooting forth with incredible velocity toward Atticus, who remained suspended in the air. Atticus remained unfazed, his expression still as icy as ever. With a mere extension of his left hand, an orb of burning fire condensed and crackled with contained power. The small flame orb appeared as though it was on the brink of eruption, waiting for the right moment. In the blink of an eye, it exploded into a massive and ferocious firestorm, dwarfing Verloc's attack in both size and intensity. A huge wave of fire covered Verloc's view, brightening the entire forest. The cataclysmic collision unfolded in the air, and Atticus's flames devoured and extinguished Verloc's like a merciless tide swallowing a flickering candle. The impact sent shockwaves resonating through the forest, creating a blinding spectacle of fiery power that stretched for kilometers. As the relentless assault continued its high-speed advance towards its intended target, Verloc's eyes widened in sheer horror. Swift as a shadow, he propelled himself away from the devastating attack. Atticus's flames continued onwards, landing on the forest floor, creating an effect that was nothing short of apocalyptic, as an earth-shattering eruption sent shockwaves rippling through the forest. The verdant trees, once standing tall and proud, were reduced to nothing more than smoldering remnants. By now, most of the trainees were already awake. Even Ember and Aurora watched the fight with bated breath. Only one thought echoed in their minds: is that really Atticus? As soon as Astrian came to that conclusion, his expression immediately darkened. He muttered with a cold determination, "Fine, I'll show you your place," his anger shimmering. The very air surrounding Astrian seemed to respond to his words. In an instant, his form wrapped and distorted and he vanished. His reappearance was as swift as his disappearance, materializing 20 meters away from Atticus, his voice carrying an icy edge as he invoked gravity control. The air within a staggering radius of 100 meters from him began to shift and warp, immediately rendering it dense and oppressive. It was as though the very concept of gravity had suddenly intensified 200-fold. Everything, including Atticus and Verloc, found themselves subject to an unyielding, merciless force. They plummeted at a breakneck pace, crushed under the burden of a gravity that had turned capricious. He can control gravity. Is it the space bloodline? Atticus calmly pondered the situation as he was falling. He had read about different bloodlines in the human domain, so he was well aware of most of their capabilities. Not many possessed the ability to control gravity, and seeing as Astrian had teleported when he almost severed his head, Atticus was easily able to identify his bloodline. I have to find a way out of this, he thought, his mind racing. His entire movement was currently restricted to the extent that lifting a single finger required a huge effort. He knew that even moving would be hard in this state, let alone fighting. Atticus's enhanced intelligence, a result of the power boost he had received, worked rapidly, coming up with various alternative solutions in less than a second. With a single thought, Atticus stimulated his air bloodline with mana and moved it around his body, the process done in milliseconds. He immediately felt his body becoming lighter and in an instant, weightless. He immediately felt the effect of the gravity on him reduced to a large margin, but it wasn't completely. Gravity could still affect objects or entities that don't have weight, as long as they possess mass. Regardless of how much Atticus's body was mimicking the air, gravity still affected air. He swiftly manipulated the air around him and managed to halt his descent. Atticus could feel the difficulty in manipulating the air due to the increased gravity. The added weight made the air harder to control, but he successfully maintained his balance by manipulating the air beneath his feet, creating a foothold in the air. Astrian's surprise was palpable as he observed Atticus unaffected by the increased gravity. Without wasting a single moment, he vanished and reappeared directly in front of Atticus instantly. His hand drawn in for a punch, space itself seemed to ripple around his fist. The air surrounding his fist distorted and warped, increasing the speed of the punch. Swiftly, he punched out. The sheer speed of the punch generated a sonic boom, causing a deafening noise akin to thunder. Atticus's eyebrows furrowed as his thoughts raced. That punch, there was no blocking it. The punch contained pure space element, its presence alone was already distorting space. If that punch landed, there was no surviving it. Reacting swiftly, Atticus ceased stimulating the air element and stopped manipulating the air. Gravity immediately acted on him, pulling him toward the ground. However, Astrian's expression remained unchanged, and his punch continued its trajectory toward Atticus as he muttered, his voice frigid, "Gravity control." Immediately, Atticus's descent came to an abrupt halt as gravity almost dropped down to zero. Astrian's lips curled up in a sinister smile as he witnessed this, his punch still heading uninterrupted toward Atticus. Atticus observed everything happening in slow motion. He didn't even panic when Astrian changed the gravity. His mind was working so fast that he had thought of plans at J when he had first planned to stop stimulating his air bloodline. Swiftly, he initiated Plan B by stimulating his fire bloodline with mana. He raised his hands and pointed them at Astrian, releasing a colossal, expanding burst of fire from his palms. Flames immediately engulfed Astrian's form and propelled Atticus away from the area. Atticus executed a mid-air spin, locking his eyes on where he had just been. He noticed Astrian completely unharmed, with the space around him distorted and crackling, the fire not seemingly able to get close to his form. The distorted space around him is a problem. Atticus was acutely aware of the issue posed by the space surrounding Astrian. In their first interaction, when he had nearly severed Astrian's head, as soon as he entered the space, he had observed a significant slowdown in his speed. Had he not been initially moving at a high speed, he was certain he would have slowed to a snail's pace. If he wasn't careful and allowed himself to get trapped for just a second, he was sure Astrian wouldn't miss that opportunity and would hit him with one of those space-impeded punches. But with that one interaction, Atticus had already found a way to bypass this, a weakness. It was simple: overwhelming speed. If he was moving at an insane speed, the space's effects on him would be minimal at best. Atticus had never liked drawn-out battles. It was simply wasting time. Unless he was training, he liked to go full power from the start and end it as fast as possible. He immediately released a staggering 9 rapid bursts from his mana core, a stark contrast to his previous limit of 5, focusing 3 on each of his legs, hands, and blade. Astrian, who noticed the changed aura around Atticus as if he was preparing to attack, smirked. "Does this fool think he can get through?" he sneered. The intensity of the distorted space surrounding him couldn't compare to the last one where he had gotten through. The last time wasn't even 30% of his best. Currently, the space surrounding him was 80%. Even expert ranks entering this space would slow to a crawl. Once he gets caught in the space, I'll break his limbs and make him unable to move. His lips seemed to curl up as he came to this conclusion. He would finally be able to teach this pup a lesson. Floating suspended in the air, Atticus adopted a stance that defied imagination. With both hands firmly gripping the katana's hilt and the blade bending against his back, his knees drawn close to his chest, Atticus's figure seemed frozen in the air. Then, as if time itself had shattered, Atticus moved. It was an eruption of velocity that defied all attempts to track it. To Astrian and the other onlookers, Atticus appeared as if he hadn't moved at all, his stance unchanged. Astrian suddenly felt a surreal sensation, as the world around him blurred. He felt as if he was falling from the air. "What's happening?" he uttered, his voice laden with bewilderment. But reality hit him like a thunderbolt as he saw Atticus floating close to his headless body, an azure-like slash in place of where his head should have been. He had been beheaded. Astrian's shock was palpable. "I lost." His question lingered in the air, layered with disbelief, as his severed head descended from the skies. As soon as Verloc saw Astrian's head falling from the sky, his heart immediately constricted in utter shock. It was as if his whole world was falling apart. Astrian losing to a child. He didn't think such a thing was possible. It should be noted that Astrian was known as a genius amongst geniuses in the expert rank. Verloc could count on one finger the people in the human domain in the expert rank who could fight him head-on and not lose instantly. Astrian's space bloodline was just that overpowered. But to lose instantly to a child? Verloc gave himself a little slap on the cheek to see if he was dreaming, but the slap seemed to bring him back to reality and out of his thoughts, as if his brain had just started working. "What the heck am I still doing here?" he thought frantically, suddenly realizing the dire situation he was in. Who cares if he's a child? What matters is that if he was able to kill Astrian that easily, what would happen to me? Despite how deranged an individual could be, there was always the instinct for survival in everyone. Without wasting any time, Verloc turned and started moving away from the scene at fast speed. His intention was clear: he was running away for his life. But would Atticus allow that? At a speed Verloc could barely fathom, countless azure slashes suddenly sliced through his body. The slashes were so fast that he didn't even feel a thing. They continued onward, cutting the trees in front of Verloc. What was that? He immediately thought as he saw the slashed trees in front of him, but only silence greeted him. And then suddenly, he heard the sound of a voice that sent shivers through his whole being. Katana series, second art, endless strike. And as if that was the initiator, Verloc wasn't able to react as his form started splitting, beginning with his head, then his torso, hands, legs. Verloc fell down in pieces, lifeless. Atticus sheathed his katana coolly. He suddenly let out a very deep exhale. Although the battles had been short, they still took a lot from him. Every single inch of his body was being stressed trying to contain that huge amount of energy. He was sure the only reason he still felt full of life was because of the energy still coursing through him. Atticus knew that one of the main reasons he was able to handle this energy was because of his mythical talent. Handling this power without an exceptionally adaptive body was suicide. Talent simply meant how well an individual could adapt to mana compared to the rest, while ranks indicated the level of mana one's body had already adapted to. And at each rank, regardless of talent, each individual basically had the same mana levels in their body. Although this energy coursing through him wasn't just mana, Atticus knew his talent played a big role in containing the power. He had instinctively known that if the energy was a little higher, his body wouldn't have been able to handle it. It was as if the source of the energy knew exactly how much he could handle. His katana, suddenly letting out a bright glow, drew his attention. And as if a vacuum was quickly siphoning something away, Atticus felt the power coursing through his being drained. In less than a minute, he was left utterly drained. It was as if his batteries were suddenly taken out. He felt tired, his entire body ached, and the mana in his core was completely empty. He was using only sheer willpower to remain standing. Atticus couldn't help but gaze at his katana. Was it Cedric? He pondered. Cedric had told him to expect something before he left the life weapons realm, so it made sense that he would be the one who gave him the boost in power. But Atticus couldn't help but wonder, that sudden gain in strength, it couldn't be without consequences, right? Atticus was well aware of Cedric's situation inside the life weapon. He was basically a prisoner, and the fact that only his soul was in the realm made it even more mysterious. How had he managed to give him such an extraordinary boost in power, and at what cost? Atticus's gaze bore into his katana as if searching for answers, but the latter simply let out a subtle vibration. Atticus, who was bound to it, immediately knew what it was feeling shy. The revelation made Atticus chuckle, which sent a wave of pain through his body. For such an all-powerful weapon that basically enslaved the souls of its wielders, its reactions were surprisingly innocent. The situation seemed to make Atticus relax a bit, but his mood seemed to change completely as he gazed at Verloc's mutilated body. That's right, he had killed 4 people today. Atticus couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Earlier, when he had killed that man to save Ember, Atticus had felt sick and disgusted at his actions. Regardless of how cruel and indifferent he was to others, regardless of how cruel and brutal he could be to others, taking the life of another human being was profoundly different. Ending the life of a human being who had dreams, goals, and aspirations wasn't something one should just ignore, no matter how evil the person might be. Only a deranged psychopath could end a life and not even think about it again, something Atticus clearly wasn't. Despite having a burning desire to have his revenge on the being that sent him here, Atticus had actually never thought of killing him. But all of these feelings were discarded when he had almost died and was sent to the life weapons realm. In the realm, for months, Atticus constantly trained until he couldn't lift a finger. He was constantly alone in his thoughts. Apart from constantly worrying about what was happening outside, despite knowing that time was moving slowly outside, it was during that time that Atticus was able to calmly think about everything. Was murder wrong? Was taking the life of another human being wrong? Does having a good justification make it right? After pondering these questions for months, Atticus finally reached one answer: it doesn't matter. He could say he killed that man because he wanted to protect Ember. He could say he killed Astrian and Verloc because he was only defending himself and trying to protect everyone. But that, in the end, was just an excuse. It didn't change the fact that he took another human being's life. It didn't change the fact that he took the life of a person who could have loved ones waiting at home. Atticus was a lot of things, but he was never a hypocrite. He had accepted these facts. He had accepted that he was selfish. He had accepted that he was a murderer. He had accepted that he would do whatever it takes to protect himself and his loved ones, no matter the cost. Yes, he had killed those men. Yes, he had taken another life. If the same situation ever arises again, would he still take the same approach? Would he still take the life of another human being? Yes, he would do it again without any hesitation. Atticus's eyes seemed to blaze with intensity as his resolve firmed. To protect myself and loved ones, I'll become selfish. Atticus came out of his thoughts to see Ember, Aurora, and the rest of the trainees approaching him. He couldn't react as suddenly a petite girl collided with his already struggling form, making him fall on his back. Atticus felt a huge wave of pain rack his body, and despite not being a stranger to pain, he couldn't help but let out a low grunt. He looked down at his chest to see the source of his problems, Aurora, who hugged him with her face buried in his chest. As he was about to complain, he suddenly felt wetness on his chest where Aurora's head was buried. Atticus let out a warm smile at Aurora's quiet sobbing. He raised his hand, giving her gentle pats on her head. She must have been worried, he thought. However, he just couldn't resist. You were always a crybaby, he teased Aurora with a chuckle. She immediately flinched, letting out a low-pitched sound, and then she cleaned off her tears on his clothes and gave him a swift punch in the stomach, which caused Atticus's face to scrunch. She quickly stood up and retorted, "Who's a crybaby?" Atticus let out a chuckle, rubbing his stomach where Aurora had just punched while standing up. As soon as he stood up, another figure suddenly hugged him, but this hug was a bit more subdued, muttering in a barely audible tone, "I'm glad you're okay." Atticus, seeing Ember hug him, widened his eyes in astonishment. The silent, cold beauty actually hugged him. He was completely shocked. Don't get him wrong. He knew that despite her cold character, she loved him and the family deep down, but this was the first time she was showing it openly. Atticus gave another warm smile and gently patted her head, without any teasing remarks this time. He didn't want to say anything that would discourage her from acting like this. He liked carrying Ember. After a few seconds, they separated, and Atticus turned his gaze to the rest of the trainees. They all currently numbered about 45. 5 of them had died before Atticus had come back from the life weapons realm. Atticus let out a short sigh. It was truly terrible, but they were already dead. What else could he do? The dead could only stay dead. Despite the fact that he had healed their injuries, they all still looked terrible. Their clothes were completely torn and dirty, with blood stains everywhere. One could never tell that these were all young masters and ladies of the esteemed Ravenstein family. Each of the trainees gazed at Atticus with one expression. It wasn't shock, it wasn't awe. It was the kind of expression one gives to things they couldn't comprehend, fear. They all knew what they were capable of, they knew what they could do. They were well aware of what the geniuses and the so-called monsters in the human domain were capable of. But what was this? What could they call this boy with piercing blue eyes? A genius? A monster? Heavenly? None could classify what he had just shown them. He simply couldn't be human. That would make accepting this harder. Almost every single one of the trainees gazed at Atticus with fear, including Hella, Nate, Sophie, and even Orion, who had always called him a coward. Orion had never felt so relieved in his life. He had always antagonized Atticus during their stay in the camp because he wanted to prove he was better than him to his father. Never would he have known that he was actually poking a sleeping dragon all this while. He let out a silent sigh of relief, choosing to stay in between the trainees just in case. Orion was never one to cower like this, but what Atticus had just shown could make even the bravest of hearts cower. While everyone was gazing at Atticus with fear, only one trainee's expression was different, Lucas. Lucas's thoughts were different from the other trainees. Yes, he acknowledged Atticus's strength, but was there a reason to fear it? No. Most of them were 10 years old, with the oldest being 13. Almost everyone in the human domain was stronger than them. Would he start fearing everyone he met just because they were stronger than him? Lucas's mind was currently focused on one thing: how to get closer to Atticus. It was obvious, very obvious that Atticus would become someone very strong in the future, probably even the next paragon rank of the family. The earlier he made a connection, the better. Atticus gazed at all the trainees, they were all gathered around him. He saw the way they were looking at him, with caution. But with the way they were all still gathered around, regardless of the fear, it was obvious they were waiting for his words. They now thought of him as their leader. Atticus would be lying if he said that he wanted others to see his full strength, but there was no helping it. His life was on the line, and he'd be a fool not to use everything in his repertoire to survive. Despite knowing that they wanted him to address them, Atticus knew they weren't out of the woods yet, they were still being hunted. But he still had to give them a little push. Atticus gazed at the trainees and spoke, "I can't say I understand how you all are feeling currently. Some of you probably lost someone close to you in the camp." His words caused some of the trainees to clench their hands, tears streaming down their faces as they tried to use their sleeves to wipe them away. Atticus let out a quiet sigh seeing this. They're still children at the end of the day, he thought. He continued, "And I can't say I know exactly what is currently on your minds. But what I do know is that we all want the same thing, to survive." The forest was silent. Only the sound of Atticus's voice could be heard, each trainee listening attentively. "I promise you, there will be time for revenge later, but to have that later, we must survive first. We're not out of the woods yet, we're still being hunted, and we have to keep moving." As he said this, Atticus pivoted, taking a deep breath to contain the pain racking his body. He took a step forward and began running through the forest, with every single trainee following behind. They continued moving through the forest. Inside a room, a blonde-haired woman could be seen sleeping on the bed. The room itself exuded opulence in every detail, with each furnishing and decoration a testament to both lavishness and taste. The walls were adorned with elegant, cream-colored damask wallpaper. The curtains, crafted from fine silk, billowed gracefully with the occasional draft coming into the room. The woman was sleeping on a huge king-size mattress, with a large thick blanket covering her legs to her neck, and an eye mask covering her eyes, but it did little to hide the intense beauty of her face. On the other side of the bed, signs that someone else had been sleeping there earlier could be seen, with the blanket covering that side of the bed shifted, and the bed still a bit compressed. The room was completely silent, not even the sound of a clock ticking was audible in the room. Suddenly, without any warning, Anastasia's eyes flickered open. The room was bathed in the soft glow of morning light as she stirred from her slumber. Her first act was to gently remove the eye mask covering her eyes. With a languid stretch and an indulgent yawn that filled the room, her gaze drifted to the other side of the bed where a particular someone should be sleeping and saw it empty again. A tinge of sadness tinged her expression seeing this. He still can't forgive himself, she thought. After a few contemplative moments, Anastasia swung her legs on the side of the bed and stood up. Her steps were measured as she made her way to the far side of the room. There, a large picture was hung on the wall, a frozen moment captured in time. Anastasia's eyes met those of a young boy with piercing blue eyes, and a tender smile graced her lips. "I miss you, she whispered. With a final, lingering gaze at the picture, Anastasia entered the bathroom to prepare for the day. Despite being the lady of Ravenstein's family who ruled over the entire Sector 3 and had access to maids who could do everything for her, Anastasia had refused to have maids do mundane things like taking her bath and dressing her. She believed that as a fully grown human, the least one could do was take care of their own hygiene. As an adult, why would you let someone else bathe you? After a few minutes, Anastasia finished preparing and dressed in an elegant blue dress that billowed gracefully with each step. The dress was adorned with intricate embroidery, reminiscent of delicate lacework, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of patterns that enhanced the beauty of the ensemble. She stepped out of the room, immediately seeing Arya, her trusted Ravenblade, on the other side of the door. With a deep and respectful bow, Arya greeted her lady. "Good morning, my lady." Anastasia returned the greeting with a warm smile as she began her walk down the lavishly decorated corridor. "Good morning, Arya. How was your night?" Arya fell in step behind Anastasia as they walked. "It was fine, my lady. Thank you for asking," she responded. Anastasia had never been one to let power get to her head. While she understood her position very well, she always made sure to give each person a modicum of respect. They were all human beings, it wouldn't hurt to treat them that way. But despite Anastasia's loving nature, she was still known as a devil to many. One could only wonder why. My lady, she received bows upon bows from maids and guards as she made her way through the estate, on her way to the meeting room to take care of family matters. The Ravensteins were in charge of defending different outposts in the war front against the Zorvans. The military force of the human domain was divided into many factions, with each Tier 1 family controlling each faction. Each faction had different responsibilities assigned by the Human Alliance, which was controlled by all the Paragons. There were a lot of Ravenstein generals in the army, with Avalon being among them. It was a position that sometimes required him to personally head to the battlefield. During those times, family matters were left to Anastasia to handle. And seeing how well she handled everything, Avalon decided to leave things to her, even when he was around. Although, he was always informed of any important decisions she wanted to make. Anastasia was very skilled in handling matters like this. Her family, the Crayfalls, were deeply involved in the world of trade and commerce. They excelled in negotiating deals and accumulating wealth, and Anastasia had been known as a genius in trade since her childhood. But despite that, Anastasia had always felt a yearning for something more, something beyond the confines of her family's expectations. Anastasia's journey towards becoming strong was not an easy one. She faced countless obstacles and challenges, both external and internal. She had to constantly prove herself, not only to others but also to her own self-doubts. Through perseverance and sheer determination, Anastasia carved her own path and became a formidable master-ranked individual, feared on the battlefield. But she had left her life of warfare behind after becoming pregnant with Atticus, deciding to focus on her little sunshine. Anastasia smiled as she once again remembered her baby boy. What do you think he's doing right now, Arya? Arya smiled slightly, something that rarely ever happened. Knowing the young master, he's probably training hard, my lady, she replied. Anastasia couldn't help but display a hint of worry, her features slightly furrowed. You're right, she agreed with Arya. She knew her son well, she knew he would spend almost all day training. Atticus was a weird 10-year-old boy and Anastasia knew that well. I hope he at least made some friends, she muttered as the door to the meeting room slid opened, and she stepped inside with Arya right behind her. After an hour, Anastasia finished the meeting. The meeting was a routine weekly gathering attended by the heads of every significant branch in the family. Anastasia received briefings on everything happening, whether it was related to the business world and the potential moves of the Ravencrest Consortium, or information gathered by the Silent Nexus in the human domain. The advent of technology had made everything easier for everyone, with no need for the members to attend the meeting in person. She left the meeting room with Arya and made her way through the estate to a large building located near the center of the estate. This building was second in size and standing only to the main mansion. As she approached the building, a quick scan allowed the doors to swiftly slide open, and Anastasia and Arya entered. She walked through the building with familiarity, and after a minute, she entered a room. The room was vast, and Anastasia found herself on a raised platform, overseeing a sea of screens and operatives diligently at work. Below her, rows of long tables filled with people in front of individual screens were arranged in a circular formation. Each person was immersed in their tasks, not even checking who had entered. In the center of the room, a massive wall-sized display showcased a comprehensive view of various parts of the sector. It was a mesmerizing tableau of real-time information, with maps, data, and live video feeds constantly shifting. This room was the central control room of the whole sector, where the Ravenstein family utilized their satellites to monitor the entire sector. Every single place in the sector could be monitored from this room. Some places in other sectors could also be monitored, although that would alert the ruling party involved. Looking through the people in the room, Anastasia immediately found her target. He was resting his back against the wall of the room, gazing at nothing in particular, completely immersed in his thoughts. She started walking toward him, but even after getting close, he still didn't register her presence. Anastasia frowned. One thing women hate the most was their man not giving them attention. Ahem, she audibly cleared her throat. The sound seemed to bring Avalon out of his daydreaming. He turned to see Anastasia staring at him. Oh, honey, when did you get here? Avalon awkwardly asked, seeing Anastasia. Just now, she replied. Looking at Avalon's appearance, her expression turned sad. Avalon looked lost for words. He had huge eye bags under his eyes, unkempt beards forming on his face, and even the clothes he was wearing were what he wore yesterday. Even after all these years had passed, Avalon had not stopped looking for Ariel's killer. Seeing Anastasia's sad expression, Avalon awkwardly scratched the back of his head, an action he was beginning to do often. Don't worry, Anna, I'll be fine. As Avalon was about to reassure Anastasia, she suddenly walked up to him, grabbed his hand, and started dragging him out of the room. Avalon had initially wanted to protest, but he immediately stopped when he saw Anastasia's expression. She wasn't taking no for an answer. Anastasia dragged Avalon and went outside, moving through the estate back to the main mansion, with neither of them speaking throughout. After a few minutes, Anastasia and Avalon got to the study room. Arya remained outside, intending to stop anyone who tried to disturb them. Anastasia let go of his hand and walked to the middle of the room, then said, "Play the last playlist." Immediately, a robotic voice responded, playing a soothing classical music started playing in the background, and Anastasia stretched her hands towards Avalon, making her intention clear. She was asking him to dance with her. Avalon gazed into his wife's eyes and understood that she wasn't just asking, he had no choice but to accept. With a small sigh, he walked over to her and took her hand. Without exchanging words, the couple began to move to the rhythm of the music, letting it wash over them and finding solace in the embrace of their partner. After a few minutes, with her head resting on Avalon's chest, Anastasia spoke, her voice filled with longing, "I miss you, honey." Avalon's heart immediately clenched. He knew he had been neglecting Anastasia for a while now, but he couldn't help it. No matter how hard he tried to rest or sleep, Ariel's face would always pop up in his head. It had even worsened to the point where it affected his sleep. Despite being a Grandmaster rank individual who can go without sleep for weeks, he still needed to rest eventually. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to find Ronit as quickly as possible. But seeing how sad Anastasia was, his heart tightened. He held her even closer, and as he was about to speak, Bowman suddenly burst into the study room, startling both of them. Before they could even ask what happened, Bowman spoke rapidly, each word seeming to shatter their world. "It's been over an hour, and the Raven camp hasn't reported in yet. All communications have been cut off, and the portal isn't responding." Immediately after those words were spoken, there was no response, no acknowledgement, not a single word uttered. However, an overwhelming aura suddenly engulfed the entire room, expanding out to the mansion. Avalon fully released his Grandmaster rank aura, and with an eruption of velocity, the floor in the study room immediately imploded, and Avalon tore through the mansion's walls as if they were fragile glass. Anastasia, Arya, and Bowman followed him closely as he cut through the air. But before Avalon could even make it out of the estate, a streak of lightning tore through the atmosphere at a velocity that defied reality. The swiftness was so extreme that space itself seemed to warp and tremble, struggling to accommodate such power. The streak of lightning was followed by a deafening clap of thunder, and almost immediately, the shockwave hit the estate. The whole estate shook, some of the buildings couldn't withstand the shockwave and immediately collapsed. Every single person below the expert rank in the entire Ravenstein estate fainted from the sheer pressure and impact, while the expert ranks experienced burst eardrums with blood gushing from their ears. All over the human domain, powerhouses turned their gaze skyward. None of them were sure why, but they all knew. Magnus Ravenstein had moved. In the heart of the once vibrant forest, devastation had left an indelible mark on the landscape. The towering trees, which had once stretched their branches to the heavens, now stood as charred sentinels, their twisted and blackened limbs reaching out like grotesque specters. The forest floor, once a verdant carpet of life, had been transformed into a chaotic tableau of destruction. The ground was marred by deep craters, evidence of powerful magical clashes that had taken place. Wreckage was strewn about, an eerie testament to the unforgiving violence that had transpired. Broken weapons, shattered armor, and scorched earth painted a grim picture of the battles that had been fought. Amidst the desolation, a once mighty mountain had been reduced to ruins. What was once a grand symbol of majesty and strength for the Ravenstein family had crumbled into a jumble of shattered rocks and debris. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of burnt wood and the unmistakable tinge of iron blood, spilled in the heat of battle. The ground was littered with the grim remnants of the fallen. Some were adults, their faces etched with the final moments of despair, their lifeless eyes staring into eternity. Others, tragically, were children who should have had a lifetime ahead of them. In the midst of this harrowing scene, battles raged on. Different warriors clashed with an intensity born of desperation, their weapons flashing amidst the ruins. The clash of steel against steel, and the fervent cries of those who fought on filled the air. On the east side of the camp, where a magnificent training ground once stood, two figures faced each other. The first figure, towering like a titan, brandished a colossal earth-made axe that strained against the mighty bulges of his muscles. The fabric of his attire had surrendered to the sheer force of his physique, leaving tattered shreds clinging to his brawny arms. Behind him, a protective dome of compacted earth encased 3 trainees, protecting them from the chaos unfolding. In front of him, a few meters away, stood another figure. His form bore the brutal marks of battle, completely battered, and his once distinguished attire reduced to tatters. And his piercing gaze, which once spoke of years of experience and wisdom in the ways of the world, had dimmed considerably. Their surroundings were in shambles, with the earth terrain completely changed, and the buildings around them were in ruins. Hugo gritted his teeth in annoyance. He had never thought that Elias would be such a tough opponent. He had tried everything, but it always ended with him being almost killed. The goal of the attack on the Raven camp had always been to eliminate the Ravenstein's youths. That was the entire reason the Order attacked the camp. Since the Ravenstein family had declared war on them, they've lost a lot of resources. Initially, they had wanted to lay low for a while so that the matter would die down on its own, but after more than 5 years, the Ravenstein family did not stop their rampage. During the war, the Order had lost significant resources and personnel. They were getting tired. So they decided to strike back. If it was war they wanted, they would give them war. His plan had initially been to keep Elias occupied while Astrian, Melora, and Verloc teleported to where the trainees were escaping, with the help of Astrian's bloodline, and kill them. However, during the fight, Elias had come close to killing him several times. Fortunately, he had discovered some trainees hiding in one of the buildings as they fought, and whenever Elias was close to killing him, he had immediately attacked and used the trainees as distractions. Without that strategy, he was sure he would have been killed by Elias a long time ago. Elias turned his gaze toward the east, in the direction where Atticus and the rest of the trainees had escaped to. He had seen the azure light piercing the clouds all the way from here earlier, and his heart clenched when he saw it. He had never expected that the Obsidian Order would have someone with a space bloodline. Astrian and the rest had caught him off guard by suddenly teleporting away. He had immediately wanted to run after them, but he suddenly felt the presence of other trainees in the area and had to stop to protect them from Hugo. I have to finish this quickly, Elias thought, desperate to go after Atticus and the other trainees as soon as possible. With a burst of speed that belied his size, Elias dashed toward Hugo. Different battles were taking place all around the camp. In another location, Finn was engaged in fighting and killing various members of the Obsidian Order. For Finn, this attack had been the most shocking experience of his life. He had never imagined that the Obsidian Order would dare to target the Ravensteins so openly. The attack had taken everyone by surprise. The artifact that had disabled all the runes in the camp significantly reduced their strength and ability to fight back. Many were unable to retrieve their weapons from their storage rings. Some had strong artifacts that would be useful in battle inside their storage rings but were unable to access it. What had cut down their strength the most was the inability to use their exosuits to fight. The exosuits were designed to greatly amplify the strength of their wearers and were powered by runes that connected the user's mana to the exosuits, further enhancing their strength and agility. The distribution of the exosuits was closely monitored and provided to every person entering the academy. As a safety feature, there was a built-in remote shutdown mechanism managed by the Alliance to disable the suits, rendering their users unable to utilize them anymore. This measure was put in place to prevent terrorists and criminal organizations from misusing the suits. As soon as an individual was tagged, they become unable to deploy the suits. The attack by the Obsidian Order was a brutal declaration of war, and it had taken them by surprise. While the Ravensteins had already declared war on the Obsidian Order, the intensity of the conflict had not been so severe. Prior to this, the only ones it had personally affected was the main family. It had simply been a matter of pride for the rest of the family. Despite the main family's absolute power, not all members of the family were wholeheartedly invested in the war, and some were even already growing tired of it. However, this attack was different. The camp was a place built to train their youths, the next generation of the family. While not all children of the adults were attending the camp, a significant number of them were. The thought running through every family member's mind would be, what if my child was there? The response to this incident was clear. The intensity of the war that would follow could not be compared to the previous conflicts. Blood would be shed. Finn moved swiftly, cleaving through various members of the Obsidian Order. Unlike Elias, who was occupied with another master-ranked opponent, Finn had relatively more freedom. He focused on battling the advanced and expert-ranked members of the Obsidian Order. As he continued to cut down different members of the enemy, his thoughts were filled with worry for Rowan, who was supposedly engaged in a battle against two Grandmaster-ranked individuals. Finn knew Rowan was strong, very strong. But facing two individuals in the same rank at the same time was a different matter entirely. I hope Master will be okay. A few hundred kilometers away from the camp, a heart-wrenching tableau of destruction unfolded. The once serene and untouched natural landscape had been brutally ravaged, leaving behind a harrowing and surreal transformation of the terrain. What was now visible was a gaping and massive charred crater, its dimensions stretching across several kilometers, and the devastation radiating in all directions, like ripples in a dark pool. Inside this massive crater, two figures stood several meters apart. The first figure, a behemoth of alarming proportions, stood at an imposing height of 15 meters. His colossal frame was a testament to his might, with muscles as hard as tempered steel. Tattered remnants of his once elegant Chinese robe hung on his frame, the last vestiges of a once impressive attire. His powerful form bore the cruel markings of battle, riddled with injuries and burns. One of his massive hands lay strewn on the ground several meters away, reduced to a charred and mangled ruin. The second hand was not completely spared, bearing similar signs of devastation but not as severely. His knuckles were coated with a grotesque mixture of blood and guts. The second figure, a stark contrast to his gargantuan companion, was a haunting sight. The embers of once burning, fervent green eyes had now dulled, holding a somber and weary glint. His scalp bore the complete absence of hair, a stark symbol of the bottle's toll. All remnants of his attire had been obliterated, leaving his form in a state of absolute undress. His nakedness was spared from full exposure by a peculiar blasinga. The entirety of his body had been charred black, concealing his modesty in the most unconventional of ways. Suddenly, Ronid burst into uproarious laughter, ha 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 ha, his booming mirth echoing through the devastated landscape for miles. All this turned his gaze to his companion, his brows furrowed. Why are you laughing? You almost died countless times. If we hadn't teamed up on him, you would have been killed in less than a minute, Alvis reprimanded, his voice generating shockwaves, each word making the ground quake. Despite all of them being in the Grandmaster rank, the strength that Rowan had displayed dwarfed theirs individually by a significant margin. Although the fight hadn't been long in real time, it had still taken a lot from them. This was because the perception of time for Grandmaster-ranked individuals, especially during battle, was very different from normal time. A minute of fighting for them could feel like several hours for others. If either of them had been alone, Alvis was sure they would have died easily. The Ravensteins are strong, Alvis thought to himself. Rowan was just one of many Grandmaster-ranked members within the Ravenstein family, and he wasn't even the strongest. If it had taken two branch heads of the Obsidian Order to barely defeat just one Ravenstein Grandmaster, they were in deep trouble. All this came out of his thoughts and noticed Ronid walking toward Rowan's completely crushed body. Rowan's chest had been ripped open, and his head was completely crushed. Ronid reached the corpse and suddenly began kicking it repeatedly, a twisted grin on his face. Alvis watched all of this with an annoyed expression. I work with idiots, he muttered. He was about to tell Ronid to stop when he suddenly felt something. It was as if a connection he had to something had abruptly broken. He swiftly checked his space storage and brought out a round orb. Observing it, he realized that the bright golden light it had been emanating earlier had completely disappeared. Alvis's eyes widened as realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Astrian died, he muttered in utter shock. Impossible, he bellowed. Ronid, who had been kicking Rowan's lifeless body, immediately stopped upon hearing Alvis. He turned to Alvis, raising an eyebrow. Alvis didn't even bother to look at him. Without hesitation, he jumped high into the air, coming out of the crater landing with a huge impact, and then began moving at high speed. His destination was clear, the camp. After approximately 2 minutes, Alvis had managed to traverse an astonishing 300 kilometers, arriving at the camp. Ordinarily, this journey would have been much shorter, but his battle with Rowan had left him utterly exhausted, which had extended the duration of his travel. Using the artifact as a guide, Alvis made his way to the location where Astrian had met his demise. Upon Astrian's entry into the Obsidian Order, Alvis had immediately taken him as a disciple. Astrian's talent was undeniable, and it was further accentuated by his possession of one of the rarest bloodlines within the human domain. Most importantly, Astrian had the potential to become a paragon-ranked individual. He was a priceless asset to the Order. That was why Alvis had given him an artifact that could connect to Astrian's life force. The artifact was designed to notify Alvis if Astrian was ever in a life-threatening situation or suffered grave injuries. Alvis had been skeptical about bringing Astrian on this mission. But despite Astrian's value, he needed real-life combat experience to effectively harness his powers in battle. Additionally, as an extra precaution, he had asked Hugo to watch over Astrian during the mission. What happened? Why didn't the artifact notify me? Alvis pondered in confusion. The artifact's primary function was to alert him when Astrian's life was in danger, yet he hadn't sensed a thing until Astrian was already gone. Only one conclusion came to his mind. Astrian had met his end so fast that the artifact had no time to react and notify Alvis. But how? Alvis asked himself. He and Ronid had fought the only person with the power to do that, Rowan. Even if Astrian had encountered a master-rank opponent, Alvis was confident in Astrian's abilities. He couldn't have died so fast that the artifact couldn't react, especially with his powerful bloodline. After a few seconds, Alvis finally reached the scene of Atticus and Astrian's battle. He stood there, surveying the devastation their encounter had wrought. His gaze swept across the area until it settled on Astrian's severed head, lying a few meters away. Alvis approached the gruesome scene and studied Astrian's final expression, a look of sheer shock etched onto his lifeless face. With his heart brimming with anger, Alvis clenched his fist so tightly that his aura surged. Despite his exhaustion and weariness, the aura he radiated was still very formidable. A Grandmaster rank individual was always a Grandmaster rank individual, regardless of how tired they were. Alvis then discovered the lifeless bodies of Melora and Verloc. It was obvious from a glance that whoever killed Astrian was the one who killed Verloc. They were both killed with the same weapon, a very sharp one. Swiftly, Alvis stored Astrian's severed head and body in his storage ring and turned his attention to finding clues that could lead him to Astrian's killer. After a few seconds of searching, he found something. He observed subtle alterations in the earth in a particular area, leading into the depths of the forest. It was evident to Alvis that someone had tampered with the earth as if attempting to conceal something, likely tracks. He swiftly came to this conclusion. It was apparent, given the circumstances. Such subtle changes would be imperceptible to most individuals, even someone like Atticus, with his heightened perception, would struggle to notice these alterations, especially in the midst of all this destruction. But a Grandmaster rank wasn't a normal person. As soon as Alvis was about to start the chase, Ronid arrived at the scene. He was much more injured than Alvin, and it took him more time to get there. "Where did you run off to without mentioning anything?" he asked, clearly annoyed by Alvis's decision to move so quickly, especially when he was in such a state. Alvis, still focused on the trail he had discovered, didn't spare a glance for Ronid. He simply turned towards the tracks and launched himself into the forest, each of his colossal footsteps sending ripples through the ground. "Bastard," Ronid muttered under his breath, offering a frustrated sigh before reluctantly following in Alvis's wake. In the middle of the forest, a procession of young boys and girls was running through the dense woods. Towards the rear of the group, two third-year trainees trailed, skillfully employing their earth manipulation talents to conceal their tracks as they ran. At the forefront of this group was Atticus, leading them through the wilderness. They had been running for a while and were close to their destination, the Arachnyx caves. Although it might have been difficult for most people to find their way to the caves, especially after just being there only once, Atticus had no such trouble at all. Just a bit more, Atticus encouraged the group as they continued to run. Directly behind him were Ember and Aurora, with the rest following closely behind. Atticus had discovered something extraordinary during his stay in the life weapons realm. It was a revelation he had unexpectedly stumbled upon while training. He had learned how to absorb mana while in motion. The Atticus of today compared to his former self before entering the life weapons realm was like night and day. In the realm, his perception had significantly increased, and he had acquired a profound understanding of how to become attuned to and manipulate mana, which greatly enhanced his mana control. The rest came naturally. Without much effort, he could sense and channel the mana from the environment into his own core. During the few minutes they had been running, Atticus had managed to accumulate a small reserve of mana. He was well aware that they might encounter beasts in the caves, and he needed to be in a suitable fighting condition. After a few minutes, Atticus saw what they had been searching for all this time, the cliffs. A wave of relief washed over Atticus and the other trainees. They could finally leave the open forest and find refuge inside the caves. Smiles were already forming on their faces, and they increased their speed, eager to reach the caves as soon as possible. But then, as if the weight of the world descended on everyone, an overwhelming aura suddenly engulfed the entire area. Every single trainee, including Atticus, was forced to the ground, unable to withstand the oppressive aura. Before they could make sense of what was happening, an oppressive voice boomed, sending shivers down their spines. Who killed him? As soon as Atticus and the rest of the trainees heard that voice, their hearts clenched in fear. Couldn't they just catch a break? They were almost at the caves. Atticus gritted his teeth and fought the aura that was locking down his body, but the best he could do was simply move his head upwards to gaze at the enemy. What he saw made his heart tighten in horror. Before him stood a one-handed behemoth of alarming proportions, an imposing giant standing at a towering height of 15 meters. Atticus immediately recognized Alvis, the one who was supposed to be fighting Rowan. Despite Alvis being weakened, Atticus could feel the overwhelming aura he exuded. It was so powerful that even with his earlier boost in power during his fight with Astrian, Atticus knew he couldn't win if they fought. It was then that Atticus's mind registered the implications of Alvis's presence here. Did Rowan lose? He thought in horror. If Rowan had lost, the camp was gone. Without another Grandmaster ranked individual to defend them, who else could survive even one strike from this monstrosity? Alvis gazed at the trainees lying in the group with a cold look. He spoke again, his voice booming, and the ominous aura surrounding him intensified. This time, he increased the intensity of the aura, causing the earth beneath the trainees to cave in slightly as they struggled not to get crushed. Alvis was absolutely shocked at the number of trainees who had managed to escape. It meant the rest of his companions had done a terrible job. How had they allowed so many of them to survive? Seeing the trainees, he had immediately wanted to kill them, but he restrained himself for one reason: he needed to know what had killed Astrian. What was even more baffling to him was that there were only trainees present here. He had been expecting at least a master rank when he started the chase. Did that mean that it was one of the trainees who had killed Astrian? No, impossible, he thought, killing the idea in his head. His disciple wasn't that useless. Meanwhile, none of the trainees knew what Alvis was talking about. Was his brain working properly? He had arrived out of nowhere and asked, who killed him? Without providing any other information. Wasn't he aware of the situation? A lot of people died this morning, how were they supposed to know who he was talking about? Alvis seemed to realize his mistake. He quickly removed Astrian's severed head, which he had picked up earlier, from his storage ring. Then he controlled his aura, shrouding each of the trainees, lifting them from the ground. He made the head float in front of the trainees and asked again, who killed him? The trainees, now looking at Astrian's severed head, immediately recognized him. How could they not? They had all nearly lost their lives to him. Their expressions shifted, and they instinctively turned to look at Atticus at the front. It wasn't that they were trying to give him up to Alvis. They each instinctively turned to Atticus with a look that conveyed one thing: hope. They had all accepted Atticus as their leader and were ready to follow his lead. During the fight with Astrian, Atticus had displayed a sudden increase in power that had astonished them and made them question their sanity. They were all hoping he could perform that miracle again. However, the hope they were each waiting for was a foolish dream. Atticus was feeling completely drained. Despite his exhaustion and aching body after the battle with Astrian, Atticus hadn't rested for a second. He had kept running and trying to gather mana immediately after the fight. Currently, he doubted if he could even defeat someone at his own rank, let alone a Grandmaster ranked individual, someone 3 entire stages above him. Plus, he even doubted if he could handle that power again, even if given the opportunity. Atticus had no way out of this, and that realization made his heart clench. After everything they had been through, all the hard training, was this how it was going to end? Alvis noticed that each of the trainees had turned their attention to a boy at the front. His eyes immediately focused on Atticus, causing the aura shrouding him to intensify. Alvis also noticed the katana strapped to Atticus's waist, which made his eyes narrow. You killed him. His voice grew colder. A 10-year-old had killed an expert rank with a powerful bloodline. It was something absolutely unbelievable, something that anyone sane would find hard to believe. But he received no answer, just Atticus's cold eyes fixed on him. Aldous frowned, and just as he was about to resort to torture to get more answers, booming laughter sounded from the forest. Ha ha ha, a 10-year-old killed your disciple, Aldous. Ronid's voice sounded as he approached the group. The trainees all flinched as they saw another Grandmaster rank approaching. Aurora's eyes widened. No. She had just realized the implication of both of them being here. Didn't that mean her father had lost? Then what happened to him? She thought in dread. Aldous closed his eyes in annoyance, taking a deep breath to control his anger. He opened them and completely ignored Ronid's existence, fixing his gaze on Atticus once more. He immediately increased his aura, slamming Atticus down on the ground. Atticus! Ember and Aurora yelled, trying to move, but the aura holding them in place didn't budge. Atticus felt the pain he was experiencing intensify 100-fold. It felt as if the weight of the entire world rested on his body. He fought the aura, struggling to avoid being crushed. He mustered everything he had. The little mana he had gathered after the fight with Astrian amplified his strength, but it did next to nothing against the overwhelming force. He tried to soften the earth, but Aldous' aura shrouded him entirely, making any attempt at controlling the elements futile. Just as Atticus's bones were about to break, Ronid suddenly spoke, interrupting Aldous. Stop wasting time, Aldous. There's an easier way to get your answers, Ronid said, his gaze directly fixed on one of the trainees. Atticus fought through the pain racking his body and followed Ronid's gaze. Realizing who Ronid was looking at, Atticus's expression turned frightening. Atticus, seeing Ronid looking at Ember, immediately tried to stand but couldn't even move an inch, Aldous' aura completely locking him in place. Ronid started walking toward Ember, who was also locked in place by Aldous' aura. You know what your father's last words were when I ripped his head off? Ronid said to Ember with a huge grin. How could Ronid not know the children of the one who killed his son? Before he had planned and killed Ariel, Ronid knew basically everything there was to know about him. He had initially wanted to target and kill Ember and Kaldor to make Ariel feel the same way he felt when he killed his son. However, seeing how they hardly left the estate, and even if they left, it would be within the sector, accompanied by a significant number of guards. Despite him being able to take care of the guards, he still couldn't act recklessly within the sector. If any significant battle occurred in the sector, the response would be immediate. Ember's expression immediately shifted. Everyone had refused to tell her who exactly killed her father. What they were all trying to avoid was Ember growing up solely for the sake of revenge. But Ember had left it as is because she knew she couldn't do anything to him currently. She had wanted to grow stronger first before taking any action. To see the man who killed her father in front of her evoked emotions that couldn't be explained. You killed him, she said, her voice cracking. You killed him, she repeated. Each time she spoke those words, the air around her seemed to thicken and chill. A cold mist began to seep from her, wrapping around her like a shroud. You killed him. Each time she spoke, she strained and forced her body to move, but Aldous' aura remained strong. Her bones creaked as they tried hard to withstand the pressure she was putting on them. Her gaze was directly fixed on Ronid, her expression filled with absolute fury. It was obvious she wanted nothing more than to tear every single part of Ronid apart. Ronid, seeing that look, grinned from ear to ear, revealing his white teeth. Seeing a completely charred black individual smile was unsettling, to say the least. Ho, you want to kill me? He asked, grinning at Ember. Ha ha ha. He laughed, his voice resounding through the forest. Do you think your feeble strength can do anything to me? His voice boomed as he questioned. Ember didn't respond. She just kept struggling to move her body despite the intense pain she was feeling. Atticus watched it all, his teeth gritted hard, his hands already bleeding from the intense way he was clenching his fists. While the rest of the trainees remained quiet as they watched the scene. What could they do? Ronid suddenly turned to look at Atticus. And you must be Avalon's son, Atticus, his grin widened. Aldous' eyes narrowed. So he's that child, he thought. Although he had asked Hugo to watch over Atticus and report anything worthwhile, he had never really bothered to know his face. Of course, because of Atticus's position, He would eventually have to find out more about him, but he saw no reason to know the face of a 10-year-old. It's a good thing I was able to find them before they escaped, he thought. If they had successfully escaped, then their attack on the camp would have been worthless. Ronid closed the distance between him and Ember and turned his gaze at Atticus on the ground and spoke, "You have 10 seconds to answer the questions, or I pop her head," he threatened with a sinister glint in his eyes, already counting down, 10. Hearing this, Atticus's eyes widened, and he immediately tried to get up, but Alvis's aura didn't even budge. Ronid didn't stop counting, his expression initially smiling already turned serious. It was obvious that after the time was up, he'd really kill her. He'll kill Ember. The realization seemed to make Atticus's mind shatter. Immediately, he gathered every single inch of strength remaining in his body and tried to get up. His bones creaked, threatening to break, bulging veins threatening to burst, filling his face. He placed his right hand on the ground and pushed with all his strength. His teeth gritted hard, blood seeping from his mouth, but his determination paid off as he pushed his chest a few inches away from the ground. Alvis's eyes narrowed. He's still able to move. How? The aura he was currently releasing isn't something that even an advanced rank can withstand. But an intermediate rank was withstanding it. Astrian dying to him now seemed to look more believable. Now he wanted to know how he was able to do it. What if it was some kind of treasure that could make an intermediate rank defeat a powerful expert rank? He must have it. He immediately increased the intensity of the aura on Atticus, making him slam onto the ground even harder. Atticus was completely in a daze, his mind blank. He had initially tried to ask for help from the katana earlier, but it remained completely silent. His entire focus was on getting up to save Ember. The only sound he could hear was the sound of Ronid counting down. 6, 5. Each reduction in number made his heart tremble, but no matter how hard he tried, his body wouldn't budge. Will I lose Ember here? As soon as that thought entered his head, he killed it immediately, never. He screamed in his head and tried to move again, attempting to stand. He put both hands on the ground, mustering every fiber of his strength in his body. Atticus pushed. The battle cry that escaped him was fierce, fueling his resolve. And then, slowly but surely, a red aura slowly started to envelop his form, empowering him. He began to gradually stand, with bulging veins in his body bursting as his body got covered in blood. But Atticus didn't even flinch. He finally stood up straight, his gaze fixed on only one person, Ronid. His eyes were completely red, looking at Ronid with an utter chillingness that would frighten many. But Ronid remained unruffled, his expression not changing one bit as he continued to count down slowly. As Atticus was about to take a step forward, suddenly, the aura surrounding him increased twofold, slamming him brutally back down onto the ground, unmoving. The only thing he could hear was Ronid's voice, sounding like a reaper's call as he finished counting down. 2, 1. As soon as Ronid got to 1, his hands moved towards Ember's head. However, before he could reach it, he and Alvis suddenly felt a change, one that immediately halted Ronid's movement. The change was subtle, very subtle. It was the type of change that one would feel and dismiss as mere paranoia. But to Alvis and Ronid, both Grandmaster individuals who had faced numerous battles and nearly lost their lives more times than they could count, this change sent shivers through their entire beings. The millisecond they felt this change, they both immediately looked into their storage rings. Swiftly, they each brought out golden slates from their storage rings and, without hesitation, channeled mana into it. The slate emitted a bright glow that encompassed both of their forms, and swiftly, Alvis and Ronid immediately disappeared from the scene. At a speed beyond the comprehension of those currently present, the sky above the camp churned with clouds that crackled ominously with frightening lightning, darkening the entire sky as they gathered with unprecedented force. The very air grew charged with tension as the whole world seemed to slow. In a heartbeat, it was as though the heavens themselves had come to pass judgment upon the battlefield. An incalculable number of lightning streaks materialized out of thin air and descended upon the campgrounds. As if directed by some divine will, each of these bolts moved with supernatural speed and precision as they descended upon each and every member of the Obsidian Order locked in combat below. Advanced rank, expert rank, master, it didn't matter. With a blinding flash, each bolt struck its intended target, their powerful forms instantaneously reduced to ashes. All of this happened within the span of 5 milliseconds, a speed that only those at the least Grandmaster rank could fully comprehend. The staff and instructors of the Raven camp who were initially in battle stopped, surprised by this sudden turn of events. All eyes, including the trainees, who were now free from Alvis's aura, turned upward to witness an extraordinary sight they would never forget in their lives. A man, his very presence commanding the world to bow before him, floated in the sky. Draped in a pristine white robe, his entire form was enveloped in a mesmerizing dance of crackling lightning. His once piercing gray eyes had transformed into two blazing orbs of unbridled power, their fierce brilliance akin to a thunderstorm's fury. Behind him, thick and unyielding clouds writhed, fissured by the electrical fury within. Each rupture was accompanied by a blinding burst of light and deafening claps of thunder that resonated with such force that they seemed to shake the very earth itself. The clouds covered the entire expanse, creating the illusion of nightfall. There was only one embodiment that could describe this man of the god of thunder. And then, every single one of them, be it clerk, librarian, or instructor, whether their bodies were riddled with injuries or not, all of them got down on one knee, bowing and paying their respects. Their paragon, Magnus Ravenstein, had arrived. Despite the excruciating pain that racked his entire body, Atticus managed to turn and lay on the ground, gazing up at Magnus's imposing figure in the air. Every inch of his body throbbed with agony, but despite that, Atticus's mind was focused on one thing: the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. That power, that was what he needed. If he had that, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have been so helpless, Ember wouldn't have almost been killed in front of him, and those bastards wouldn't have escaped. Atticus clenched his hands and gritted his teeth, adding to the pain his body was feeling. "I need strength," Atticus muttered with unwavering resolve, his voice barely above a whisper. And unsurprisingly, all his exhaustion and suffering caught up to him, and he immediately lost consciousness. "Atticus!" Aurora yelled as she dashed towards the unconscious Atticus. Her cry broke Ember out of her daze, and she also ran towards him to see if he was okay. As Aurora reached him, she immediately checked whether he was breathing and let out a sigh of relief when she saw that he was okay, just unconscious. Magnus gazed down at the camp, his thoughts racing. It had been close, very close. The first thing he did as he got close enough to see the camp was search for Atticus and Ember. He had sent this attack a few hundred kilometers away when he saw what Ronid was about to do to Ember. If he had been just a second late, he would have lost his granddaughter. Seeing that Atticus and Ember were okay, with no life-threatening injuries, Magnus turned his gaze away and looked at the devastation that was once the Raven camp. As he gazed upon the lifeless forms of the staff and trainees, Magnus emitted an aura of profound sadness. He was supposed to be their protector, the one everyone in the family looked to lead and protect. Countless generations had passed with each of the paragons leading the family to new heights. The weight of that legacy was something he had borne with pride. But under his rule, one of the important members of the family, his son, Ariel, was targeted and killed. Under his rule, some of their youths, the future of their lineage, were targeted and came very close to being wiped out. Magnus gazed down at the camp and clenched his hands, an action itself that seemed to influence the environment, making the clouds crackle with thunder, illuminating the whole area. "I have failed," Magnus thought, his heart heavy with regret and sorrow. It was a failure that no amount of power could mend. As if feeling what Magnus was going through, the skies began to weep, drops of water fell from the skies, a torrent of cleansing tears that washed away the blood and gore that had tainted the once hallowed grounds, marking the sorrow that now enveloped the Ravenstein family. Inside the Ravenstein control room, urgency hung in the air like a heavy shroud. The frenetic activity of people scurrying about, taking and making calls, and barking out orders created a persistent and urgent backdrop. The room's walls were adorned with numerous screens, each depicting a different section of the sector. On each screen, a procession of airships moved with purpose, white-haired Ravensteins manning their stations in various regions. The centerpiece of the room was an immense screen that offered a distant, bird's-eye view of the entire sector. It showcased the expansive borders and the entirety of Sector 3, emphasizing the scope of the current crisis. Every corner of the domain was scrutinized, and airships filled the airspace, bearing the distinct white-haired individuals who symbolized the Ravenstein family. Every single one of the people in the control room was completely engrossed and focused on their tasks. None had the guts to even dream of taking a break. How could they? Behind them, at an elevated platform, Magnus Ravenstein stood together with Avalon. Their gazes were both icy. Despite the fact that everyone was angry about the attack on the camp and were doing their best to work and find the culprit, the oppressive and chilling aura radiated by Magnus and Avalon made all of their anger seem childish in comparison. Even if Avalon had been alone, they would have still been on their toes, but with Magnus added to the fray, they all felt like they could immediately lose their lives if they even rested for 1 second. Magnus and Avalon stood observing this scene, their countenance exuding an aura of sheer coldness. Avalon was seething with rage. He had heard from his father about everything that had happened. He and Anastasia were far slower than Magnus and had taken far too much time to get to the Raven camp. He had been so close to losing his son to the same bastards that took his younger brother. And what was worse, he wasn't able to do anything to stop it. If it wasn't for his father, he would have lost his only son. The Raven camp was located deep inside the forest at the edge of the capital, 1,890 kilometers away from the Ravenstein estate. It had taken Magnus exactly 10 seconds to cross that distance, a testament to his power. Immediately after Alvis and Ronit escaped, Magnus called for an immediate lockdown of the entire sector. Although they were able to escape his grasp using teleportation runes, there was a limit to the distance the teleportation runes could cover. And with Magnus' swift response, they both wouldn't be able to do the same to escape the sector. Magnus had immediately instructed them to activate the Aegis. The Aegis was the shield the Alliance scientists had built and used to repel the Zorvans. But unlike the huge scope of the planetary shield, this one only encompassed the entirety of Sector 3. The activation and maintenance of the shield was costly, but despite the cost, the Ravensteins weren't lacking in resources. They could still bear the cost, even if they wanted to leave it activated every day. However, because of some political reasons, none of the sectors were allowed to leave it activated for more than a day, and that was even only when there was an emergency. But with all that had happened, would Magnus care about those reasons? No. The numbers of the members of the Obsidian Order that Magnus had killed back at the camp had been staggering. Avalon was sure that with the ones they had killed in the sector before during their rampage, along with this new group, the remaining forces in the sector would be very minuscule. They had decided to flush every single one of them out and annihilate them, no matter the cost. After questioning the staff at the camp, they were able to discover the traitor. And in under an hour, Lyanna found out everything about him, where he goes, who he talks to, what he buys, even what he eats. The Silent Nexus information network was just too great. They were also able to discover the family he had been hiding in secret. However, upon reaching them, they had already been killed, with their months-old, rotten bodies hanging in the middle of the living room. After all that, the rest was easy to piece together. There was a saying, children's sins should be paid for by their parents. The main family didn't have to order anything, they didn't even have to move. After finding out the full reasons for his betrayal, his parents were found and swiftly eliminated. The Ravensteins showed no mercy, even to their own. But despite all of that, the most important matter was to locate Alvis and Ronid. Those two had caused far more damage than any other. They had both killed one of the Ravenstein's Grandmasters. Although the Ravensteins weren't lacking in Grandmaster rank individuals, it didn't change the fact that each one was a priceless asset. Plus, the fact that the man Avalon had been searching for all this time, Ronid, had finally shown himself. He wanted nothing more than to find him and make him pay for what he did, tenfold. Through the screens, different mansions, estates, and houses were being thoroughly checked. Every single member of the Obsidian Order all had a tattoo of their insignia on their backs. Although they weren't visible to the naked eyes, they had a way to identify them. When the Ravensteins had declared war on the Obsidian Order a few years back, every single entry and exit into and out of the sector was being monitored. But despite this, Alvis and Ronid were still able to move freely and even plan an attack on the sector. There was only one answer to this. There was someone helping them in the sector, another traitor. Every single part of the sector was filled with white-haired individuals, all with cold gazes. Considering the magnitude of Sector 3, one could only see how numerous the Ravensteins were. The entire Sector 3 was divided into 4 regions. The capital, Ravenspire, was directly controlled by the Ravensteins themselves in the very center of the sector. In the southeast, sharing a border with Sector 4, was another region, Dusktown, which was controlled by a Tier 2 family, the Vermore family. In the northwest, backing the body of water, was Aquiloria, headed by another Tier 2 family, the Aquilor family, and lastly, southwest, bordering Sector 2 was Lunarhaven. The Lunarhaven region was overseen by the Lunaris family, also a Tier 2 family. Each of these families was under the Ravensteins. The Ravensteins were the absolute rulers of the sector, and none could question their power. In each region of the sector, a base of the Raven Vanguard was established. Just one word was enough for every single one of them to be deployed. In some of the screens, some bases of the Obsidian Order had already been found and destroyed, and every single person in the building annihilated. No questions were asked, no words were spoken. Once it was found that there were Obsidian Order members in a building, every life form in the building would be snuffed out. In a large estate situated in the southeast side of Sector 3, the property was peaceful, with servants and guards going about their business. Some expert and master ranks guarded every corner of the estate. While this estate was very grand, it still paled in comparison to the Ravenstein's main estate. Inside the main mansion, in a room was filled with various antiquities. Bones and furs from different beasts hung on the walls, and shelves filled with books surrounded the office. Seated on a desk in this room was a middle-aged man. His silver hair lent him an air of wisdom, and a meticulously groomed mustache seamlessly connected with his beard. His eyes were as black as space. Adorned in dignified blue robes, he exuded an aura of authority. With every turn of a page, his movements possessed a grace. It was evident that he was no ordinary man. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching his door in a hurry. Identifying this person, he spoke before he could knock. "Come in," his voice authoritative. The figure outside the door froze for a moment, then swiftly opened the door and entered. He immediately performed a 90-degree bow and greeted his master with great respect upon entering. Master Darius. Despite the importance and urgency of the news he wanted to report, he dared not be disrespectful. He knew his master well, very well. Regardless of the importance of the matter he intended to report, even if one of his children was dying, any slip-up, any hint of disrespect shown would result in immediate death. There was no second chance, no word spoken, no debate. You would just cease to exist. Darius regarded his butler with a cold gaze for a moment, as if savoring the power he held. Then he spoke. "Speak." With his head still bowed, the butler began to report, "Master Darius, the Ravenstay." Boom. Before the butler could even finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud impact that shook the whole mansion to its core. Darius's sharp eyes immediately narrowed, and without wasting a single moment, he pushed himself up from his ornate chair. Paying no heed to the still bowing butler who had quickly retreated to give way to his master, he left the office and headed to the entrance of the mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, Darius noticed that his wife and several other members of the family had already emerged from the mansion to investigate the commotion, all apart from his wife, adorned with their distinctive silver hair that marked their lineage. However, Darius didn't spare them a glance, his attention solely focused upwards, where he saw massive, imposing airships, each of them dwarfing the mansion and making the day seem like night. As he took in the sheer scale of these ships, Darius's gaze was suddenly drawn earthward, where he discovered a solitary figure standing within a freshly formed crater. The man possessed a burly, imposing physique, and his authoritative presence was undeniable. His impeccably styled snow-white hair created a stark visual contrast against his spotless attire, which was in pristine condition despite the evident destruction he had wrought. "Serious!" Darius exclaimed. Before Darius could understand what was happening, immediately, from the gigantic airship, numerous individuals, approximately 30 in number, began descending gracefully toward the ground. Their descent was marked by an eerie silence and a level of precision that sent shivers down the spines of those who watched. Each of these individuals exuded an aura of master rank, and they were uniformly clad in sleek black robes and cloaks, each of them bearing swords at their waists. Their entire demeanor screamed of controlled calculation. Their collective presence was awe-inspiring as they maintained perfect synchronization in every aspect. Every one of them breathed in rhythm, their hearts beating in sync. These were the elites of the Raven Vanguard, a special unit that served directly under Sirius, the Shadow Guard. Only the best of the best in the Vanguard were recruited into this group. They were thoroughly trained down to the last detail, from their habits, the way they moved, the way they breathed, and even to the way they spoke. Each of them stood there quietly, their gazes forward, staring at nothing in particular. Seeing all this, Darius's facial expression underwent a rapid transformation, shifting from initial shock to understanding and ultimately to smoldering anger. Such disrespect. Abruptly, from behind, Darius's voice thundered, shaking the very ground on which he stood. What is the meaning of this, Sirius? Do you take the Vermore family as a joke? His aura surged like a tempest, and the grandeur of his Grandmaster rank aura extended throughout the area, establishing a palpable presence that sent shockwaves through the surroundings. The Vermore family was the Tier 2 family in charge of the southeast part of Sector 3. And this man, Darius, was the family head of the Vermore family. Despite the fact that the Tier 2 families in Sector 3 reported directly to the Ravenstein family, the relationship between them wasn't completely akin to a ruler and subjects. Yes, the Ravensteins were strong and could potentially wipe out their family within hours, but could they do that? No. Why? Because of the rules. There was a reason the Sentinel Guardians were established as the police force of the human domain. Apart from catching terrorists and criminals, the main reason they were established was to prevent the Tier 1 family from ruling the sector like tyrants. They were established after a brutal event where the Tier 1 family in Sector 8 had wiped out all the Tier 3 families in the sector. It was a day filled with bloodshed that many would never forget. The Tier 1 families were powerful, far more powerful than the other tiered families. To avoid another massacre like that day, the Sentinel Guardians were established. The Sentinel Guardians had bases in each sector because of one thing: to keep the Tier 1 families in check. If any Tier 1 family tried to cross the line, the Sentinel Guardians were authorized to act and stop them. Darius and the other Tier 2 families were well aware of this, and this was why the Tier 2 families weren't completely subservient to the Ravensteins, and such was the same in other sectors. Regardless of what happened, the Ravensteins couldn't go as far as wiping them out, or else the Sentinel Guardians would intervene. And no one family could face the Sentinel Guardians alone, as they reported directly to the Paragon Council. What Darius hated the most in this world was being disrespected. They had barged into his estate guns blazing as if the Vermore family meant nothing at all. The Vermore family was the strongest and more powerful than the other Tier 2 families in the sector. It was an insult, one he would never take lying down. All of the estate guards had already gathered around the mansion, numbering at least 60 expert ranks and a few master ranks. They had already drawn their weapons, pointing them at the intruders. Despite knowing well that it was the Ravensteins, they were all proud warriors of the Vermore family. Simply cowering and bowing when the Ravensteins were clearly attacking the estate just because they were a Tier 1 family was cowardly. Regardless of how powerful the Ravenstein family was, they had taken this too far. Each of them pointed their weapons at Sirius and the Shadow Guard, releasing their auras too, making the air more oppressive. They were ready to act if Darius gave the command. Throughout this unfolding scenario, Sirius remained motionless, his countenance an unyielding mask, apparently unaffected by the situation. To the untrained observer, it might seem that he was in complete control of his emotions, an epitome of calm. But to those who knew Sirius well, they knew that he was enraged to the core. Suddenly, an overwhelming and oppressive aura, surpassing the intensity of Darius's outburst, descended upon the entire vicinity, brushing aside Darius's aura like an insignificant breeze. With an air of calculated indifference, Sirius spoke, his voice maintaining a calm, measured tone, almost conversational. However, his words resonated through every corner of the area, heard by all. We're currently chasing 2 fugitives that escaped our grasp. We've locked down the entire sector and are currently searching every single inch of the sector. Sirius locked eyes with Darius, his gaze penetrating to the core, and asked, "Do you intend to resist?" As soon as those words dropped, the air around Sirius seemed to change, and the weight of the air in the area quadrupled. Simultaneously, every member of the Shadow Guard encircling the area, who had thus far remained motionless, placed a firm hand on their sword hilts, their movements in perfect sync. Each of them unleashed their thick master rank auras with a collective and resounding show of force. The message was clear: resist and die. Every single one of the Vermore family guards immediately felt chills down their spines. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their hands holding their weapons trembled as they all struggled to remain standing. Darius's eyebrows knitted in a deep frown. He's serious, he realized. Who in the human domain didn't know about the second star of the Ravenstein? In his generation, Sirius was second only to Avalon. He was a monster among monsters in the Grandmaster rank. Darius knew, despite them being in the same rank, he couldn't hold a candle to Sirius. Darius then suddenly noticed an oddity. Normally, with the Ravensteins acting so brazenly, the Sentinel Guardians should have at least shown their faces by now, but not a single one of them was in the area. He instinctively knew, they weren't planning on interfering. Darius gritted his teeth hard. This embarrassment, it would not be forgotten. Lower your weapons and comply, Darius abruptly commanded, fixing his gaze on his guards. Every member of the Vermore family present, despite the intimidation brought by Sirius and his elite unit, cast astonished looks his way. Who within the Vermore family didn't know Darius's character? He was the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to extinguish an entire lineage should they dare show him disrespect. They were shocked he took this blatant act of disrespect and let it go. Yet, as they observed the bone-chilling expression carved onto Darius's countenance, each of them promptly stiffened. Their swords returned to their scabbards, and they withdrew, though their gazes still emanated cold, piercing looks directed at the Ravensteins. Sirius completely ignored all of this. To be honest, he was hoping they'd resist. He had come here himself because he knew how proud the Vermore family were, and he knew they might want to resist. He needed someone to vent the intense anger he was currently feeling. Carry out the search, he ordered, and with that command, the Shadow Guard promptly vanished, diligently scouring every corner of the estate. They were thorough, each making use of artifacts that could detect any fluctuations of mana, searching for signs of hidden runes or compartments that someone might be hiding in. After a few minutes, they searched every single inch of the estate but couldn't find a thing. As abruptly as they had arrived, the Ravensteins departed without a single word, leaving Darius seething with fury. All over the human domain, the same thing played out, with the Ravensteins checking every mansion, searching for Alvis and Ronid. None of the Tier 2 families had the guts to refuse. After several hours, deep into the night, a solitary figure descended a grand staircase. As he advanced, the wall-mounted lights on either side flickered to life sequentially, casting their soft illumination upon his path. After a few seconds, he reached an inconspicuous-looking wall. It appeared ordinary, making one wonder why the man didn't simply turn left and continue moving. Suddenly, the man bit into his index finger, the bite carrying such force that it could cut through steel. This action revealed the extraordinary toughness of his skin. With a drop of blood on his finger, he placed it on the wall. Instantly, the wall radiated a brilliant emerald glow. Beginning from the center, the luminance swirled and expanded, giving rise to a substantial, round portal. Without hesitation, the man stepped into the portal, finding himself in an expansive realm with a grassy expanse beneath his feet. The wind whispered, carrying with it the sweet scent of grass. It was evident that this was no ordinary realm. Positioned at the clearing's heart stood an unassuming, moderately sized building. The man approached and entered through the front door. He was immediately greeted with hearty laughter and a thick killing intent emanating from the room. Unruffled, as if accustomed to this, the man entered. Within the room, two men were present. The first, completely devoid of hair, featured a bald head, devoid of eyebrows and body hair. His green eyes sparkled as he leisurely savored a bag of chips, each crisp bite accompanied by the satisfying crunch before he broke into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. There was no mistaking it, this was Ronid. The second man, cloaked in a traditional Chinese robe, boasted a mane of jet black hair. A 10 centimeters stump occupied the space where his left hand should have been, and the stump was clearly in the process of healing. His eyes remained shut as he took deep, controlled breaths, indicating that he was making a concerted effort to restrain an urge to attack the hairless monkey a few meters away from him. This man was unmistakably Alvis. They both turned their gazes toward the man who had just entered, none showing any surprise as if they were expecting him. And then Ronid spoke, "Ah, finally you're here. Darius." Darkness, complete and absolute, shrouded his vision. Atticus found himself trapped in this void once more, a sense of copyright Yavu washing over him. Not this again, Atticus thought, a hint of frustration creeping in as he tried to make sense of what was happening. Am I back in the life weapon? He pondered. This was exactly what happened the last time he was knocked out. As if in response to his inner turmoil, the suffocating darkness slowly began to recede, revealing a scene that immediately gripped his heart in a vice. Before him, Ronald stood with his completely charred blackened skin, a chilling grin etched upon his face. He held a gleaming sword dangerously close to Ember's delicate neck. Atticus, voice cracked as he shouted, no. His legs carried him forward, but no matter how he sprinted, the gap between him and the duo seemed to expand. And then, without hesitation, the sword descended. With a gasp, Atticus bolted upright, his body drenched in sweat. He took a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, then slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around, attempting to make sense of his surroundings. It didn't take long for him to recognize the familiar room. I'm back at the estate, Atticus muttered to himself. While trying to process the situation, he noticed a stirring on the left side of the room. Atticus squinted in the dim light and soon identified the figure slumbering on the couch. It was Aurora, wrapped in a thick blanket, her peaceful form gently rising and falling with each breath. Not wanting to disturb her rest, Atticus carefully swung his legs over the side of the bed and quietly descended to the floor. His body was feeling good, too good. It was as if the injuries he had sustained had never existed in the first place. Lost in his contemplations, his attention was abruptly seized by a figure bursting into the room. Startled, Atticus turned to find Anastasia standing before him. Before he could react, he was enveloped in a warm and tight embrace. Atticus didn't resist. Instead, he welcomed her embrace, closing his eyes and savoring the moment. I've missed this so much, he thought, his heart swelling with emotion. After a long, comforting minute, Anastasia slowly released her hold, still grasping his shoulders as she studied him closely. Honey, are you okay? Her voice trembled with emotion, her tone completely filled with warmth. Atticus returned her gaze with a warm smile. Yes, Mum, I feel okay, he assured her. But his keen eyes didn't miss the telltale signs of her reddened, puffy eyes. She's been crying. A lot, Atticus realized, a pang of sadness washing over him. He pulled Anastasia into another tight embrace, this time surprising her. Without hesitation, she held him just as fiercely, as though afraid he might vanish. I'm glad you're home safely, she whispered. Me too, Atticus replied warmly. After the heartwarming reunion with Anastasia, Atticus also shared touching moments with the rest of the family. Avalon, Freya, Kaldor, and even Zelda and Ethan had come to see how he was doing. Seeing them all brought a genuine smile to Atticus's face, a rare occurrence in recent times. Amid the warmth and chatter in the room, Aurora had also woken up. Atticus couldn't help but notice the traces of tears on her cheeks. He knew it wasn't for him. So Rowan truly died, huh? Atticus quickly deduced the reason. Despite all the things Rowan had done to her, he was at the end of the day, her father. There was no way she could ignore that. In the midst of the touching moments, Ember remained at the door of the room, silently observing the scene with an unreadable expression. She chose not to enter the room, and after a few moments, she turned away and left. Atticus noticed Ember at the door, and he could understand what she was going through. She basically saw the man that murdered her father in front of her, who even had the audacity to insult him again in front of her, but she was unable to do anything. He could understand the turmoil her heart was going through. After a few hours, they all left the room, including Aurora, leaving Atticus to rest. Atticus sat down on his bed, a sense of shock washing over him as he realized that 2 days had already passed since the incident at the camp. My injuries must have been really severe, he thought. Suddenly, he remembered something important and, gazing into the distance, he called out, Arya. No response. Arya, he called out once more, and then, a woman suddenly materialized beside him. Atticus turned to see a woman with short black hair and green eyes, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall, a few meters away from him. She bowed respectfully as she materialized, her face veiled within the bow. But Atticus's perception was far too sharp not to notice the subtle changes in her demeanor. Although she was trying to hide it, he noticed that her nails were recently bitten, as if she had been nervously chewing on them. He also noticed her palms were recently injured, as if she had been clenching her fists, among other small signs of unease. Atticus smiled seeing her act this way. And then without waiting he quickly hugged her, flustering Arya, muttering, I'm back. Although just like the rest she had wanted to greet Atticus when he woke up, but at the end of the day she was just Anastasia's Ravenblade, a servant of the family. Even though Anastasia and Atticus treated her more than that, she still had to maintain a certain amount of distance and professionalism. Yet, seeing Atticus embrace her so warmly, her cold and formal facade crumbled, and she hugged him back tightly. I'm glad you're back, young master, she replied warmly. After a few seconds, they separated, and then they talked for a few minutes. Arya provided Atticus with a detailed briefing on everything that had transpired during his unconsciousness. A few hours later, the Ravenstein estate was bathed in the moon's soft glow. It was nighttime, and most of the personnel in the estate had gone to sleep. Atticus's eyes jolted open from his slumber. Beads of sweat clung to his forehead, and his back was completely drenched with perspiration. His breathing was labored, and he quickly sat up straight in bed. He touched his forehead with his right arm, muttering, "Not again." After a few seconds, he managed to catch his breath. He stood up and swung his legs off the king-sized mattress he had been lying on. Atticus headed straight to his bathroom and quickly washed his face with water. I can't sleep, he thought. Atticus had been trying all night to rest, but he kept seeing the scene with Ember and Ronid replay in his mind. The whole situation baffled him. Atticus believed his intelligence was far too high to fall for something like that every time. But whenever the scene resurfaced, his emotions would immediately flare up, and he had no control over it. Atticus took a deep breath and exhaled. Then, he walked to the left side of his room, approaching an inconspicuous wall. With a scan, the wall slid open to reveal his training clothes. They were designed for ease of movement and provided a certain amount of protection. After selecting his training attire, Atticus retrieved his katana from its resting place, directly beside him on the bed, and he left his room. He made his way through the hallway, going to do the only thing he knew could clear his head: train. As Atticus was heading to the training room, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. The voice was feminine, and upon hearing it, Atticus already knew who it was. Where are you going? Atticus turned to see Anastasia gazing at him with a neutral expression. Caught red-handed, Atticus thought with a small sigh. How did she know I was stepping out? Although he was well aware that he was always being followed and watched by Arya, he trusted Arya completely. Arya knew exactly when he awakened his bloodline but kept it a secret. She was even there when he trained, knew how powerful he was but chose not to reveal it. Many might call him foolhardy for trusting her so much, but that was just how Atticus was. He placed the people he considered family above all else. Besides, Arya followed him everywhere he went, so what choice did he have? Would he not train and stay weak just because he was being watched 24/7? He was confident that it wasn't Arya who had told Anastasia he left his room. She must have been watching me. Atticus flashed his mother a small smile. Just taking a walk, Mom. Anastasia raised an eyebrow and replied, a walk, honey. Really? With a combat suit and weapon? Her look seemed to say, do you think I'm stupid? Atticus sighed. Okay, Mom, I couldn't sleep. I just wanted to train a bit to clear my head. Anastasia's expression immediately turned sorrowful, and before Atticus could react, he was enveloped by her. Her eyes welled up, and tears started streaming from them as she muttered, I'm so sorry, honey. I understand that getting through this would be difficult, and I know I've been selfish. But please, just rest for 2 days, and I promise I won't interfere in your training anymore. Anastasia had been feeling incredibly guilty about a lot of things. About the fact that she couldn't be there for Atticus when his life was in danger, but it was mostly about the fact that she had delayed his training for years because of her insecurities. Yes, she did it because she loved him and wanted him to have a normal childhood, but that had been incredibly stupid. This incident had taught her a lesson, one she'll never forget in her life: only your strength matters. No matter how much she wanted to protect him always, it wasn't possible. The best and absolute protection he could have was his strength. Nothing else could come close. But because of her selfishness, she had delayed his training. Anastasia had heard about everything Atticus had done, his saving the trainees, his fights, and everything, but every praise she heard seemed to increase her guilt more. Throughout his childhood, she had always discouraged his intense training. What if he listened and didn't train? That was the question that was always running through her head, adding to her guilt. Atticus was surprised at Anastasia's sudden breakdown, but it was a surprise that lasted for a fleeting moment, and he hugged her tightly. Under normal circumstances, Atticus would have immediately denied her request and tried to find a way out of it. But seeing his mother act this way warmed his heart. Hugging her more tightly, Atticus muttered, okay. The next 2 days were very enjoyable for Atticus. During these 2 days, he didn't train for even a second. He didn't even absorb mana. He just hung out with the family. He met with Ethan and Zelda a few more times and spent time with Avalon, Kaldor and Freya. He was also able to learn fully about Aurora's situation. Rowan really did die. Atticus, of course, didn't care about Rowan, but he couldn't help but feel immensely sad for Aurora. She had truly gone through a lot. Anastasia had been shocked at the way Aurora and Atticus were close. She was surprised that this training maniac had actually made a friend. She immediately decided to take her in, something she would have done even without that. The only people who didn't come see him was Ember and Magnus. Although he was used to the latter's absence, but since Ember had come when he had just awoken, she hadn't shown her face since then. During these 2 days, Anastasia didn't leave his side for a single second, only leaving him after tucking him into sleep. And in every single sleep, the same dream came to haunt him every time he closed his eyes. After 2 days, Atticus, donned in his battle suit with a katana strapped to his waist, stood at the door of the advanced training room, his expression resolute. Atticus walked into the advanced training room donned in his battle suit, his katana strapped to his waist. Upon entering, he noticed the usual pristine white room, and immediately felt the increased mana density. The training room was engraved with runes that attracted mana, increasing the density, just like back at the camp. He was glad that Anastasia had fully allowed him to train without any issues. He swiftly turned and approached the wall-mounted console on the wall beside the platform. If there was one thing the last incident had taught Atticus, it was that he needed to become more powerful quickly. It wasn't about being cautious and keeping a low profile. In this world, those measures meant nothing. Every single trainee in that camp was at most 13 years old. What could 13-year-olds do to warrant being killed? They were all children, weak and still growing, yet they had been targeted and almost wiped out. There was only one way to avoid dangerous situations like this: overwhelming strength. Why had all this in Ronid? Both Grandmaster-ranked individuals capable of killing a man who could obliterate an entire mountain with a single punch, fled like cowards when they felt the power of Magnus. The answer was simple: strength. This incident had taught Atticus a valuable lesson, and it was a lesson he would engrave into his very being. The kind of training Atticus was about to undergo now was something many would consider brutal, and truly, it was. However, it was the only way he knew to become stronger rapidly. Atticus focused his attention on the panel, scrolling through its features. He felt like he hadn't been properly utilizing the training room. With the 3 years he had spent in the estate training and the few months in the camp, Atticus had only been using a fraction of its potential. The only thing he had ever done was train his bloodline, absorb mana, and battle with Magnus's data. He had been so narrow-minded that he never tried to fight other data apart from Magnus. He was able to change this in camp as Magnus' data wasn't there, but the data that could be programmed into the robot were only subpar, capable of going as high as intermediate plus rank. Because of his limited experience, he had only assumed that improving his combat skills and how seamlessly he used his bloodline power was the best way to train. But after this incident, he saw the need to expand his fighting capacity. To gain even more experience, he had to fight different people with different bloodlines to become as diverse as possible. Despite the Ravenstein's family only consisting of people with elemental bloodlines, they were still able to acquire data from people with other bloodlines, thanks to their power and resources. This was one of the things Atticus planned to change in his training routine. But for now, he wanted to assess how strong he currently was. Using the conceal skill, he still appeared as an intermediate rank to others, but he had already advanced to the advanced rank. Due to the intense situation that was happening, Atticus hadn't been able to get a good estimate of his strength. He knew he had grown much stronger after his breakthrough, but he had no idea how much. He still wanted to know what his limits were. After a few seconds, Atticus selected 2 different datas at the same time. Immediately, the platform emitted a bright glow, and liquid metal emerged from the bottom, coalescing and twisting until it formed 2 robots. The first one unmistakably had the form of what Avalon would have looked like if he were younger, while the second had the form of a slightly older Magnus than he usually fought. Both of them radiated the aura of an advanced plus rank. Atticus adjusted the settings of the room, changing it to a flat, featureless landscape stretching out for kilometers in all directions. There were no obstacles or structures on the landscape. Atticus walked to the center of the landscape, followed by the two robots who stood facing him, Robot Magnus holding his spear, and Robot Avalon wearing a gauntlet. A gauntlet, huh? Atticus thought. This was the first time he had chosen Avalon's data, and he didn't know the weapon Avalon used. Atticus had noticed that people with the fire element bloodline often preferred using gauntlets as their weapon of choice. Without using the burst first, Atticus decided. He wanted to understand exactly how strong he was. He decided not to activate the rapid bursts and instead only empower his body with mana, and rely on his elemental abilities. He could now utilize the burst after that. Atticus also decided not to use his katana fought now. He had grown accustomed to using the katana to finish battles quickly. The first or second art was too fast and straightforward. It left no room for thinking on your feet or experiencing the adrenaline rush of narrowly evading attacks. You simply unsheathed the katana, and a head or body part fell off. If he wasn't in a life and death battle requiring his full power, Atticus preferred using his free hands, elements, and arts to fight. He channeled his mana, using it to empower his entire body. Swiftly, he launched himself toward the two figures, moving at a speed greater than he had ever achieved before, leaving behind a small crater where he had previously stood. Just as he was about to envelop his hands in fire and attack, a fist suddenly cut through the air in front of Atticus's face. His eyes widened, and without wasting any time, he swiftly stimulated his mana with his fire bloodline. After advancing to the advanced rank, while the art itself hadn't advanced to the next level, his mana control was off the charts. He felt his proficiency in it had increased. Previously, it took him seconds to activate the art, but now, only 1 second was needed. With the agility of a flickering flame, Atticus's form shifted rapidly to the side, effectively evading the punch. But before he could launch a counterattack, a bone-crushing kick hammered below his jaw, launching him high into the air. Without pause, the robotic Avalon appeared mid-air, delivering another devastating punch to Atticus's stomach, forcing the air from his lungs and sending him hurtling toward the ground. Suddenly, an AI voice announced, "You lost." "Gah, that hurts," Atticus muttered as he rose to his feet, his hand tenderly touching his jaw to soothe the pain. The two robots simply stood stationary, not continuing the attack. "So I can barely react to their movements if I'm not making use of the bursts," Atticus concluded. With his high perception, he could see their attacks and movements clearly, but he wasn't able to react to them. As Atticus got up, he cracked his neck slowly. Looking at the stationary bots, he released 3 bursts rapidly from his core. Then, he swiftly disappeared from his position, appearing between them and unleashed a spinning kick with each of his legs, directing one toward each of the robots. Both robots swiftly moved their hands quickly, crossing them over their faces. Atticus's powerful kicks landed with brutal force, sending the robots hurtling through the air. They executed synchronized backflips before their toes grazed the ground, vanishing almost instantly. Immediately, Robot Avalon's fist, coated with fire, swiftly appeared in front of Atticus, while Robot Magnus's spear was pointed skyward from below, heading toward Atticus's throat. Atticus's expression remained unchanged, his perception seeing their movements clearly. Releasing rapid bursts from his core, his speed reached surreal levels as his body blurred. With a burst of motion, he shifted 2 meters back, successfully evading Robot Magnus's spear thrust. Then, he immediately took a large step forward, deftly sidestepping Robot Avalon's punch. With one lightning-fast, supersonic kick, he landed a devastating blow on Robot Avalon's chin, propelling him high into the air. Not missing a beat, with one leg still raised in the air, he suddenly bent his body backward, evading the strike of Robot Magnus, who had already regained his balance. Then, twisting his torso and adding momentum to his raised legs, he delivered a ferocious kick to Robot Magnus, sending the metallic figure hurtling and landing not far from its counterpart. Atticus left them both to get up, contemplating what he had found out so far. "Looks like with the bursts, I'm a bit faster than advanced plus rank," Atticus noted. He had realized earlier that, while he could follow their movements with his perception, he couldn't react to them. But with the bursts, he was able to react and fight with individuals 2 sublevels higher than him. One could see how powerful the life weapons arts are. Atticus watched as both robots stood up. The lightning and fire surrounding Robot Magnus and Avalon suddenly increased twofold as both figures blurred. As both their figures blurred, Atticus observed slowly as Robot Magnus appeared in the air, his spear crackling with intensified lightning, coalescing at the tip. Suddenly, streaks of lightning shot from the spear's tip, slicing through the air with deadly precision and hurtling toward Atticus at extraordinary speed. Simultaneously, Robot Avalon materialized a few meters to Atticus's right. Fists ablaze with intense fire, the robot unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Each fiery fist rocketed toward Atticus, closing the distance at breakneck speed. Just as it seemed the barrage was about to connect, Atticus's figure vanished from their view, reappearing in the blink of an eye directly above Robot Magnus in the air. He infused his leg with a dense surge of mana, coiling it back for maximum impact. With all his gathered momentum, he executed a thunderous kick aimed squarely at the robot's head. The impact was like a resounding clap of thunder, deforming the robot's head and sending it hurtling through the air. Atticus's forceful kick slammed Robot Magnus into Robot Avalon, both robos crashing violently onto the ground. Before they could grasp what had just occurred, Atticus landed on the floor, immediately focusing on the earth element. With a swift gesture, a sharp earthen spike erupted from the ground right beneath the fallen robots. The spike impaled both figures and left them suspended in the air, helpless. An AI voice sounded, "Congratulations. You won. Do you want to leave your data behind for the next generation?" "No," Atticus replied immediately. He had no idea who, apart from him, used this training room. While only a select few used it, he still didn't know all of them. He had no intention of showing people that he didn't know his full power. Even though Arya was currently watching him and knew how strong he currently was, Arya was different, and he trusted her. From the information he had gathered, the AI would save his data automatically, but it wouldn't be used without him giving acknowledgement. Regardless, Atticus remained cautious. "Don't save my data from now on and delete the ones you've saved until now," Atticus instructed the AI. "Deleting. Data of Atticus Ravenstein has been successfully deleted," the AI responded. Atticus controlled the earthen spike to retract back into the ground. So facing strong advanced plus ranks won't be a problem, Atticus thought. It was to be remembered that Magnus and Avalon were considered geniuses among geniuses in the human domain, remaining undefeated when facing those of the same rank. Yet Atticus had no issues defeating them. And he was 2 sub-ranks below them. Granted, one cannot compare the robots who simply copied the actual individuals. Still, it didn't change the fact that it was a significant achievement. Good, now I can start the actual training, Atticus thought. His plan had simply been to gauge his strength and see his limits when he had decided to fight the duo. This fight had revealed a lot to him. Although he was already aware that his perception was way beyond his level, it wasn't something someone at his rank should possess, and that was why his body struggled to keep up with it. Before he used the rapid burst, he saw their movements clearly but couldn't react. However, when he utilized the burst, he was able to follow their movement and even move faster. Since he already had a good grasp of his capabilities, he decided to get on with his actual training. There was only one way Atticus knew how to get stronger fast, and that was by pushing and straining himself to the limits. His training method was simple: fight against very strong opponents with diverse bloodlines. They would make him strain himself and gain experience battling different types of opponents with different powers. Atticus walked to the panel on the wall and selected the data for both Magnus and Avalon at the expert rank. He decided to continue fighting them for now because he wanted to get used to the strength of expert ranks before battling others with different bloodlines. Immediately, the forms of both robots got up and walked over to the platform, which then lit up with a bright glow. New liquid metal came out from below and enveloped their forms. After a few seconds, new, larger forms of both Avalon and Magnus, radiating a more formidable aura, were formed. They both got down from the platform and walked over to stand on one end of the stage, unmoving. Atticus walked to the other end of the stage. This time, he decided to take this seriously from the start. He unsheathed his katana, intensifying his perception to its maximum level, determined not to miss even the slightest hint of the robot's movements. Releasing rapid bursts, he dashed towards the robots. However, not having even moved for a few meters, Atticus's eyes widened, and with a burst of agility, he quickly veered to the right, narrowly avoiding a blazing fire punch that surged through the space he had just occupied moments before. Before he could even catch his breath, another fiery punch followed, prompting Atticus to dart to the left, and then another, and another, forcing him to keep on dodging constantly. Before he could even think about how to get out of this, clouds suddenly formed in the sky, and lightning instantaneously descended from the clouds at fast speed towards Atticus. He acted immediately, once again darting to the side, evading the strike. Atticus's perception was operating at full throttle as he continued to evade the lightning strikes and fire-shaped punches relentlessly targeting him. He unleashed rapid bursts one after the other, dashing from side to side with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while both robots hadn't even moved one bit from their initial position. Robot Magnus remained unmoving, lightning cracking around his body as he simply controlled streaks of lightning to descend on him, while Avalon's figure blurred, releasing punch after punch with an almost eerie precision, yet not shifting an inch from its starting point. Atticus darted to the right at fast speed, evading a fire-shaped fist that threatened to turn him into a crisp. Without resting for a single second, he darted to the left again, dodging the streak of lightning threatening to electrocute him. Atticus darted from the right to left, constantly dodging the attacks of both robots. He was already getting tired of the constant attacks. This was how the robots fought. They started the fight slow and then increased the intensity when they saw the individual was able to take it. I can't continue this way, Atticus thought. He decided to change tactics. He immediately started creating the pipelines as he was dodging the attacks. After advancing to the advanced rank, it currently took him about 30 seconds to be able to create it, a stark contrast to the milliseconds it took when he was battling Astrian back when he had the power boost. After about 30 seconds, Atticus was able to create the pipelines, and he immediately released 6 rapid bursts from his mana core, directing 2 each to his hands, legs, and blade. Atticus suddenly blurred, swiftly and easily evading the constant barrage of the duo. He appeared in front of the robots, his katana was already drawn out, intending to sever both heads of the robots. But just when the strike was about to hit, their figures suddenly vanished, making his sword hit the air. Suddenly, Atticus saw a devastating punch coming from below. The punch was coming at a fast speed, but his eyes were still able to catch its movement. But no matter how hard he tried, his body just could not react in time. The punch connected brutally from below with his jaw, its sheer force overwhelming his defenses. Even before the force of the strike had a chance to propel him backward, Atticus was struck again, this time by a fierce kick delivered by Robot Magnus. The blow sent him hurtling through the air, and he struck the ground with considerable force, rolling painfully across the floor for several meters. Every fiber of his being screamed in agony, and Atticus struggled to regain his footing. His head still throbbed from the relentless blows he had received on his head, leaving him disoriented and dizzy, as he attempted to reorient himself. Shaking his head vigorously, Atticus attempted to clear the lingering dizziness. After a few moments, he summoned the willpower to stand, his hands gingerly massaging his throbbing jaw in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain. "You would think they have a beef with my jaw or something," Atticus commented with a hint of wry humor. The last blows had nearly shattered his jaw and cheekbone. "They're strong, very strong," Atticus thought, gazing at the duo who was standing in one place not moving at all. "But that's good, better even. The stronger the opponent, the harder I push myself, and the faster and stronger I grow." Atticus clenched his fist hard, his gaze directly fixed on both forms. He dashed at them once again, but the same scene repeated itself as Atticus was constantly getting brutally beaten up by the robots. While Atticus was accustomed to enduring pain and even dying in his quest for strength, this situation was unlike any he'd experienced before. This time, there was no safety net to revive him if he perished. There was nothing to restore his body to its previous state without erasing his hard-earned progress. Atticus continued getting beaten up, sent to the ground and always standing up every time and continued fighting, or rather getting beat up. As Arya watched all of this brutal scene from the shadows, her heart clenched. It hurt her greatly to see him get beat up like this. What made it even more painful was because she knew why he was doing it. She also knew that no matter what she said or did, she wouldn't be able to stop him, even if she wanted to. She couldn't help but replay the scenes of Atticus's childhood in her head, his cute laughter, the first time he tried to crawl, the first time he tried to walk. All of his adorable moments played in her head. Arya shut her eyes as Atticus once again got up and dashed toward the robots once more. After getting brutally beaten for a while, Atticus decided to stop for the day. He rested against the wall in the training room first to catch his breath and rest his body. After about 30 minutes, he mustered the strength to stand and laboriously limped back to his room. He had decided not to use a healing potion so he wouldn't waste his efforts. Arya watched all this with a sad expression on her face. Both of them were completely oblivious to the figure suspended in the air, watching them from a few hundred meters away. Magnus observed Atticus's struggling gait as he headed back to his room, his expression unreadable. After a minute, Atticus got back to his room. He tried hard to avoid meeting Anastasia on the way. Although she had agreed to let him train undisturbed, he still didn't know how she would react if she saw him like this. Entering his room, he found Aurora already asleep on the couch in his room. The blanket was half draped on her body. Atticus approached her with a warm smile, and he gently lifted the blanket, covering her entire body, making her stir and turn slightly in her sleep. Atticus gazed at her for a moment and then walked into his bathroom to freshen up and have his bath. The next few minutes were very uncomfortable as he tried to avoid getting his open wound wet with water. After freshening up, Atticus dropped down on his bed, covering himself with the blanket. He gazed up at the ceiling, thinking, "Here it goes again," with a sigh, and then he closed his eyes, entering a deep slumber. And just like that, 2 weeks passed. During that time, the Ravensteins had been relentless in their searches. It was incomparable to the last time where they simply locked down the sector. This time, they left no stone unturned in the sector, searching every inch of the sector. They were successfully able to find and destroy all the bases of the Obsidian Order in the sector. It was a scene that shocked all the other Tier 1 families in the human domain. They had all been trying to eliminate the Obsidian Order for years without success, and now the Ravensteins had achieved it seemingly effortlessly. Granted, the Obsidian Order appeared to be weak, surprisingly so. From the information gathered so far by the Tier 1 families, they only had one Grandmaster rank member in each sector heading the entire branch. However, what made them dangerous was their ability to hide effectively and escape, making it difficult for the families to eliminate them. Every single one of their attacks had always been sneak attacks, catching the families off guard in unexpected places and times. While the Ravensteins' methods had incurred the ire of many families in Sector 3, the Tier 1 families couldn't help but focus on the results. And indeed, they were right. The Ravensteins' thorough search had left many of the tiered families in the sector dissatisfied, but did the Ravensteins care about their feelings? No. Despite sending letters to subtly express their dissatisfaction, did the other families have the courage to take more significant action? No. This incident served as a wake-up call for some of the families in the human domain. The Ravensteins were the absolute power in the sector. This perception was further enhanced by the fact that the Sentinel Guardians hadn't shown up during the Ravensteins' rampage. It was clear that the Ravensteins had something to do with that, and indeed they did. The Sentinel Guardians were established in every sector, with at least 2 Grandmaster ranks overseeing the branches. The head of the Silent Nexus, Lyanna, had simply paid them a visit. Using only God knows what methods, she was able to convince them not to interfere. But despite all the searching, they weren't able to find Alvis and Ronid anywhere. After a few days and constant pressure from the other Paragons, Magnus had been forced to deactivate the Aegis shield. Days had passed since then, and parents and other family members had shed tears mourning the loss of their children who had died at the Raven camp. Although the anger was still present in everyone's mindset, things had quieted down a bit. The family had suspended the Raven camp for now, leaving all the youth to recover and train at home. Atticus stood in front of Anastasia with a tired look on his face. She was currently bent down to his level, scrutinizing him thoroughly. "Mom, don't I look okay already?" Atticus inquired, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Anastasia mused, her index finger gently caressing her chin as she regarded him with a keen eye. She took her time to appraise his appearance before finally nodding with a warm smile. "I suppose that's acceptable," she replied, clearly satisfied with her work. Atticus let out a sigh and shifted his gaze to the full-body mirror on the side. Seeing his looks, Atticus couldn't help but feel both proud and sad at the same time. He was proud of his appearance but sad at the regrettable loss of his spiky white hair. Atticus loved keeping his hair spiky because it made him look unrestrained, but Anastasia had gotten rid of it and made it fall down on his neck. His signature spiky hair now cascaded down his neck, giving him a more mature and polished appearance. His striking blue eyes had grown even more intense, adding an air of confidence and determination to his face. He was attired in a robe that exuded elegance and taste. It was a pure, eye-catching garment adorned with black stripes running from his neck down, accentuating his youthful handsomeness. The meticulous choice of clothing and accessories spoke volumes of the family's wealth and status. His attire was embellished with various expensive pins and ornaments. "I can't wait to grow up," Atticus thought. Anastasia marked her approval of his appearance by bestowing a gentle peck on his cheek, her voice tender as she whispered, "Perfect." "Ah," Atticus groaned in response. As he was contemplating if he should run for it or not, a petite figure entered the room. She was wearing a pale blue robe adorned with delicate white lace at the hem, a choice that exuded both elegance and a touch of innocence. It had short sleeves, and a white ribbon sash was tied around her waist. The appearance of this figure elicited an immediate smile from Anastasia, who couldn't hide her delight. "You look so good, Aurora," she exclaimed warmly. Aurora blushed in embarrassment. "Thank you, lad." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Anastasia's raised brow, signaling that something was amiss. Aurora swiftly corrected herself, addressing Anastasia with a newfound shyness. Mom," she stammered, her head bowed, hands clasped together. Anastasia smiled and nodded, clearly pleased. During the past week, Anastasia had tried to bridge the gap between herself and Aurora, making sure she didn't feel alone, especially when Atticus was always training. One of the first steps she took was to convince her to call her Mom. She had been careful to observe if Aurora would be comfortable referring to another person as her mother and was happy to see that she agreed. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the side, making Aurora's cheeks turn even redder. She turned her gaze to see Atticus laughing at her reaction. Just as she was about to pounce on him, Anastasia spoke with a smile. "Come to think of it, honey, I don't think we're done yet." Hearing that, Atticus immediately froze, swiftly putting his hand in his mouth and clearing his throat. He turned his head to the left and then looked at Aurora, flashing a smile. "You look good, Aurora." Anastasia and Aurora immediately burst into laughter, their laughter echoing in the room. Atticus cleared his throat and turned away in embarrassment. After a few minutes of fooling around, they all made their way downstairs. Atticus, Anastasia and Aurora headed downstairs of the mansion. Their rooms were located on the upper floor, with the rest of the facilities below. As they approached the ground level, Atticus noticed that the rest of the family had already gathered, waiting for their arrival. Avalon, Ember, and Caldor were all standing not too far away from each other, each impeccably dressed for the day's occasion. Although for someone of their status, they were all constantly well dressed, but one could tell that they had put extra effort into their attire today. The trio turned to see them approaching. Avalon's gaze was immediately drawn to Anastasia's breathtaking form, making his heart skip a beat. Although they have both been married for a while, Avalon still could not get used to her beauty. After the incident with the Raven camp, they had mended their strained relationship and gotten even more closer than before. Anastasia had been in a vulnerable state, and Avalon had provided her with comfort and support, deepening their bond. Avalon immediately approached his wife, gazing at her with a warm smile and complimented, "You look absolutely breathtaking." Anastasia's smile lit up the room as she basked in her husband's praise. A woman can never get tired of getting compliments from the one they love. However, this tender moment was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected sound, a yuck. Avalon turned to find Atticus looking at them with an exaggeratedly disgusted expression on his face. Avalon couldn't help but chuckle at the young man's reaction. "You little rascal, you'll understand when you have your own wife," Avalon said, ruffling Atticus's hair and ruining Anastasia's hour-long effort, earning a glare from her. Aurora chuckled at Atticus's predicament, making Atticus grumble, trying to straighten his hair while walking towards Ember and Caldor. During the last 2 weeks since the incident, Atticus had hardly seen Ember. Even during family dinners, she had always been absent, always training alone, making everyone in the family worried. Atticus had been avoiding meeting Ember due to the recurring nightmares he always had. However, seeing her now made Atticus realize his foolishness. Ember was a child, and he was not, so why was he avoiding her and acting like a clueless fool? Atticus approached the duo, responding to Caldor's greeting. Caldor remained unchanged even during these problematic times. He had been trying his best to bridge the gap Ember had been trying to create. Atticus looked Ember's stoic face in the eye and said, "Hey." "Hey," Ember replied with her characteristic subtle voice. "Let's hang out after this," Atticus suggested. Ember was surprised at his forwardness. She was about to refuse, telling him she had to train. But when she saw the look in Atticus's eyes, her words froze. He was giving her that look, the one he always had when he wasn't going to take no for an answer. With a reluctant thought, she nodded and said, "Okay." Atticus smiled, but before he could respond, Caldor interjected, "Don't leave me out." Caldor was shocked. Ember had actually agreed. When Atticus had asked her, he was sure she was going to say no. Atticus turned and gave Caldor a wry smile. Then he heard another more subtle voice by the side, "Me too." Atticus turned to see Aurora looking away shyly. It was obvious she wanted to come along. "Sure. Let's all hang out together," Atticus smiled and agreed. Caldor was enthusiastic, exclaiming, "Awesome. I know the perfect place." Seemingly already planning their outing. Atticus turned to see Avalon and Anastasia, who were already done with whatever they were doing, approaching them. "Let's go," Avalon said. Then the group started heading towards the Ravenstein Hall. 2 weeks after the incident, once everything had settled down, the Ravenstein family decided to host an event to honor the youths who fought and survived the assault of the Obsidian Order. The families who had lost their children would also be compensated, a gesture meant to show the family's strength and resilience. The Ravenstein Hall was brimming with attendees. The usual arrangement of chairs lined the hall's sides, creating a clear path leading to the thrones. However, there was a slight difference this time. The space closest to the thrones, usually reserved for the most important members of the family, was now occupied by exquisitely dressed young individuals. Each of them was clad in attire that exuded opulence. The parents had spared no expense in making their children look their best. All the trainees from the Raven camp were present, spanning from first years to third years. Among the children in the front row, one could easily spot a particular young man with thin narrow eyes. He sat there with his chin held high, as if he aimed to pierce the heavens with his chin. It was none other than William. William had to be the luckiest child on Eldoralf. After Atticus had kicked him and his subordinates away from the platform when they were trying to escape, William immediately hid underground with his earth element. Normally, he would have been found in a heartbeat, but due to the perfect distraction, he had gone unnoticed. Astrian, Verloc, and Melora had been focused on Atticus and the rest of the trainees, completely ignoring the trio. This current event had been exactly what William had been anticipating when he had wanted to take leadership of the group from Atticus's hands. But this was all ruined by Atticus taking the spotlight. The entire Ravenstein family was shrouded in competition. Every single one of the children was trying to gain recognition within the family, and it all had an end goal. The members of the Ravenstein family were just too numerous, numbering in the millions. Their family had been in existence for thousands of years, so it was not surprising. And all these millions of people were controlled by only one family, the main family. Despite what one might think, the main family wasn't constantly just one family. There was only one way one family could control such a large number of people: overwhelming strength. In every single generation, only the most talented and powerful of the generation were allowed to become the heir. If it was ever found out that the child or children of the current family head were talentless or weak, another child would be selected, and that child's family would automatically become the new main family. In Eldoralf, nothing was set in stone. A father could be extremely talented and powerful, while his child would turn out talentless and weak. That was why in the Ravenstein family, strength was the absolute and best virtue. No one would allow someone weak to lead the family, especially with a family that numbered in the millions. Although not all, but most of the Tier 1 families in the human domain operated in the same manner. Atticus was only ever shown to the family during the funeral, and he had been 5 years old then and unawakened. Basically, it was impossible to know at that time if he was talented or not. After that, no one had heard anything about him. The current main family had been giving birth to monsters for different generations now, not giving any other family a chance. This was why the trainees all thought that Atticus would be the heir. But the adult had all believed they had a chance this time around because many assumed that maybe there was no prodigy this time around. But they had all been shocked when they found out about Atticus's exploits during the attack. That had been exactly what William was after. William's talent was well known throughout the family, and this was further accentuated by the fact that he had bested Sirius's son, Orion, at the Raven camp. Although the camp staff weren't allowed to talk about the trainees had no such restrictions, especially given the fact that the camp ended abruptly. William turned his gaze to a man sitting not too far away from Sirius, a seat reserved for one of the important members of the family. The man had the same thin eyes and a certain resemblance with him. It was obvious they were related. Meeting William's gaze, the man nodded reassuringly, making William smile and nod back. After walking for a few minutes, Atticus and the others arrived at the front of the large double doors of the Raven Hall. They all stood waiting for Magnus and Freya before they could enter. This was Atticus's first time being here. This hall was different from the one that used to host the funeral. The Raven estate was huge, and he hadn't really had the time or care to tour around. After a few minutes, Atticus and the others turned to see Magnus and Freya approaching. As usual, Atticus felt the overwhelming weight of Magnus's presence, making him instinctively want to bow. Not only Atticus, but the others, including Avalon, all bowed as they reached them. Upon reaching them, Freya offered a warm smile to her grandchildren while Magnus simply acknowledged them with a nod. Without wasting time, the double doors swung open, and they all entered. The Raven Hall was teeming with the most prominent members of the Ravenstein family. Given the immense size of the family, with millions of members, it was impractical for every single one to attend. Only the influential branch heads and individuals of a certain level of strength were in attendance of the event, and yet this still resulted in hundreds of powerful figures, all oozing with strength, filling the hall. A continuous hum of murmurs and chatter resonated throughout the grand chamber as each person engaged in fervent discussions. If one were to listen closely on all these conversations, they would quickly discern that all the discussions revolved around a single focal point: Atticus. Do you really believe those trainees' reports were entirely accurate? An expert rank killed by an intermediate rank. A portly figure turned to Sirius and asked, an action itself that seemed make his ample cheeks and fat to quiver and vibrate. They were currently seated not far from the trainees who were closest to the elevated thrones. I've asked you not to speak to me, Tubby. Just see the way you look. I feel like I'm gaining weight just by being close to you. Sirius retorted with a playful smirk, discreetly inching his seat away from Nathan. Nathan's face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment, his ears practically emitting hot steam. I'm not even fat, I'm just big-boned, he retorted. Sirius was taken aback by the absurdity of Nathan's response, his expression momentarily frozen in bewilderment. But before he could formulate a retort, someone beat him to it. Lyanna burst into laughter, her mirth resonating through the hall. Big-boned, with that ginormous tummy, Lyanna continued to tease, doubling over with laughter as she pointed at Nathan's bulging midsection, which resembled a thick roll of dough. Nathan's face turned even redder at Lyanna's jabs. He muttered under his breath, "These bastards," before turning his head away, crossing his arms over his soft chest, and pouting like a child who had lost his candy. However, both Sirius and Lyanna paid little heed to their friend's reaction and continued their laughter. They were well aware of the cause behind Nathan's weight of stress eating. Nathan was what you would call a stress eater. Basically, anytime he was stressed, he ate a lot. The past few years, filled with the ongoing war against the Obsidian Order, had undoubtedly been one of the most stressful periods of his life. As the head of the Raven Consortium, Nathan was responsible for mitigating the consequences of the family's actions during the war. What compounded his stress was the sharp decline in Ravenstein stocks each time their family went on a rampage. Since the start of the war, he had just been stress eating and constantly gaining weight with no end in sight. Currently, Nathan's appearance was a sight to behold. He currently looked like a large, round man whose size was truly out of this world. He had a massive and rotund frame, with rolls of soft flesh that wobbled as he moved. Every movement he took caused his voluminous bulk to jiggle and sway. His cheeks and chin were round and plump, seemingly defying the concept of sharp angles, and they flushed red easily, especially when he was flustered or embarrassed. His belly was the most prominent feature, protruding like a sizable barrel beneath his ample chest, causing the buttons on his shirt to strain with each breath. His legs and arms were stout, and his fingers were thick and stubby, making it no surprise that he was being made fun of by Lyanna and Sirius. It was truly surprising that an individual could weigh so much in a world riddled with war. Just answer the question, you fools, Nathan finally chimed in after realizing that Sirius and Lyanna had no intentions of ending their mockery anytime soon. Despite the fact that Lyanna and Sirius were making fun of Nathan's weight, no other family members dared to laugh or even cast a glance in their direction. They all knew that the three of them were demons in human skin, 3 of the 4 stars of the Ravenstein family. As laughter continued for a few moments, Sirius finally composed himself and decided to address Nathan's question more seriously. Honestly, I find it hard to believe too. An intermediate rank defeating 3 expert ranks is just too implausible, no matter how I think about it, Sirius remarked, his tone initially steeped in skepticism. Just as Nathan was about to agree with his words, Sirius continued, his voice becoming a little more serious. However, after spending 2 years training that boy, I've come to realize he's not like the rest of us. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it, but that boy operates on a different wavelength altogether. Sirius finished speaking, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sirius's words left Nathan staring at him with mild astonishment. This guy, who rarely gives praise, is offering such high compliments. Nathan couldn't help but feel surprised. He knew just how sparingly Sirius bestowed compliments. In fact, he doubted if Sirius had ever praised his own son as much as he had just praised Atticus. It was indeed shocking. Is he genuinely that talented? Nathan contemplated. Lyanna, meanwhile, nodded in agreement with Sirius. Though she hadn't met Atticus yet because of her busy schedule. But due to her job and years of experience, she knew immediately when someone was lying to her. She was the one who had questioned the trainees, and she knew they were all speaking the truth when they reported Atticus's exploits. Conversations similar to the one between Nathan, Sirius, and Lyanna were occurring throughout the hall. Everyone was curious and baffled by the boy who was said to have defeated an expert rank. Their collective thoughts revolved around a single question, how? Amid the lively discussions, the grand double doors of the Raven Hall abruptly swung open, and, as if a switch had been flipped, the entire hall fell into silence. As soon as the imposing double doors of the Raven Hall swung open, as if flipping a switch, the entire hall suddenly fell into a pin-drop silence. There was no announcement, no heads up for their arrival, but the sheer pressure that oozed out of Magnus's presence was enough for everyone to turn silent and shut up. Magnus took a step forward, his aura immediately enveloping the entire hall. It was a wordless command, and without hesitation, every person in the hall, from trainees to branch heads, stood up and bowed in respect and reverence. None were an exception. Leading the way, Magnus and Freya took their positions at the front, while Avalon and Anastasia followed directly behind them. Atticus, Ember, Kaldor, and Aurora walked closely behind the 4. As they were walking, Atticus couldn't help but notice that nearly every pair of eyes in the hall were focused on him. It felt as if invisible needles were pricking him from all directions. It was annoying. While everyone was outwardly showing their respect and reverence for Magnus and the main family, their attention was fixated on Atticus, as if they were trying to unravel all of his secrets. Anastasia and Avalon, of course, noticed the stares and attention that Atticus was receiving, but they both ignored it. They had already anticipated that this would happen. Learning of a child that could defeat an expert rank while still being in the intermediate rank was obviously going to make people curious. After everything Atticus had achieved in the Raven camp, this level of attention was only to be expected. Anastasia had already made up her mind to shield Atticus in case anything went awry. The unwavering attention from the hall's attendees were like a swarm of probing eyes, and she was ready to protect her son. Feeling all the stares in the hall on him, Atticus had already figured out what they were all trying to do. Sure, most of them were curious about the child who defeated an expert rank, but not all of them were like that. There were those who had already assumed that the main family didn't have any mind-blowing talents in this generation and were already planning and hoping their children would at least have a shot at being the family's heir. These particular people obviously weren't happy to find out about Atticus's exploits during the attack on the Raven camp. From these people's gazes, Atticus could feel a certain amount of pressure. It was obvious what they were all trying to do, intimidate him. Despite the fact that Atticus was still a 10-year-old child, it would be a blow to his reputation and even the main families if their heir were to falter here. One would think that doing that to Atticus in the presence of Magnus would be taken as a sign of disrespect, but they all had the guts to do this exactly because they knew Magnus's character. They basically knew how he thought if he couldn't get past something this trivial, then he wasn't worthy to begin with. They all knew Magnus welcomed any challenges as long as it was done fairly and without disrespecting the hierarchy. Of course, none of those trying to pressure him were utilizing their full efforts. They all knew that if they did that, they'd have their heads rolling before they could even blink. But despite them not using their full effort, the pressure they were currently focusing on Atticus wasn't something an intermediate rank should be able to handle. Avalon swiftly held Anastasia's hand, immediately stopping her from shielding Atticus with her aura. She turned her gaze towards him, her face filled with questions, but Avalon didn't even turn to look at her. His gaze was forward as he continued walking. His intention was clear: don't interfere. With a reluctant thought, Anastasia begrudgingly complied, turning her gaze forward, but she still kept an eye on Atticus. Regardless of whatever happens, she would intervene if she sees any signs of discomfort on Atticus. Meanwhile, comprehending what they were each trying to do in a second, Atticus chuckled inwardly. I really don't have time for this, I should be training, he thought. Atticus truly saw all of this as a huge waste of time. This valuable time he was currently wasting could be well spent on training, but instead, he was here dealing with these bunch of fools. But regardless, Atticus knew that showing weakness for even a single second was stupid. And Atticus wasn't stupid. Sending a gaze towards Magnus, his intelligence and perception operated at full speed as he captured every nuance of Magnus's movement, his stride, posture, the aura of unshakable authority he exuded. It was as if he dissected the very essence of Magnus's demeanor. Then, with a spine as straight as a ruler, his chest pushed forward, and his eyes fixed firmly ahead, Atticus's demeanor suddenly changed. He took a step forward, and then another step, and then another, every single step taken in tandem with Magnus, his form oozing with the same unflinching confidence Magnus had, each step seemingly taken as if taken by a king. The eyes of those both simply curious and those trying to pressure him all widened in shock. This confidence, it was palpable. Everyone watching Atticus all seemed to see the form of Magnus as Atticus was walking. It was as if there were two paragons currently walking. Seeing this kind of confidence come from a 10-year-old child was shocking, to say the least. Seeing this, Magnus's lips seemed to curl up a little bit before it immediately shifted back to its neutral state, the change so fast that no one in the hall was able to catch it. While Anastasia, who was paying close attention to Atticus, ready to react to any development, was shocked. Was this really her baby? Where did such confidence come from? The hall was completely silent, and the only sound that echoed was the rhythmic cadence of their footsteps. After walking for a few seconds, the children, Atticus, Ember, Caldor, and Aurora all veered off course and went towards the trainees section where all the children were all seated. As Atticus approached the trainees, every pair of eyes in the section focused intently on him. Such attention was only natural. After all, apart from the others who simply heard rumors about his feats, the surviving trainees all bore direct witness to it. They all gazed at Atticus as if he were a priceless treasure. Every trainee was in attendance, including Lucas, Nate, Orion, Hella, and Sophie, who was waving at Atticus excitedly. But not all gazes were with good intentions, as a particular boy with thin eyes gazed at Atticus with cold eyes and a smirk. Let's see how you handle this, he thought in giddy anticipation. Regardless of all the stares, Atticus remained unruffled and sat down at the forefront of the trainees, with Ember, Caldor, and Aurora sitting next to him. There were only 4 thrones on the elevated platform, one each for Magnus, Freya, Avalon, and Anastasia. On a normal occasion, only Avalon, the family head, and Anastasia would attend, as Magnus had left everything related to family matters to Avalon to focus on increasing his power and getting stronger. But because of the current situation, with the attack on the camp and the death of some youths, many family members were trying to lay blame on the main family. Magnus had to make occasional appearances to show that the main family was still strong, and his presence also served to quiet anyone who was trying to start or do something stupid. Magnus took his seat on the imposing throne and declared, "Begin." His voice resounded throughout the expansive Raven Hall, brimming with the gravitas befitting his presence. Following Magnus's command, a man bearing an aura of master rank and the distinctive Ravenstein white hair advanced to the center of the hall. The event was pretty straightforward and routine, with little deviation. The proceedings moved swiftly, with the master rank individual delivering a speech talking about the virtues of being a member of the Ravenstein family, while also showering praise upon the trainees for their bravery during the attack on the Raven camp. Each trainees were recognized and rewarded based on the merit of their contributions during the escape. Lyanna had questioned every one of the trainees about every single thing that happened during the attack, so they were well aware of everything that happened and everyone's contribution. Depending on how significant one's contribution was, they were each given an award, with the value being as high as an empowered potential art or a master rank weapon. The event went by quickly, and soon the man got to the last name. It was a name everyone in the hall had been anticipating, the one whose contribution had been completely invaluable during the escape. Atticus Ravenstein, the man announced, and the attention of the entire hall shifted to the 10-year-old boy with piercing blue eyes sitting nonchalantly at the trainees section. This action might have frightened many, but Atticus remained undaunted. He simply stood up and started walking toward the man. However, he hadn't even gotten halfway when a man suddenly stood up, capturing the attention of everyone present and momentarily halting the event. The man had occupied a seat not far from Sirius, Nathan, and Lyanna, indicating that his standing in the family wasn't low. He had the distinctive white hair of the Ravensteins and thin eyes. Anyone who had met a particular thin-eyed trainee would be able to see a resemblance between them. As he rose from his seat, the man immediately pivoted towards the direction of the imposing thrones and got down on one knee, bowing deeply with a show of utmost respect. In a composed manner, he addressed the figures on the thrones. "Forgive me for my transgressions, Master Magnus, Lord Avalon. I wish to draw your attention to a matter I deem significant," he declared. Anastasia's features contorted with a faint frown upon recognizing the man. She, of course, was well aware of his identity, William's father. After the attack on the Raven camp, Anastasia had meticulously gathered information regarding the events that had transpired. She had learned about the incident with Atticus and William during the escape, where Atticus had forcibly removed William and two others away from the platform, leaving them behind. It was obvious what this man intended to address. Although interrupting an event hosted by the main family was regarded as impolite, but because the man who had done it, Edward, was one of the heads of the three main branches of the Raven Vanguard, an important member of the family, and the fact that he had appropriately paid his respects and asked for permission to speak, they were inclined to grant him the chance to speak. "Speak," Magnus commanded, his voice commanding the attention of all present in the hall. Edward, still maintaining his bow, smiled as he was given permission, then he spoke, making sure his voice reached the ears of everyone in attendance. "Indeed, young Master Atticus's contribution during the attack on the Raven camp had been completely invaluable, but there's something important that I believe everyone is turning a blind eye to. During the escape, young Master Atticus had kicked off and left three trainees behind while running away." Edward lowered his head even further as he continued, "I ask that this incident shouldn't be ignored, Master Magnus." As soon as he said that, the parents of the two trainees whom Atticus had left behind with William immediately stepped forward. Kneeling and bowing, they spoke in unison, "We ask that this shouldn't be ignored, Master Magnus." Following this, the Raven Hall immediately erupted into murmurs and chatter about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, William, seated among the trainees, turned his gaze towards Atticus, his smirk growing. "This is what you get for standing in my way." Following Edward's words, everyone in the Raven Hall immediately erupted into murmurs and chatter, with everyone discussing the unfolding event. Everyone in the hall knew what Edward was after. It was obvious given the circumstances that he was trying to ruin Atticus's reputation. With all of Atticus's achievements during the attack, he was sure to have a stable and easy ascent to the heir position. What Edward aimed to do was tarnish that reputation, masking all his achievements with this incident, making it the focal point of family discussion instead. Hearing Edward's words, Anastasia immediately wanted to speak up for Atticus, but given her background, she was well versed in politics. She knew that this matter had to be approached delicately. Atticus was the son of the family head, and leaving behind three trainees while he escaped wouldn't be well received by everyone. Especially when there were those among the people in attendance who were already looking for ways to ensure Atticus didn't become the heir, they wouldn't let this chance slip by. They were practically thanking Edward for bringing up this matter. None of them actually cared that the boy in question was still a child. The fact that that child, had supposedly defeated 3 expert-rank individuals meant that he had the power to protect everyone but still chose to leave behind 3 trainees. The murmurs in the hall were broken by a sound, Magnus's voice. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Atticus, he said, looking straight at Atticus. Atticus, meeting Magnus's gaze, immediately felt as if a huge weight was resting on his shoulders. It was a pressure unlike the one people in the hall had been focusing on earlier, and what was even more baffling was the fact that Magnus wasn't even trying to exert any pressure. Despite feeling the overwhelming pressure, Atticus clenched his hands, fighting the weight, and immediately bowed in respect. He responded, "Yes, grandfather." "Why?" Magnus asked. Although his voice was low, everyone in the hall heard it. It was a simple question that carried significant weight, and everyone in the hall knew what he was talking about. Why had Atticus left the 3 trainees behind? Because they deserved it. Atticus's response was immediate. He didn't even attempt to explain further. From his tone and demeanor, everyone in the hall could tell that he wasn't even worried about the situation, he didn't care. Many in the hall immediately assumed that he didn't understand the gravity of the situation because he was still a child. Edward, who had been kneeling, swiftly stood up and voiced his dissatisfaction. "Young Master Atticus, you are the first and only son of our family's head, the most likely person to become the heir and lead the next generation. Abandoning family members while escaping is simply unacceptable," Edward reasoned and replied, his face showing a hint of anger. It was obvious that Edward was trying to play the role of an angry father, and the only reason he was able to do this was because this matter was related to his son. If anyone else had brought this matter up, it wouldn't have been as significant as when someone directly involved in the incident raised it. Atticus sighed inwardly. What a waste of time, he thought, feeling like this whole situation was a waste of time. He truly felt he should be training currently. Atticus was far from being a fool. As soon as Edward had interrupted the event right after his name was called, he had sensed that something was wrong. His suspicions were further confirmed when he saw Edward's appearance and demeanor. He had immediately drawn parallels and connected his appearance with that of William. After noticing that, figuring out what Edward wanted to do was easy. Atticus had never been one with words, especially when he believed a matter wasn't worth his attention. Despite not giving a fuck what others thought about him, Atticus recognized the importance of reputation, especially considering his high position. Normally, he would have simply ignored an issue like this because he believed it wasn't worth his time. However, his logical mind guided him to take a different approach. Atticus may not be one to speak much, but his intelligence was just too high. Thinking of multiple things he could say and do to get out of this was child's play. Atticus turned his gaze toward Edward and spoke, "You're right," his voice resonating throughout the hall. Everyone, including Anastasia and Avalon, was shocked that Atticus had actually admitted to this. Most had not even expected Atticus to speak. How could a 10-year-old have the guts to speak freely in a hall filled with powerful individuals? They had all assumed that Anastasia or Avalon would intervene in the matter, which was what they were hoping for. Just as Edward's lips were about to curl up in satisfaction, Atticus suddenly continued, "You're right. I am the most likely person to become the heir and lead the next generation. I will be the one everyone looks to for protection and leadership. But does that mean I have to tolerate stupidity? Does that mean I have to tolerate the fools who were trying to endanger the lives of me and the other trainees while we were trying to escape?" The hall fell into complete silence, with Atticus's voice reaching the ears of everyone in attendance, leaving them completely shocked at the balls of this 10-year-old. Edward's face immediately darkened. "Bu," just as he began to retort, Atticus continued, interrupting his words. "You're right," Atticus said as he started walking toward Edward. He went on, "I am the son of the family head, the most likely person to become the heir, someone whose standing cannot be compared to others." Only Atticus's footsteps could be heard in the entire hall, as everyone was too astonished to utter a word. Atticus continued, his voice turning cold, "So let me ask you, who are you then to question my actions? Who are you to speak to me without showing the appropriate respect?" Atticus reached Edward, standing a few meters away from him. He locked eyes with Edward, gazing at him as if he were an insignificant ant, as his tone turned icy. "Why aren't you on your knees?" The silence in the hall was palpable. Everyone looked at Atticus in sheer shock and disbelief. This 10-year-old's confidence was out of this world. What did they just see? Everyone in the hall was astonished by what they had just witnessed. The audacity of this 10-year-old child to address Edward, in front of so many powerful presents, with such authority was met with open mouths and raised eyebrows. And he did it to a Grandmaster rank individual no less. Asking him to kneel. The balls of this 10-year-old was larger than a skyscraper. Atticus's message was clear to everyone watching in the hall. Even if his actions were wrong, who was Edward to question them? So much confidence. It was hard to believe that someone so young could do this. Atticus's actions brought out different reactions from the people watching in the hall. Sirius couldn't help but flash a wide grin, his pearly white teeth on full display. This boy, he mumbled with an amused chuckle. Nathan gazed at Atticus's figure in slight shock. He had thought Sirius was being too generous with his praises earlier, but witnessing Atticus in action in person, he wasn't so sure anymore. While Liana's lips curled up into a smirk. She hadn't met Atticus yet because of her busy schedule, that was to be expected. But from what she had witnessed, I like him, she thought, completely impressed by Atticus's actions. Liana had always liked people with the same mindset as her. Even from a young age, she had always been ruthless when dealing with those she considered enemies. Their reasons didn't matter to her. And from Atticus's actions, it was easy to tell that he had the same mindset. In contrast, Avalon struggled to contain his emotions. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he fought back the urge to cry in front of the entire assembly. If not for where they currently were, he would have leapt down from his throne, embraced Atticus, and let his tears flow freely. He was just so proud of his little boy. His reaction, his calm unflinching demeanor, his speech, it was just too perfect. His boy was a king in the making. I'll give him a gift after this, Avalon thought as he subtly wiped away a tear that was about to fall from his eyes, making sure no one in the hall caught him. Anastasia, though, was completely taken aback by the unfolding event. She had always seen Atticus as her baby boy, and it was to be expected as he was still a 10-year-old child. Even though Atticus's demeanor and behavior growing up were a far cry from how a typical 10-year-old would act, Anastasia still saw him as her baby. She had proudly taken on the role of an overprotective mother. But what kind of overprotective mother doesn't know everything about their child? Everything that Atticus displayed now was completely shocking. This was the first time she had seen this side of him, and it was nothing short of astonishing. Her face couldn't help but contort into a slight frown. Edward, on the other hand, found himself engulfed in an intense flush of embarrassment. He, a Grandmaster rank individual, was spoken to like that by a child. It was a heavy blow to his pride. His countenance shifted from its usual composure to a furious shade of red. Anger simmered within him, threatening to spill forth. Just as he was about to respond to Atticus. Enough, Magnus's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, cutting through the tension like a sharp blade. The hall once again fell into a hushed silence as every person present swiftly ceased their discussions and chattering. Edward turned toward the direction of the thrones and bowed as a sign of respect, though the clenching of his hands and the smoldering anger on his face remained apparent. A sudden shift in the atmosphere took place as Magnus turned his penetrating gaze toward the area where the trainees were seated. Focusing his gaze on a particular chubby trainee, he said, "You." Immediately, all eyes in the hall turned toward the direction that Magnus was looking at. In that moment, Chubby's heart seemed to stop as anxiety gripped him. What the hell is happening? He thought frantically. Just the combined attention of all these powerful individuals was enough to make him tremble, but adding Magnus's gaze to the mix was like an icy shock to his entire being. The pressure was so overwhelming that he couldn't even manage to shiver. Chubby was not dumb. He knew why he was being called, even though Magnus had not said anything yet. It was obvious given the circumstances. But the only question he kept asking himself in his mind was, why me? There were lots of trainees in the hall, so why did he have to be the one called? Was it because of his weight? That would be body shaming. He thought with a wry hint of humor. For as long as he could remember, Chubby had always tried to blend into the background, making himself as inconspicuous as possible to avoid drawing attention. But no matter how he thought about this, he just couldn't wrap his head around why Magnus chose him out of everyone here. In response to Magnus's call, Chubby promptly rose from his seat and dropped on one knee, bowing before Magnus' formidable presence, trying his best to stop his body from trembling. He answered, "Why yes, Master Magnus," his voice quivering. He tried hard not to stammer, but it failed miserably. Not every 10-year-old had big balls like Atticus. Explain what happened, Magnus commanded, his voice demanding compliance. Just as Chubby was about to explain everything that transpired, a sudden, intense gaze from his side caused him to shift his focus. He followed the gaze and saw William, who was glaring at him intently, a palpable tension filling the air. The intensity of William's gaze was impossible to ignore, and it left no room for misinterpretation. Even the dumbest person would know what William wanted him to do. He wanted Chubby to craft the story in his favor. Inside, William was trying so hard to hold back his anger. He had been shocked at the way Atticus had handled the whole situation. He and his father had been planning this scheme ever since they heard of the upcoming event. Even if the event hadn't existed, he and his father had intended to spread rumors about Atticus abandoning 3 trainees during the escape, despite having the strength to protect them. However, the way Atticus had handled the situation had exceeded his expectations. No, I can't let things end here, he thought. He couldn't accept that their scheme had crumbled so easily. This was his only chance. If he could persuade Chubby to follow his command and twist the story in his favor, he might still be able to tarnish Atticus's reputation. William gave Chubby an intense stare, wordlessly conveying his intent. Observing William's intent, only one thought raced through Chubby's head as what William asked him to do registered, is this guy brain dead? Granted, William was one of the strongest in the camp and among their generation, and held a higher status in the family compared to him, but he wanted him to lie about Atticus. What a monstrous request. Chubby couldn't entirely blame William for making this request, as he hadn't been present during the events that had unfolded when they were escaping. If William had witnessed Atticus's mind-boggling display of power, if William had seen that, Chubby was sure he wouldn't be asking him to do something so stupid. Moreover, what bewildered him even more was that William was actually asking him to lie to Magnus, a friggin' paragon. Was William, in fact, stupid? Chubby immediately turned his gaze away from William. He had no intention of forfeiting his life. He still had a lot of things he wanted to do with his life. Just as Chubby was about to speak, he suddenly felt another intense gaze on him. Shifting his eyes, Chubby locked gazes with Atticus. Unlike William's piercing gaze, Atticus wasn't gazing at him with the same intensity as William, he was simply looking at him. But as Chubby gazed into Atticus's piercing blue eyes, it was as though his entire thought process had abruptly short-circuited. During their time at the camp, Atticus had never truly interacted with anyone among the first-year trainees, except for a select few like Aurora, Nate, and Lucas. He usually wore an expression that kept other trainees at a distance, but even so, never had Atticus made Chubby feel this way with just a gaze. The pure and overwhelming fear he felt when meeting Atticus's eyes erased all his reluctance. Atticus's message was crystal clear: lie, and you will regret it. While Chubby was struggling with his inner turmoil, everyone's eyes remained fixed on him. Observing Chubby kneeling in silence, they assumed he was too terrified to speak. Just as someone was about to address him, Chubby began to speak. Surprisingly, his voice was steady as he accurately recounted all the events, providing every detail without omission. Master Magnus, he began, addressing the powerful figure of Magnus. After Sir Elias had stayed back to let us escape, he handed the leadership role to young Master Atticus. Young Master Atticus successfully led everyone safely away from the camp and into the forest. However, as we were making our way through the forest, young Master William suddenly attempted to take control of the group, disregarding the fact that Sir Elias had given the leadership to young Master Atticus. Young Master William and the other 2 trainees began inciting the group and causing a disturbance, putting our escape at risk. In response to this disruption, young Master Atticus immediately removed the 3 of them from the platform, as their actions were endangering the entire group. As Chubby concluded his explanation, Edward hastily began to speak, but his words were abruptly drowned out by an overwhelming, bone-crushing force that slammed into his nose. The sheer impact distorted his features and sent him hurtling through the air. With a momentum that seemed never-ending, he soared across the hall, finally colliding with the wall on the opposite side. The impact was so intense that it tore through the wall as if it were made of paper, and Edward continued his uncontrolled flight through the air, showing no signs of coming to a halt. Silence. The Raven Hall was enveloped in silence as the realization of what had just transpired settled in for everyone. All eyes turned toward the man who sat majestically on the grandest throne, positioned at the highest elevation, Magnus. Everyone instinctively knew who had delivered the powerful punch at Edward, and it was a realization that astonished every single person in attendance. No one saw him move. They didn't even see the punch connect. All they had seen was Edward's form hurtling through the air with such force. The display of power was completely awe-inspiring. A Grandmaster-ranked individual had been punched casually as if it were nothing. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but shiver as they were reminded of Magnus's overwhelming might. It was abundantly clear to everyone that if Magnus had desired to eliminate everyone present, not a single person would have stood a chance, there would be no escape. Magnus didn't utter a word, he didn't even try to berate or admonish Edward. Just that punch alone was enough for everyone to understand what he meant: stop wasting my time. None of those in attendance had the courage to say otherwise. It was evident that the matter had concluded. But would Atticus allow it to end with just one punch? No. Atticus had always been vengeful, and that aspect of his personality was unchanging. He swiftly turned to Magnus, bowed, and addressed him, "Grandfather." "Grandfather." Atticus's voice reverberated through the hall, and everyone's eyes in the hall immediately turned to Atticus once more. Only one thought resonated in their minds: what does this monster kid want again? They all still hadn't recovered from all the spectacles Atticus had just shown them, and he still had more to say. Magnus focused his piercing gaze on Atticus for a few seconds, making him feel as if an enormous weight had settled upon his shoulders. Finally, Magnus granted Atticus the right to speak, uttering a single word: "Speak." Atticus, still bowed, started speaking. "Grandfather, this incident had clearly happened due to differences between me and a particular trainee. Despite the fact that this matter was spearheaded by Edward, all of this happened because of one person, William. William was basically the cause of everything. Atticus truly despised anything that was a blatant waste of his time. He had always tried to stay in his own lane to avoid stupid situations like this. Even though Edward had basically been taken care of by Magnus's punch, if he didn't deal with the root cause of the problem thoroughly, it would still come back later to bite him in the ass. He had learned valuable lessons from the incident with Helidor back at the Raven camp. If Atticus hadn't ignored his glares and stares and him constantly trying to start fights for no reason, Helidor wouldn't have gotten a chance to make an attempt on his life. Even though what Helidor had done didn't pose any threat to his life because he had been strong, what if he wasn't strong enough the next time? Wouldn't he have been killed then? From that moment, Atticus had already decided to take care of any idiotic and brain-dead person who might try to start something as soon as he noticed the person showing any signs. That was what he planned on doing here, thoroughly taking care of the root of the problem. Atticus's voice grew cold as he continued, "We're Ravenstein's, grandfather. It's not in our blood to resort to cheap tricks like this. I hope you'll allow both of us to settle our differences in battle." Everyone in the hall was surprised that Atticus didn't even try to mince his words. He was completely blunt. The normal course of action would have been to let this matter go and then later get back at Edward and William. But Atticus seemed hell-bent on ending everything at once. Magnus gazed at Atticus for a bit again. From his expression, no one in the hall could tell, except maybe another paragon, that he was trying hard to hold back his lips from curling up. "Who?" Magnus inquired after a few seconds, giving Atticus the go-ahead to challenge the trainee. Hearing this, Atticus swiftly turned towards where all the trainees were seated, his gaze landing directly on William, who was glaring at him, his face crimson and filled with anger. Ignoring William's seething form, Atticus turned to face Magnus, and pointed at William and declared, "Him." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to William. Recognizing that he had everyone's attention, William immediately stood and bowed in respect to Magnus. "William," Magnus addressed him. "Yes, Master Magnus," William responded, his anger seething beneath the surface. "Do you accept?" Magnus inquired. William clenched his fists, his rage boiling over. This fucking bastard, he thought, completely seething. He had thought their plan would have been foolproof, that regardless of what Atticus could do, he wouldn't be able to get out of this situation. He would have never imagined that Atticus would use the incident to boost his image even more in front of the family. And now he dared to challenge me. I'll fucking show him his place. He bowed down even more to Magnus and answered, "Yes, I accept, Master Magnus," his fist clenched. As soon as William acknowledged, Atticus swiftly vanished from his spot, reappearing in the center of the hall, his gaze fixed only on one person, William. His intention was clear: There would be no fixing of a date. No wait, they were going to fight now. Atticus saw no reason to postpone the beatdown he was about to give William. This was why he had taken permission from Magnus in the first place. He was going to nip the bud immediately. Anastasia watched Atticus with a worried expression. Despite her knowing that Atticus was powerful enough to defeat William, she couldn't help but be uneasy about seeing him engaged in combat. Avalon and Sirius, on the other hand, wore grins of excitement as they eagerly observed the impending battle. Liana's smile broadened. She knew what Atticus was doing, and she completely approved of it. Nip the bud and make sure it never rises again. Ah, how I wish he were my son. She couldn't help but gaze at Anastasia with a subtle hint of jealousy in her eyes. Seeing the way Atticus was looking at him, William's face contorted into anger. He was currently looking at him as if he wasn't worth anything. Immediately, William approached the middle of the hall and stood across from Atticus, his face completely icy. Focusing on his space ring, William brought out his sword, then he turned to see Atticus still standing there, not doing anything. "Won't you draw out your weapon?" William inquired, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. Despite him not giving a fuck about Atticus, he still had to keep up appearances in front of the family. However, William's question was met with complete and utter silence. Only Atticus' piercing blue eyes staring at him. Atticus wasn't looking at him coldly, there was not a single expression on his face. He simply gazed at William in a way one would look at a worthless thing, with no emotion. William's face darkened. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "You're dead." He took a combat stance with his sword raised, his gaze chillingly locked onto Atticus. If gazes could kill, Atticus would be dead by now. But unfortunately for William, it had no such power. William's expression remained as cold as ice as he took a determined stance, gripping his sword firmly with both hands, his gaze fixed directly on Atticus. Every pair of eyes in the hall fixated on the two young combatants as they stood ready to engage in the center of the grand hall. The anticipation and excitement in the room were palpable. Despite learning of Atticus' astonishing feat of defeating 3 expert-ranked individuals during the attack on the camp, none of them fully believed that. Doubt and skepticism still lingered among many. While it was clear that William was far from being able to pose a significant challenge to Atticus, given that he was only at an intermediate rank, this spar would at least provide an opportunity to witness Atticus's abilities in action. The hall was filled with Grand Master ranks, individuals with very keen perception and the ability to discern even the subtlest movements of mana and combat techniques. All eyes were intently focused on Atticus, curious to see what he'll show. Upon receiving approval from Magnus, the man who had previously hosted the event stepped forward and positioned himself beside Atticus and William. He spoke, "Since this is a spar to settle your differences, you are allowed to fight with everything at your disposal. I will only intervene in the fight if I feel that one of your lives is in danger," he explained. Given that this was a battle to resolve their grudges, they were permitted to utilize all the tools and abilities in their repertoire for the fight. As a master rank individual, he was confident in being able to act in time if any of their lives were ever in danger. Upon hearing this, William couldn't help but smirk, adjusting his stance as he fixed his gaze on Atticus. William had truly believed that what everyone had said about Atticus defeating 3 expert-ranked individuals was complete bullshit. An intermediate rank defeating expert ranks? It just wasn't possible. But despite his disbelief in the rumors, William knew that Atticus was strong. Apart from Atticus easily beating Jack and the other 2 guys back when he had sent them to embarrass him at the camp, he had observed Atticus effortlessly controlling his bloodline during the attack when they were escaping. He wasn't even able to react as Atticus forcibly ejected him and the 2 others from the platform. As a result, he had decided not to underestimate Atticus. The instructor scrutinized both of them carefully, ensuring they were fully prepared. Once he was satisfied, he issued the command, "Begin." However, neither of them made a move. While William considered himself superior to Atticus, he wasn't willing to take any chances. He intensely fixed his gaze on Atticus, ready to react to any movement. Seeing William remaining stationary, Atticus chose to take the initiative. He took a step forward and began to approach William slowly, his piercing blue eyes completely locked onto him. William, on the other hand, held his ground, monitoring each of Atticus's movements with intense focus. Seeing Atticus advance towards William nonchalantly without putting up any defenses whatsoever baffled many observers. Only the trainees didn't show any particular change in expressions, they all knew how much of a monster Atticus was. As Atticus got within 5 meters of William, 2 more steps and I'll attack, William strategized inwardly, tightening his grip on his sword. 1 step. Immediately, Atticus took his 2nd step. William lunged at him with remarkable speed, his sword slashing through the air, aimed directly at Atticus's neck, his anticipation of victory evident in his every move. Just as the strike was about to connect, Atticus suddenly vanished from William's sight. His sword swing met only the unfeeling air. Before he could even begin to comprehend the situation, he experienced an astonishingly forceful impact on his cheek. Pa! The intensity of the slap was so immense that it sent William's head spinning. His entire body was immediately turned around by the sheer force, carrying him aloft as he somersaulted through the air, propelled away in a series of 3 graceful arcs before being sent hurtling through the air. He tumbled across the cold marble floor for several meters, rolling uncontrollably before coming to an abrupt halt. Silence. The hall had gone silent yet again because of a particular 10-year-old's actions. But who could blame them? This 10-year-old was just too much. The thought going through everyone's minds was, is he really 10? William couldn't seem to compose himself, his vision still blurred from the slap he had just received. Feeling the intense pain radiating from his left cheek, he instinctively raised his hand and touched it, experiencing sharp pain even from the slightest contact. Was I just slapped? He mumbled absent-mindedly, struggling to process Atticus's actions, his mind reeling. Atticus's expression remained unchanged as he continued to approach William, who was still on the floor. He had already decided how he was going to nip the bud. It was a way he chose to always handle situations like this, through complete and utter humiliation. His goal was to humiliate William in front of the family members, to such an extent that he would never be able to raise his head again. Besides, the hall was filled with practically every important member of the family. Atticus wanted to use this situation to subtly convey a message to everyone watching, a message best left unspoken, a message that was most effectively conveyed through actions. He wasn't to be trifled with. Seeing Atticus slowly approaching him, William forced himself to stand, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the dizziness. Once on his feet, he raised his sword, striving to steady its trembling. I'm shaking, William thought, bewildered. No, he suppressed the thought that had been creeping into his mind and redirected his gaze to Atticus. Gripping his sword tighter, he forced himself to stop shaking. Atticus stood there, watching him rise, displaying no signs of impatience. Atticus calmly watched William get on his feet, showing no signs of impatience. There was no need to rush, he was going to take his time. William struggled to stop his hands from trembling. Shaking off the dizziness, he tightened his grip on his sword, which seemed to work as his hands stopped trembling slightly. He turned his gaze towards Atticus, his eyes filled with complete fury. I couldn't see his movements, William thought. No matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't see Atticus's movements. William's gaze swept through the hall, where everyone watched the battle with rapt attention, further intensifying his anger towards Atticus. William gritted his teeth and decided, I have to go full power. The ground in the hall wasn't made of earth he could manipulate yet, it was made of marble. William still possessed a level 1 elemental bloodline, which meant that his connection to the earth element was still subpar. He only had the ability to control and manipulate earth in its more natural and typical form, such as soil, rocks, or dirt. As individuals with elemental bloodlines progress and level up, their abilities often expand and grow more versatile. This was a major weakness for individuals with an earth bloodline element, but one easily solved by the advent of storage space. There was a significant chance that there wouldn't be earth where an earth elemental would be fighting, especially during an abrupt fight. That was why people with earth bloodlines always stored earth in their storage space, and William was no exception. Focusing on his storage ring, a massive block of earth materialized in front of William. He reached out and, channeling the power of his earth bloodline, commanded the earth to envelop and shield his entire body. The earth swirled and molded itself to conform to his form, encasing him from his legs up to his arms and torso. A line of earth traced from his neck to his head, forming a solid helmet. He paid special attention to reinforcing the earth around his cheeks, layering it to ensure additional protection. The only spaces he left untouched were for his joints, allowing for unrestricted movement. Normally, Seeing someone so young with amazing control over their bloodline element would have astonished many in the hall. However, because of a particular 10-year-old boy, their expectations had been unknowingly raised. No one even batted an eye at William's display of skill. Having clad his entire body in the protective earth covering, William faced Atticus with newfound determination. However, before he could make his move, Atticus once again moved, and William found himself subjected to another powerful force on his left cheek. PAAA. The impact was so forceful that it broke through the earth covering his cheeks, delivering a scalding slap directly to his left cheek with a resounding crack. The intensity of the strike sent him hurtling through the air once more, and the earth that had previously encased him crumbled away as his concentration was lost. Struggling to regain his composure, William attempted to move. It felt as if his brain was rattling inside his head. His vision remained disoriented and blurred, making it difficult to see. He made futile efforts to shake his head to clear his vision. A huge trail of drool escaped his mouth as he found it hard to close his mouth because the swollen condition of his cheeks hindered his ability to close his mouth properly. What just happened? His thoughts raced as he tried to figure out what just happened. Placing his trembling hands on the floor, William pushed himself up, an action that exerted a great deal of effort to accomplish. Sitting up, his gaze immediately landed on Atticus, who was slowly advancing towards him with the same neutral, unfeeling expression on his face. But William couldn't even see that. He couldn't see anything clearly. He was currently seeing 4 different Atticuses approaching him, a nightmarish sight that sent shivers of terror through him. William shook his head once more, trying to dispel the dizziness affecting him. He forced himself to stand, his trembling legs barely supporting his weight. He faced Atticus, and just as he was about to raise his sword, he was subjected to yet another blistering slap on his left cheek. Pa! The sheer force sent his head crashing towards the floor, breaking through the surface for several inches. Atticus watched William's form on the floor with cold eyes. Deciding to get this over with, Atticus unleashed another potent, resounding slap that landed with unforgiving force on William's vulnerable cheek on the floor. PAAA. The sound echoed throughout the hall, each impact reverberating like a thunderclap. Then came another fierce slap. PAAA. Followed by yet another. PAAA. Each blow intensifying in its savagery. With each slap, William's head was mercilessly pressed into the floor, each time sounding as devastating as the last, each time pushing William's head further into the floor. The whole hall watched in silence as Atticus slapped the living daylights out of William, who couldn't even do anything to fight back. None uttered a word, only the reverberating sound of Atticus' relentless slaps echoed in the hall. PAAA. 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 William had long since lost his grip on reality. He had immediately wanted to beg for mercy after the third slap, but Atticus didn't even give him a chance to. He didn't stop for even a second, he just kept delivering slaps upon slaps on William's cheeks with no end in sight. Just when it seemed that Atticus wasn't going to stop and the host wanted to intervene, Atticus ceased his slapping and stood up straight. William's cheeks had already absorbed a barrage of slaps, rendering them swollen and discolored, resembling a grotesque, oversized block of purple dough, disfigured and painful to behold. Then, everyone watched as Atticus simply walked away and headed towards the trainee section, sitting down on his seat nonchalantly as if the current situation had nothing to do with him. Feeling the tension in the air, the host cleared his throat to alleviate the tension in the hall. He swiftly gestured for one of the guards to come and pick up William, who remained unmoving on the floor. After the fight between Atticus and William, the event continued as if nothing had happened, with Atticus being rewarded another opportunity to select any art from the Ravenstein treasure realm. The event quickly came to an end after that, with each person leaving the estate with different thoughts in their heads. Oh my god, that was so freaking awesome! Kaldor exclaimed, his voice a crescendo as he jumped onto the couch. Atticus couldn't help but cover his ears, playfully pretending to shield himself from the ear-piercing volume of Kaldor's enthusiasm. Atticus, Ember, Aurora, and Kaldor had left the Raven Hall together, leaving the adults behind as they still had something to do. They were currently seated in the mansion's living room, which exuded opulence. Every piece of furniture and decor in the room was of the highest quality, adding to the grandeur of the space. Not a second passed before Kaldor sprung back to his feet, his eyes shining as he addressed Atticus. "You were like," he said, changing his tone and demeanor to imitate Atticus's commanding presence when he spoke to Edward in the Raven Hall. "Why aren't you on your knees?" with a humorous attempt to mimic Atticus's voice. Caldor's antics didn't just bring smiles but full-fledged laughter and giggles from Atticus, Aurora, and even Ember. "Wow, I got goosebumps, man. How the heck did you do that?" Caldor turned to Atticus and asked. Atticus leaned back in his seat, a playful grin on his face. "Keep your back straight, gaze cold, and make your voice as deep as possible, and you'll be okay," he responded with a hint of humor in his tone. But to his surprise, Caldor didn't take his words lightly. Caldor was already attempting to mimic Atticus, clearing his throat and practicing speaking with a deeper voice. Atticus chuckled upon seeing Caldor's enthusiasm. Turning his gaze towards Ember, Atticus found her still as quiet as ever. Throughout the entire event, unlike Caldor and Aurora, who got enraged when Atticus was called out, Ember's expression didn't change one bit. It wasn't that she didn't care, it just went to show how highly she held Atticus and trusted his abilities. "So, Ember, where should we go to have fun?" Atticus asked. Since they were all here, he thought it would be best to bring it up and decide now before Ember left to train and started her reclusive behavior again. Ember blinked twice, her voice barely above a whisper. "Me?" she asked, her gaze shifting slightly as she considered Atticus's question. She knew herself best. No one in the family was as reclusive as her. Where did she even know they could hang out? The last time she left the estate was with Atticus, and that was because he had carried her along. Despite knowing this, Atticus's gaze was still on her, seemingly waiting for an answer. Ember turned her gaze toward Caldor, who had already stopped practicing, subtly seeking help. Caldor chuckled at seeing his sister like this. "Don't worry, I have it all planned out already," Caldor confidently said, beating his chest. "I'll make this one count. It might be our last time together before I head to the academy," Caldor said, his voice getting a little down at the end. Caldor had already turned 15 this year. He only had a month or two before he had to go to the academy, and once he entered, he wouldn't be allowed to step out unless in certain situations for the next 3 years. The room grew a little somber as they all got reminded of this. Atticus was a little sad to see Caldor leave, especially when he had just returned from camp. Even Ember, who had a stoic gaze, looked at him with slight sadness. The only one who remained neutral was Aurora, as she hadn't had the chance to get to know him well enough. Sensing the shift in the mood, Caldor deftly tried to change the topic. "Oh, cheer up, guys. It's not the end of the world. I know you all are going to miss this handsome young master," he quipped dramatically, flipping his hair backward with a playful grin. The mood instantly turned lively again as the trio began laughing. After speaking for a few minutes, they each left the living room and headed to their rooms to rest. It had been a long day. A few hours later, Atticus woke up to the sound of his alarm, feeling refreshed. He got out of bed, took a short shower in the bathroom, and then put on some comfortable clothes, a baggy round neck shirt and baggy black cargo pants. As he passed the mirror and saw his reflection, he mourned the loss of his spiky white hair for a few seconds, then he left the room, heading to the dining room for dinner. Walking through the hallway of the mansion, the maids all bowed as he passed, and Atticus couldn't help but notice that all of their gazes lingered on him as he walked away. Due to his keen senses, he was able to pick up snippets of their conversations. "Our young master is such a genius." Some of the maids had been present when Atticus had displayed those spectacles. It was to be expected that news would have spread throughout the estate already. But regardless, they were all under strict mana contracts, and the confines of the estate were as far as the news could go. Atticus felt a pang of embarrassment from the constant praises and stares, but he ignored them and kept moving. After a few seconds, he reached the door of the dining room. Opening the door, Atticus couldn't react as he was lifted high up in the air and spun around in circles. As soon as Atticus opened the door, he found himself immediately lifted into the air and spun around in exhilarating circles. His surroundings became a blur as he was twirled through the air. Looking downwards, Atticus saw Avalon with an enormous grin on his face, gripping him securely by the armpits. "Ha ha ha, that's my boy," Avalon exclaimed, spinning Atticus with boundless enthusiasm, showing no intention of stopping. Atticus felt himself growing increasingly tired from the dizzying spins, causing his vision to blur. "Dad," he quickly called out, his plea only reaching Avalon after a few more spins. Finally, Avalon lowered him to the ground. Avalon ruffled Atticus's hair vigorously, his grin widening as he spoke in a softer tone. You did good today, he said, offering Atticus a warm and genuine smile. Atticus couldn't help but return his father's smile. It had been a long time since he'd seen Avalon so genuinely happy, and it warmed his heart. Even though it came at the cost of a ruined cheek, it was worth seeing his father like this. Thanks, Dad, Atticus replied with gratitude. His smile transformed into a mischievous grin as he added, I'll get a reward, right? Avalon's lips twitched, his son's audacity amusing him. Although he had already planned to give Atticus a gift after the day's events, he couldn't help but shake his head at the shamelessness of his son. This boy, he mumbled with a chuckle. Despite Atticus's brazenness, Avalon couldn't resist smiling. Expect something good, he declared, making Atticus's heart skip a beat. He loved free stuff. And if Avalon says to expect something good, then it had to be good. Turning his gaze away from Avalon, Atticus noticed the rest of the family already seated at the dining table, their eyes glued to the drama unfolding between him and Avalon. They struggled to stifle their laughter as they witnessed Atticus requesting a reward from Avalon. Anastasia, Freya, and the kids were all present. With a warm smile, Atticus moved to the dining table, taking a seat between Anastasia and Aurora, who gazed at the food with anticipation, a small trail of drool already escaping her lips. Ooh, look everyone, it's the man of the hour. Caldor exclaimed with infectious excitement, drawing everyone's attention to Atticus as he took a seat at the dining table. Atticus swiftly shot him an embarrassed look, silently conveying that he should stop with the teasing. Atticus was caught off guard by Caldor's comment, his embarrassment impossible to miss. Seeing Atticus all embarrassed, Aurora burst into laughter, her giggles sounding across the dining room. During their time at the Raven camp, Atticus always wore a neutral or cold expression on his face. It was only when he spoke to her or Ember that he would show a change in emotion. It was when she came to the Raven mansion that she saw this other side of Atticus, and it was funny to say the least. Who would have thought that the cold and silent Atticus could get embarrassed? Aurora, her laughter gradually subsiding, noticed the sudden hush in the room and turned to see her entire family gazing at her, with Atticus looking at her with a smug expression on his face. Aurora immediately flinched, her face turned crimson, and she dropped her head, as if wishing she could hide underground. The warmth of embarrassment tingled across her cheeks. Seeing her reaction, Atticus couldn't resist and burst into laughter, using his most annoying chuckle to amplify her embarrassment, muahahaha, causing Aurora to lower her head even more. After a few moments, with Atticus making fun of Aurora, the family started eating while making small talk. During the dinner, Atticus was bombarded with questions, all asking about where he learned everything he showed today. From how he walked like Magnus to his confidence when speaking to Edward. Most of the questions came from Anastasia herself. During the few hours when Atticus had been asleep, Anastasia had gotten a lot of time to think about everything. She came to realize how absurd her thinking had been. Knowing every single thing about Atticus wasn't possible even if he was her baby. He was a human being, and it wasn't possible to know everything about a person no matter how much time you spend with them. Despite him still being a 10-year-old, Atticus practically and obviously already had a personality. It was obvious in the way he did things. Anastasia couldn't comprehend how he had grown so fast, but it didn't matter. Even though she didn't know everything about him, he was still her son, and she was going to love him no matter how many secrets he kept. But that didn't mean that she would stop trying to find out more about him. During that dinner, she made sure to bombard Atticus with questions. Atticus, though, skillfully avoided the questions, mostly giving vague answers, like he had learned it from a book. After enduring an hour of questions and satisfying the family's curiosity to some extent, Atticus was finally excused from the dining room. He wasted no time heading to his room to change into his training suit. Throughout the day, Atticus had been feeling restless. It was like an annoying itch he couldn't scratch. He always felt this way anytime he didn't train for a while. Atticus had also experienced this feeling during the 2 days he had promised Anastasia to rest and not train. Today had been a day filled with unexpected events, leaving him with no time for his usual training routine. He wouldn't be able to enjoy his sleep if he didn't scratch this itch. Atticus was determined to make up for lost time. He aimed to squeeze in some training before retiring to bed. Clad in his training suit, Atticus made his way out of his room, his katana strapped to his waist. As he was walking through the hallway, Atticus suddenly came across someone he would have never imagined meeting that night, standing in his way, Magnus. As Atticus made his way through the dimly lit hallway, he found himself face to face with the imposing figure of Magnus. Seeing him, Atticus immediately paid his respects and bowed. "Grandfather," he greeted. "What is he doing here?" He thought inwardly, his thoughts racing, trying to figure out why Magnus was here. Apart from the time Magnus came into his room and today's event, he hadn't met him in the mansion ever since. Magnus was a huge enigma. He doesn't come to dinner, doesn't spend time with the family, he was always on his own doing only God knows what. Growing up, Atticus had learned to live with this. Magnus was basically the exact opposite of Freya. She was the epitome of calmness and grace. She doesn't speak nor act unless she felt it was needed, but even then, she constantly expresses her love for her grandchildren. Not a single day would pass that Freya wouldn't check up on each of them. Atticus could feel that today, Magnus was containing his presence, but even with that, he could still sense the immense power that radiated from him. Magnus regarded Atticus with a neutral gaze for a few seconds, making beads of sweat form on his forehead as he struggled to control himself. And before Atticus could wonder what Magnus wanted, he spoke. "Leave us," he ordered, causing two shadows, one each from Atticus and Magnus, to separate from their forms. Vesper and Arya materialized with remarkable speed, promptly sinking to one knee in a display of profound respect. "Master Magnus," they simultaneously greeted, and then, just as quickly as they had appeared, they vanished into the shadows, leaving Magnus and Atticus, who was bewildered at the turn of events, alone in the hallway. "Follow me." Giving that command, Magnus suddenly turned and started walking away. Atticus rose from his bow and began to walk behind Magnus as they proceeded down the hallway. As they walked in tandem, Atticus couldn't help but be captivated by Magnus's movements. The precision with which Magnus conducted himself was nothing short of extraordinary. Every step, every gesture, seemed to be calculated to perfection. His footfalls were so discreet that they were nearly imperceptible in the quiet hallway. If not for the fact that Atticus was currently staring at Magnus's feet, he would never have believed that Magnus was currently walking. Even back then, at the event, when Atticus had copied his demeanor, it had taken almost everything he had to maintain that form for the few seconds they had walked. And even then, Atticus was sure that he hadn't been able to accurately copy the way Magnus moved. There was a certain depth to the way he moved, a depth Atticus didn't seem to be able to comprehend, no matter how hard he tried. As they continued down the corridor, Atticus soon noticed that they were heading toward the advanced training room. A short time later, Atticus found himself standing within one of the pristine white training rooms, the door sliding closed behind him. Magnus, who had been silently observing Atticus, finally spoke. "I've been watching you for the past 2 weeks." Atticus's eyes widened at this revelation, but before he could formulate a response, Magnus delivered a blunt assessment. "You train like a fool." Atticus froze as he heard this. Fool, he thought in his head. The reason why he had been shocked by Magnus's first words wasn't because he was wondering how he had spied on him. Magnus was a paragon, the current pinnacle of human strength. Atticus couldn't even begin to fathom how powerful he was, but he was at least sure that Magnus would be able to monitor every single thing happening in the estate if he wished. What baffled Atticus was that he couldn't wrap his head around why Magnus had been spying on him for 2 weeks without ever saying anything. But Atticus's thoughts kept centering around Magnus's words, training like a fool. How was pushing himself to the limits training like a fool? Atticus gazed at Magnus, his expression filled with questions. Seeing Atticus's confused expression, Magnus continued, "Your bloodline. It grants you control over all the elements, right?" From the way Magnus sounded, Atticus immediately knew he wasn't referring only to the 4 elements, he meant all the elements. Atticus pondered for a second on whether he should reveal this information to Magnus or not. But he eventually decided to. He could feel something good was coming from all of this. Plus, he was sure Magnus was already aware of this from the way he asked. He didn't sound as if he was asking to know, he sounded as if he simply wanted Atticus to admit it first before he continued. "Yes, grandfather," Atticus responded. Magnus nodded, seemingly satisfied that Atticus had told the truth, his lips curling up but quickly reverting back to normal, the change so fast that even Atticus's keen perception couldn't catch it. Magnus continued. Good, so why aren't you using the other elements? Magnus's question hung in the air for a few seconds, leaving Atticus completely lost. Other elements? It's true the primordial elemental bloodline gives me the power to control all elements, but don't I have to reach a certain level first? Atticus pondered. From the description of his bloodline, Atticus already knew he would be able to control all the elements, but the bloodline was limited because of his subpar strength, and the system never indicated what level he had to reach before they could get unlocked. Plus, after he entered the advanced rank, while he felt his connection to the elements had increased, Atticus simply brushed it off as his increased rank increasing his bloodline potency. Atticus was brought out of his thoughts by Magnus. I can sense the elements of light, darkness, and a little bit of space around you. Why aren't you making use of them? Magnus inquired. Magnus's words made Atticus's eyes widen, and he immediately decided to check something he hadn't checked in a while. He subtly thought in his head, status, and a holographic interface materialized in front of Hema. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 10. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 93. Agility: 103. Endurance: 109. Vitality: 108. Intelligence: 30. Perception: 18. Charm: 22. Will: 20. Level: advanced. Talent: mythical. Bloodline: primordial elemental bloodline. Level 2. Fire: 20.3%. Air: 18.5%. Water: 16.4%. Earth: 18.2%. Locked bloodlines. Light: 40% progress toward unlocking. Darkness: 35% progress toward unlocking. Space: 5.4% progress toward unlocking. Abilities: innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Novice plus. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Novice. Gazing at the new additions to his stats, Atticus was shocked beyond belief. I should start checking my stats more often. Atticus thought in total annoyance. Choosing to leave the extremely huge increase in his will for later, Atticus's head was racing fast, trying to understand what was happening. Atticus was sure, 100% sure that these new additions weren't there when he had checked his status in the life weapons realm. There was no way he could have made that kind of mistake. His intelligence stats would have been an absolute waste on him if he had done that. So, the question that consumed him was, what changed? Atticus pondered. What he couldn't seem to understand was that even after realizing that he had awakened these elements, he still couldn't feel any connection to them. After he had broken through to the advanced rank, Atticus did feel his connection to the elements had increased, but it was for his 4 normal elements: water, fire, air, and earth. He couldn't feel any of these new elements. Even more perplexing was the presence of the space element among them. But seeing how low it was compared to the other 2 elements suddenly made everything click. Why hadn't he seen anything when he had broken through the advanced rank and checked his stats in the life weapons realm? It was simple. They were there, but he couldn't see them because his bloodline had been locked inside the life weapons realm. Since he wasn't able to use his bloodline, the system hadn't been able to reflect the changes that had happened when he broke through. It probably immediately reflected as soon as I came out of the realm. From the way his space element was lower compared to the other elements, he was able to easily surmise that the unlocked progress depended on how long he was exposed to these elements. It was evident because the only exposure he had to the space element was when he had been fighting Astrian back during the attack on the Raven camp. It would also explain why it was so low. While the light and darkness elements had progressed significantly because of obvious reasons. Which brings Atticus back to the most puzzling question: how was he able to use the space element? He had checked, and in the whole history of the Ravenstein family, none had been able to use any element apart from 8 elements: fire, water, air, earth, light, darkness, lightning and ice. So how could he use the space element? This situation made it obvious that his primordial elemental bloodline was not so simple as he had thought. All of these thoughts happened in less than 2 seconds in real time, but considering who was currently standing before him, those 2 seconds might as well be a century. Remembering that he wasn't the only one present, he turned his gaze away from the interface to Magnus, who was still looking at him. Atticus decided to respond to his question. It's true my bloodline grants me the ability to control all elements, but currently I can't seem to control any elements apart from the basic four, Atticus said, trying to be as truthful as possible without letting Magnus know he knew exactly what was going on. From the way he reacted when Magnus mentioned the other elements, he had already showed that he had no idea about them. He didn't want Magnus to know about the system, so he had to feign ignorance a little. Hearing this, Magnus's gaze seemed to go out of focus, his brain stimulating different scenarios at a speed Atticus couldn't hope to fathom. He came out of his daze, the speed so fast that Atticus's perception of time didn't move. I see, he said. There are multiple possibilities, but the most likely is that your bloodline limits the elements you can use depending on your current rank. And because you met certain requirements, these new elements were unlocked for you. Seeing as how the space element around you is less prominent compared to light and darkness, we can assume that your awakening of these elements depends entirely on how much you were exposed to them. Atticus was flabbergasted. It didn't even take Magnus a second to figure it out. The only reason Atticus was able to understand what had happened was that he had the system. Just as he was admiring Magnus's intelligence, Magnus spoke again, his words sending a wave of shock through him. You've awakened your perception, right? Atticus didn't even bother trying to deny it and nodded. If he had watched me train, then he probably knows everything about me. Coming to this conclusion, Atticus calmed down considerably. Since the cat was out of the bag, he might as well see where this would all go. Good, Magnus nodded, and then he started walking to the middle of the training room. Atticus, Magnus said, turning around to face him. Yes, grandfather, Atticus responded. Magnus gazed directly into Atticus's eyes. I want to take you as my disciple, do you accept? Atticus's expression didn't change at Magnus's question. He had already expected this. It was obvious given the circumstances. Why else would Magnus call him here to ask about his powers? It was obviously a test to see if Atticus would answer truthfully. If Atticus had lied, he was sure that Magnus wouldn't have asked him to be his student. Atticus's response was immediate as he bowed. It would be an honor. Magnus smiled as Atticus bowed, the sincerity in his appreciation evident, and this time, he made no effort to conceal his smile. Atticus, however, remained in his bowing position, unable to see the warm gesture from his grandfather. After a brief moment, Magnus began to speak, his voice measured and composed. Good. We shall start your lessons immediately, Magnus declared. He gestured toward the floor in front of him, prompting Atticus to sit cross-legged. Without hesitation, Atticus took his place. Magnus leaned forward and began, his tone direct. First, let's start by getting rid of your foolish mindset regarding perception. Atticus's lips subtly twitched at the blunt manner of his grandfather's speech. To be honest, this was the longest time he had heard the man speak. Atticus hadn't spoken or interacted with him enough to formulate Magnus's personality. But from what he had seen so far, one thing was certain, he sure was blunt. Disregarding Atticus's mild embarrassment, Magnus continued, from what I've observed, you mainly utilize your eyesight when training, and you believe that by always pushing that to the limits, your perception will grow accordingly, right? Atticus nodded in response to Magnus's inquiry. This was how he had always trained, and he didn't see anything wrong with it because it had always worked for him. Every single time he uses his perception, he had always focused on his eyes, receiving all the information with his sight. Your approach, Magnus stated firmly, is flawed, deeply flawed. While it's true that pushing your limits can enhance your perception, you are focusing solely on one facet of your perception. Training like that is completely superficial and you would eventually reach a bottleneck you won't be able to pass no matter what. You are basically wasting the potential of perception. Atticus remained rapt and attentive, absorbing each word that flowed from Magnus's lips. Perception extends beyond what you currently understand, Magnus emphasized. It encompasses more than just your visual observations, extending to every one of your senses. It's about how you interpret and understand the world around you, not only through your eyes but also through sound, touch, taste, and even smell. In order to utilize the full potential of your perception, you must train and refine each of these senses. Giving a brief moment of respite to let the information sink in, Magnus continued, during battle, an individual utilizing the full potential of their perception can see beyond their eyes, hear beyond their ears, and feel beyond touch. They would be able to anticipate every one of the opponent's movements before they are made, detect any hidden threats, and respond swiftly to anything. Atticus absorbed every piece of information coming from Magnus's mouth. He had never thought perception had such depth. Atticus had always subconsciously believed that his perception was mainly dependent on sight and only followed what he thought was the best way to increase his perception, which was by straining it until it grew. This was what he had found out when he first awakened his perception. When he had fought the life weapon's avatar and died countless times, his intelligence, which he had tried hard to increase over the years, spiked. This was exactly why he had adopted that training program. But one couldn't blame Atticus much. Ever since he had awakened his perception, he didn't have anyone to guide him or explain its intricacies, mainly because he had never told anyone about his awakened perception in the first place. He had basically only followed the superficial explanation the system provided him without bothering to do more research on it. This is a huge lesson. I'll do more research on every single one of my stats after this, Atticus thought. He wanted to be sure that perception was the only thing he missed. If not for Magnus, Atticus would have continued training the same way, unaware that he was only hindering his own progress. He would do a thorough research on every one of his stats. Even though Atticus had just discovered these aspects of perception, he recognized how important it was to train all of them in tandem. It was simply about creating a stable foundation for future developments. Every single one of these aspects complemented each other and could be extremely useful, especially in battle. Utilizing each of them in battle, Atticus would be able to observe his surroundings with pinpoint accuracy, detect even the subtlest of sounds in the environment, revealing everything and identifying opponents in the area even without being able to see them. With an enhanced sense of touch, he could have heightened tactile perception to help him gauge any changes in the environment. Lastly, he would be able to detect any and all scents in the area, identifying hidden poisons or threats. These were all profoundly important aspects he had been neglecting for a long time. A fact that was anger-inducing. Once again, Magnus's words brought Atticus out of his thoughts. Now, your bloodline, he said. Although I've observed that you still train your bloodline appropriately, I noticed you don't seem to understand how important it is. Bloodlines are an integral part of who you are. They define you at your core. Without having absolute control and understanding of your bloodline, reaching the pinnacle will remain unattainable, Magnus emphasized. Atticus took every single thing Magnus had said today seriously. After the incident at the Raven camp when he had received that power boost, Atticus had seen the enormous potential his perception had. He had subconsciously assumed that it was the most important part of his power that he had to train to get stronger, which is why he had been putting more focus on training his perception than his other abilities. Although he still trained all of his abilities, it wasn't up to the same intensity as he does for his perception. Seeing Atticus nod, conveying his understanding. Good, Magnus continued, now let us proceed to the core of our training. Magnus stood with an air of authority, facing Atticus, who sat cross-legged in front of him inside a pristine white room. He spoke, your current approach to your bloodline training suffices for now. We will divert our attention to refining and correcting the way you train your perception. Atticus nodded in silent agreement. After he had awakened his bloodline when he was 7 years old, he had done extensive research on bloodlines and how best to train them. It was expected that Atticus had no issues in that area. Magnus proceeded to pinpoint an issue with Atticus's training regimen of perception. The problem you have now is that your sight has grown incomparably stronger than your other senses. You rely on your sight too much, Magnus explained. In order to correct this, you would have to completely forget about your eyesight throughout the duration of your training. You must learn to see without seeing. As soon as Magnus finished speaking, before Atticus could even comprehend what he was talking about, a bolt of lightning materialized in front of Magnus at a speed Atticus couldn't track. As swiftly as it materialized, it shot towards Atticus at a very fast speed, striking him directly on his head. And then, with control over the element that was difficult to comprehend, Magnus manipulated the lightning with frightening precision, making it interact with his ocular cells, altering their configuration temporarily. The intense electrical surge caused an overstimulation of the cells responsible for vision, effectively rendering them unable to function for a brief period. In essence, the electrical shock temporarily blinded Atticus through a neural overload, disrupting the normal functioning of his visual cortex. This display of control over the lightning element was as awe-inspiring as it was terrifying. The amount of understanding of the lightning element and pinpoint control needed to pull off what Magnus just did was beyond the scope of many. It was a level of control only achievable by paragons. With a muffled cry, Atticus clutched his head as a disorienting wave swept over him, leaving him in a sea of inky blackness. Panic gripped his heart, his usual composure shattered in an instant. Atticus's heart immediately seized as he realized he couldn't see anymore. Completely disregarding his respectful attitude he usually addressed Magnus with, Atticus's voice trembled as he demanded. "What have you done? I can't see," Atticus exclaimed, constantly waving his arms back and forth in front of his eyes in a desperate attempt to believe it wasn't real, but it was completely futile, his vision completely black as ink. His heart started beating fast as reality set in, and immediately a feeling suddenly gripped Atticus. It was something he hadn't experienced in a long time, not even when he had encountered Alvis and Ronid: overwhelming fear. No matter how Atticus considered himself to always maintain a cool and calm head in any situation, suddenly losing his sight was an experience that would break many, him not being excluded. It meant that he wouldn't be able to see the world, the colors, it meant that he would never be able to see his family again. His life would forever be completely dark. Magnus maintained a calm demeanor as he watched Atticus's breakdown without any change in expression. "Calm down, Atticus," he advised, his voice a steady reassurance amidst the chaos that had befallen Atticus. "It's all temporary. You will be able to regain your sight after training," Magnus explained, his words being the light at the end of an extremely dark tunnel for Atticus. Hearing Magnus's words, Atticus calmed down considerably, but he couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment for losing his cool like that. But then again, he wasn't to be blamed. Magnus should have at least warned him first. Atticus couldn't even begin to imagine what level he had to reach to be able to control the elements with the same control his grandfather just displayed. Magnus completely ignored Atticus's annoyed expression, swiftly issuing a concise command: "Stand." Atticus came out of his thoughts and immediately followed Magnus's words and stood up from his initial seated position. He immediately felt a difference. Moving without sight was a weird feeling, it was as if he didn't even move at all, the only thing he could sense constantly was complete and absolute darkness. He was thinking a lot more compared to before because he had lost his vision. "I took away your sight so you would learn not to rely on it. From now on, you will be training without your sight, with this repeating itself in every lesson." Atticus shivered hearing Magnus's words. He truly wasn't a fan of being blind. But despite clearly having reservations about this, he knew the importance. His other senses were severely lacking compared to his sight. Although his hearing was still way better than normal, it wasn't even close to the same godly level as his sight. "We will begin with sound. The task is simple. I shall release bolts of lightning at you without warning. Your job is to dodge them." "Wada!" Atticus's words were abruptly cut short by a bolt lightning that forked with blinding intensity through the air, striking Atticus directly. The surge of electrical energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, causing his muscles to convulse uncontrollably. A deafening crack filled the air as he was hit, and the force of the impact sent him sprawling to the cold, hard floor of the advanced training room. Atticus lay down on the floor, his whole body twitching from the aftermath of the lightning strike. Every nerve in his body seemed to fire at once, causing his limbs to jerk and tremble involuntarily. The pain was overwhelming, and his entire being seemed to vibrate with an unrelenting intensity. Minutes passed, but the twitching and convulsions showed no sign of abating. Magnus, unfazed by the spectacle, observed Atticus's writhing form with a neutral gaze, his expression remaining as inscrutable as the darkness. Atticus struggled to rise, his hands shaking as they pressed against the hard ground. The residual effects of the lightning strike sent sporadic twitches through his muscles, making every attempt to stand a daunting task. With a muttered exclamation, "Shit," he managed to voice the frustration and discomfort coursing through him. "At least give a warning first," Atticus complained, making sure it was as subtle as possible. Apart from not being close enough to talk to Magnus that way, the man was a freaking paragon. He had no intention of disrespecting a man who could erase his existence with a simple exhale. Despite Atticus knowing that Magnus cared about the family, he had no idea if it was due to familial bonds or simply duty. But even though Atticus had intended for his complaint to be quiet, Magnus had still heard everything clearly. I'll have to use my other senses to see, Atticus thought, and just as he was about to focus, another bolt of lightning hit him right in the chest, making him go through another round of trembling and curses. From both the times he had been hit, Atticus noticed something. Each lightning bolt that struck him had just enough intensity to hurt him and incapacitate him for a few moments. But each of them wasn't something an intermediate rank would be able to handle. It was obvious that Magnus had an accurate grasp of his strength, advanced rank. Even though he was using his skill, conceal, to appear as an intermediate rank to everyone and even Magnus, it seemed that Magnus had already figured out that he was way stronger than he appeared. So why isn't he asking me about it? Atticus pondered with great difficulty due to the lightning coursing through his body, making him lose focus every time. Atticus had been puzzled by something ever since he woke up after the attack on the Raven camp. Ever since he woke up, he hadn't been questioned even once about how he had supposedly defeated those expert ranks. Where had the power come from? No one asked. Even the person he was sure would demand answers, Anastasia, didn't ask a thing. A 10-year-old intermediate rank defeating 3 expert ranks, and no one questioned him about it. It was baffling to the core, and Atticus had trouble wrapping his head around why. But seeing Magnus's actions now, it all kind of made sense. Only Magnus's command could have that kind of power where even Anastasia dare not ask him despite how bad she wanted to. Magnus had probably ordered everyone in the family not to question him. Atticus couldn't help but recall what Cedric had said about the history of the Ravenstein family and the life weapons. Each head of the family was well aware of how powerful and mysterious the life weapons were. It was obvious that Magnus had already suspected that his boosted power came from the life weapon and was trying to prevent people from knowing about the weapons. Another bolt of lightning sliced through the air, a blinding streak that found its mark with unerring accuracy at Atticus's chest. The impact jolted through his entire being, an electric force that shattered his equilibrium. In an instant, Atticus was thrust backward, his body colliding with the ground. After failing to react and dodge the lightning bolts for the 10th time, Magnus finally commented, "You're doing this wrongly. You're not focusing enough," Magnus said. Atticus, mentally railing against the constant barrage, silently retorted, "That's because you keep hitting me before I could focus. Stand up." As soon as Magnus said that, ethereal tendrils of lightning surrounded Atticus, lifting him off the ground. Atticus could immediately feel the difference between this new lightning Magnus conjured and the one he was striking him with before. This one was completely free of volatility. It was as if every volatile aspect of lightning was removed, making it docile. This control, it's remarkable. Atticus couldn't help but admire Magnus's control over the lightning element. He could also feel the remnants of lightning that were initially coursing through him getting siphoned away from his body. After just a second, with all the lightning getting sucked out, Atticus stopped twitching and shaking and was now able to think clearly. "You're distracted. You need to clear your mind and focus on one and only one thing, sound," Magnus instructed. Atticus nodded. Releasing a deep exhale, he cleared his mind, removing every useless thought away from his head. Taking a deep breath in, Atticus focused his entire being on only one thing, the sound. Magnus watched him in silence, choosing to wait a bit before attacking this time around. Atticus, standing like a statue, silenced every sense but his hearing. He concentrated on the symphony of his own bodily sounds, of the steady thud of his heart, the rhythmic flow of blood. Expanding his awareness, he listened intently to the surrounding environment. He stood like that for minutes, not moving an inch. Then, slowly but surely, Atticus heard something. It was subtle at first, very subtle, but listening intently and closely, Atticus was able to identify the source of the sound. It was the sound of a heartbeat. Not his. The beats were erratic, beating slowly in 1 second and then very fast in another second. It wasn't hard for him to figure out who it was. There was only one other person in the room apart from him, Magnus. From how erratic his heartbeats sounded, Atticus was sure that he was only able to hear it because he allowed it. Just as he was getting used to this feeling, Atticus suddenly picked up a sound. It was almost imperceptible, sounding like something thin cutting through the air at fast speeds. Figuring out what it was immediately, Atticus swiftly darted to the left, narrowly evading the lightning bolt. Just as he was about to rejoice, another bolt suddenly hit him straight on the chest, shocking his entire being. After a few annoyingly painful minutes, Atticus struggled to get up. He truly hated getting hit by that lightning. Atticus quickly figured out why he had missed the sound of the second bolt of lightning. It was simple, really. He had lost concentration because of the noise his body made when he had dodged the first lightning bolt, making him miss the almost imperceptible noise of the lightning. After figuring this out, Atticus inhaled deeply, immediately focusing on his ears. He entered the earlier state of absolute concentration far more quickly this time than the last time. As soon as he entered this state, he swiftly darted to the right, evading a bolt of lightning. Learning from his earlier mistake, this time Atticus maintained his absolute focus, listening intently to every sound. He tuned out all the sounds he made, even the sound of his heartbeat. And just as swiftly as he moved the first time, he darted to the left, evading another bolt of lightning, then to the left again, and right and left. He kept darting left and right, evading the bolts of lightning Magnus kept sending toward him. Atticus's complete concentration was on his ears, listening to any and every sound he picked up coming from the area. As soon as he picked up anything, he would move without any hesitation. Magnus simply watched Atticus evade the bolts without saying anything, his expression unreadable. His hands were clasped behind his back, with bolts of lightning forming in each second and sent toward Atticus the next. Atticus was already getting used to the feeling of relying on his ears and sound for reaction. Although it wasn't as good as his vision, he still felt his ears getting better. Just as Atticus darted to the side to avoid a lightning bolt he had heard, his form suddenly crashed into something hard, hitting the side of his head. It took a second for Atticus to figure out what just happened. He had crashed into a wall. But, of course, regardless of how hard and sturdy the walls of the advanced training room were, this small crash was unable to hurt him, an advanced rank. But it was enough for Atticus to get distracted and lose focus, missing the usual sound of the bolt of lightning that whizzed through the air. Suddenly, the lightning bolt struck him square on the back. A violent jerk shot through his frame, causing his body to convulse and vibrate uncontrollably. With a muttered expletive, "Fuck," he collapsed to the ground, the intensity of the shock leaving his body twitching and trembling from the residual effects of the lightning. Every time Atticus got hit by lightning, it usually took about 2 minutes for him to be able to move easily. He lay down on the floor, intending to use this time as a brief respite. He allowed his thoughts to drift. Atticus had always been the type of person who notices even the slightest details of things and would immediately be able to tell if something about a situation was odd. This was how he had always been. Since he had started this training session with Magnus, Atticus had noticed something odd: he was getting hit by lightning. A lot. Granted, all of this he was going through was for training, but initially, Magnus hadn't even given him a chance to get used to using his other senses or even to focus on listening to sound. It was as if Magnus wanted him to get hit by lightning. He's trying to see if my bloodline would react to the lightning element too, Atticus surmised. Given all the information he had, coming to this conclusion wasn't hard. Atticus couldn't say he felt any displeasure from being used as a test subject without his permission. He honestly didn't mind. It was completely to his benefit, so why should he throw a fit because he wasn't informed about it? Although there were certain cases where this mindset shouldn't be followed, this case wasn't one of them. After about 2 minutes, Atticus stood up. His twitching muscles had also subsided, making him able to move freely. Then entering his meditative state once more, Atticus started another round of listening and dodging. After a few hours of hardcore training, Atticus could feel himself becoming more and more adept at listening to imperceptible sounds and reacting fast. It was already after 11 p.m., and Magnus decided to call it a day. Atticus sat down on the training room floor, panting hard and trying to catch his breath. Out of nowhere, a lightning bolt struck him on the head, sending a jolt through his system and inducing the familiar disorienting sensation. Atticus shook his head vigorously, hoping to dispel the lingering effects. After a few seconds, with his eyelids closed shut, he cautiously opened his eyes. His vision was blurry at first, but after a few rapid blinks, it became clearer. Atticus immediately experienced a feeling of profound happiness as he saw he could see again. He didn't know why he was feeling this way, It was a little odd because he had already known that Magnus would restore his sight after training. However, he felt so happy that he could see again. He raised his arms and brought them close to his face. Being able to see the color of his hands brought a smile to his face. I feel sorry for all the blind people out there, Atticus thought. He truly couldn't imagine how people could live without their sight. But then he suddenly remembered he wasn't alone in the room. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Magnus, who stood not far away, watching him without saying anything. Atticus audibly cleared his throat, feeling a pang of embarrassment. He stood up and bowed to Magnus. Thank you for the training, grandfather. Magnus acknowledged with a nod. Meet me here in this training room every night by 8. Don't be late. With those words, Magnus vanished. Atticus released a deep exhale as he saw Magnus had left. He sprawled and laid on the floor, gazing upwards at the ceiling, allowing his thoughts drift. As Atticus lay on the floor, gazing at the ceiling, he allowed his thoughts to drift. It had been a long night with a lot of things happening, but he felt as if he made significant progress tonight compared to the past 2 weeks he had been training. It was a thrilling feeling, learning something new, feeling yourself getting better and stronger. It was a feeling he didn't want to stop experiencing. Atticus suddenly remembered something and swiftly called out, status, and a holographic display materialized in front of him. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 10. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 93. Agility: 103. Endurance: 110. Vitality: 108. Intelligence: 30. Perception: 18. Charm: 22. Will: 20. Level: advanced. Talent: mythical. Bloodline: primordial elemental bloodline. Level 2. Fire: 20.3%. Air: 18.5%. Water: 16.4%. Earth: 18.2%. Locked bloodlines. Light: 40% progress toward unlocking. Darkness: 35% progress toward unlocking. Space: 5.4% progress toward unlocking. Abilities: innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Novice plus. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Novice. Gazing at his status, Atticus noticed that the lightning element hadn't shown up there. Which could only mean one thing. He couldn't attempt to awaken it for now. I guess the advanced rank only allows an extra 3 elements, Atticus surmised. From what he had observed, with each increase in one major rank, he would be able to unlock and use more elements. It was what had happened when he broke into the intermediate rank, and now advanced rank. Atticus couldn't help but feel a lot of excitement at the thought of awakening all 3 elements. Awakening the light, darkness, and space elements would boost his fighting power to a whole new level. Especially the space element. Atticus had already seen how overpowered it was when fighting Astrian. Having the power to teleport and control gravity was something he was completely looking forward to. But there was a problem with awakening the space element. He had no idea how to expose himself to it. The only reason he had even progressed in the first place was because of Astrian, who was already dead. And just like the others, to awaken it, he had to get exposed to it first. Choosing to leave that for later, Atticus finally turned his focus to a particular stat: his will. It was a stat he had tried hard to improve while he had been at the Raven camp, but it had been increasing at a slow pace. Now, the stat had essentially doubled, something that shocked him to his core. Atticus could still clearly remember Grimastone's words about will. It was closely dependent on his life experiences. The more hardships he experienced, the higher his will would become. Atticus' will had been incredibly low at the beginning exactly because of this. He hadn't really experienced any significant hardships in his life. But all this changed with his experiences at the Raven camp. Although he was sure everything played a role, Atticus was convinced that the major increment must have come from the time he had been helpless to stop Ronid from killing Ember. This line of thought suddenly made Atticus remember the faces of Alvis and Ronid, his gaze turning cold in an instant. But just as swiftly, he calmed down. He wasn't strong enough yet. Focusing back on his will, before, when his will had been tiny, he was only able to engrave one rune before he lost all of his motivations, but now with his increased will, Atticus was curious about the number he could engrave before he was forced to stop. He had no intention of trying it now though, he was going to put it on hold for now. Atticus didn't have any will recovery potion on him, and he'd rather not risk losing all motivation and not being able to recover it immediately. It was a terrible feeling he had no intention of being in for a prolonged period of time. After catching his breath for a few minutes, Atticus stood up and started moving out of the training room. As soon as he stepped out of his training room, Atticus saw Arya standing guard by the door. Hearing the door opening, Arya turned and looked at Atticus a little worried. She had no idea why Magnus had called Atticus, and she didn't dare try to follow them. She was only able to come here because Magnus had left already. Atticus offered a reassuring smile. "Did you wait long?" he inquired. "No, young master," Arya promptly replied, her head shaking slightly. She was glad he was okay, he just looked a little tired. Atticus nodded and started walking towards his room, with Arya merging back with his shadow. After a few seconds, Atticus got to his room, freshened up in a few minutes, changed into comfortable clothes, and dropped down exhaustedly on his bed. Fatigue caught up with him as he closed his eyes and entered a deep slumber. The next day, Atticus woke up and had his bath. He stood inside his walk-in closet, which was like a small room on its own, filled with clothes. After a few seconds of pondering, Atticus finally settled on an outfit. He put on a designer black t-shirt that complemented his physique, paired with equally stylish black jeans. The ensemble was completed with a choice of white and black sneakers that added a touch of modern flair to his outfit. Looking at the full-body mirror, Atticus couldn't help but admire his looks. His white hair went well with the black clothes he wore. Then he headed to the mansion living room where Kaldor, Ember, and Aurora should be gathered. As Atticus came downstairs, he saw the three of them were already dressed and ready. They were all well dressed for the outing, apart from Ember, who simply wore something casual, a loose-fitting black shirt and trousers that made her petite appearance look even smaller. Seeing him enter, their eyes all turned to him. "Finally, you're here," Kaldor exclaimed, a little bit impatient. Atticus chuckled. "Calm down, Kaldor, I'm here, aren't I?" he replied. Yeah, now let's leave," Kaldor insisted. Atticus nodded and shifted his attention to Ember. "Hey," he greeted. "Hey," she replied. "You look good," Atticus complimented. "Thanks, you too," she responded. Turning his gaze away from Ember, Atticus's eyes immediately settled on Aurora's huge thick square sunglasses, his expression immediately turned smug. Seeing Aurora's big and thick sunglasses on her face, Atticus's expression immediately turned smug. As if sensing what was coming, Aurora locked eyes with Atticus. "Shut up," she retorted. Seeing her reaction made it harder for Atticus to hold in his laughter. He clamped his hand over his mouth, attempting to muffle the sound. "Shut up," Aurora repeated, her face now flushing beet red in embarrassment. Even she knew how stupid she looked with the sunglasses. Anastasia had been excited when Aurora joined the family. Atticus had been grumpy since childhood. He was always throwing a fit anytime Anastasia wanted to dress him. If not for Anastasia's insistence, she wouldn't have been able to dress him during the day of the event. But unlike Atticus, who wouldn't allow her to dress him, Aurora was different. She couldn't refuse. Anastasia was always the one selecting Aurora's outfits, and today she had already promised Anastasia that she would wear this. And what was annoying her even more was that he knew all of this and he was still making fun of her. PFF'd. The laughter Atticus was trying to hold finally burst out as he saw Aurora's crimson cheeks. She looked like an adorable, red, fuming koala, especially with the oversized sunglasses perched on her nose. Her bloodline activated as she started emitting hot steam from her body. Even Ember's features showed a slight smile as she watched the show. Just as she was about to pounce on him, Kaldor's incessant call interrupted the situation. Atticus turned and started heading outside, still laughing at Aurora. She trailed behind, her red eyes shooting daggers at his back. It was obvious she wanted nothing more than to burn Atticus to a crisp. After moving for a few seconds, the trio walked out of the mansion doors and saw Caldor, who was already outside, and what Atticus would consider an army of guards. They were about 30 in number, donned in black suits and sunglasses, and they all emitted master rank aura. They stood lining up on both sides of the entrance of the mansion. She did it again, Atticus thought with a small sigh. He and Caldor had gone through a lot to convince Anastasia to allow them to leave the estate. Atticus and Ember had basically just almost lost their lives during the attack on the camp. If it were up to her, none of them would even leave her sights again. But after incessant begging and giving the excuse that they wanted to spend some time together with Caldor before he left for the academy, Anastasia had reluctantly agreed, but of course, with conditions. As the trio stepped out, each of the guards bowed their heads in quiet respect as they simply stood without saying anything. Their job was simple: to follow orders, guard and watch them without interfering in anything that wasn't a danger to their lives. The trio walked down the stairs towards Caldor, who was already standing by a limousine-like hover car. "Hurry, let's go," he said, getting into the hover car with the trio also entering after him. Then the 30 master rank guards all got into different hover cars numbering about 6, and without further ado, they all zoomed out of the estate. After driving for a few minutes, they descended from the hill where the Ravenstein estate was perched, revealing the breathtaking view of Ravenspire City. As the capital city of Sector 3, it was teeming with life, and various hover cars darted in all directions, embodying the bustling heart of the sector. Atticus turned to see Caldor and Aurora gazing through the window expectantly. Aurora's face was filled with awe as she gazed at the breathtaking view. She had never been to the Ravenstein estate during her childhood, and this was the first time she was seeing the city from this vantage point. "It's beautiful, very beautiful," she thought. After a few moments, they got to the town, with everyone clearing the way when they saw the imposing procession of cars with the Ravenstein sigil on it. The sigil, resembling 8 swirling elements, adorned both the front and back of the car. Inside the hover car, Atticus turned to Caldor. "So where are we going to?" he asked. They had all left the planning to Caldor completely. None of them had any idea where Caldor was even taking them. "Hee, you'll see," Caldor responded with a smug look, not saying anything more. Atticus didn't say anything again after that. With Aurora still gazing outside the window, her face filled with awe, and Ember maintaining her quiet demeanor, they all drove in silence. In front of an imposing structure that could only be described as a marvel of architectural opulence, a sports-like hover car smoothly glided to a halt at the entrance. One look at the car, and one would see it was luxurious, something only the rich could afford to use. Stepping out of the car, a man accompanied by 2 strikingly beautiful blonde twins emerged onto the scene. The man, distinguished by his silver hair and impeccable attire, bore all the hallmarks of the Vermore family. He appeared to be in his late 30s and emitted the unmistakable aura of an expert rank. He walked confidently towards the entrance of the building, with both girls clinging tightly to each of his arms. But as he got to the entrance, 2 guards suddenly blocked his way. A cold glint entered the man's eyes as he inquired, "What are you doing?" The guards, though, didn't even flinch. They were the guards of one of the most prestigious places in Ravenspire, and from the man's silver hair, they could tell what family he belonged to. Even if he was from a Tier 2 family, they had no power here in Ravenspire. They both simply stood there blocking the way, not saying anything or responding. Just as his anger was about to boil over, a man wearing a blue suit stepped out of the building. The 2 guards bowed and stepped back a little as he came out. Seeing this man, Jake turned to him and demanded, "What is the meaning of this, Beck?" Beck gazed at Jake. "I'm sorry, Master Jake, but the place won't be available for today, it has already been booked." His expression outwardly was apologetic, but inwardly, he sneered. He knew who Jake was. He was the trash of the Vermore family, still in the expert rank even at the age of 39. It was because of this that he always came here multiple times a month with different women, trying to show off his wealth and family connections, attempting to make himself feel better. Regardless of him not having any power in the Vermore family, Aqua Harvest always tried to maintain a good relationship with all the tiered families in Sector 3, so they had to put up with his trashy behavior every time he came. He was glad they could finally send him back today. He couldn't help but anticipate how embarrassed he would be. Booked. By whom? Jake demanded. The Ravensteins. Hearing this, Jake's angry expression suddenly calmed down, his expression becoming reluctant. If it's the Ravensteins, he muttered. He wasn't in his family's city. Despite the Ravensteins controlling the entire sector, they were still relatively free to do whatever they wanted in their city. But it was different here. This was Ravenspire, it was the capital, their town. No family had the guts to go against them here. Just as Jake was about to turn back and leave, he suddenly felt four soft, swishy melons, two on each different hand. He looked down to see both girls he brought with him gazing at him, a little dissatisfied. Is there anything wrong, Master Jake? One of them asked. Shit, Jake thought in his head. If he had been alone, he would have quietly left the scene, but he wasn't. The twins were from a Tier 3 family back at Dusk Town. If he were to simply turn back here, word would definitely spread. His already dangerously low reputation would go even lower. He turned back towards Beck. So what if it's the Ravensteins? Is this how Aqua Harvest treats regular customers? Are you trying to make enemies out of the Vermore family? He shouted. Beck simply stared at Jake as if gazing at a fool. One was the overall ruler of the sector whose authority was second to none, and the other was a family who was below them and basically answers to them. Who in their right mind would choose the latter? Beck shook his head at the absurdity of this man. His face turned a little cold as he spoke. We're sorry, Master Jake, but you'll have to come back later. Jake gritted his teeth in anger, and just as he was about to shout once more, a procession of cars arrived at the front of the building, their imposing forms immediately silencing the scene. From it, Atticus, Caldor, Aurora, and Ember stepped out, followed by 30 master rank guards all donned in black suits and sunglasses, looking imposing. Seeing them, Beck's face immediately changed, his cold expression replaced by a warm smile, and he walked towards Atticus and the rest, completely disregarding the fuming Jake. As he got to them, Beck greeted them respectfully with a bow. Welcome to the Aqua Harvest, young masters, my ladies. Caldor stepped forward and acknowledged his greeting with a nod. We made a reservation yesterday, he said. Beck was the manager of the branch of Aqua Harvest in Ravenspire. He had been shocked when he received a call from the main Ravenstein estate, requesting a reservation for one day. Normally, it wouldn't have been possible under such short notice, but because it was the Ravensteins themselves, it was made possible. Ah, yes, young master. Please follow me, Beck said as he began leading the group inside the building. Jake watched them with gritted teeth. He couldn't just leave like that, he had to do something. Hey, he called out, making the group stop and turn to him. Seeing more than 30 master ranks suddenly focusing on him was enough to frighten many, and indeed, he was frightened. But he still couldn't stop. Don't you think this is unfair to everyone? Just because you're a Tier 1 family doesn't mean you should oppress others with your power. Atticus gazed at the silver-haired man with raised eyebrows. Who was this fool? Oppress others? Doesn't he know the world they lived in? Was he just born yesterday? Normally, Atticus would have completely ignored the man and simply walked away. It wasn't worth his time. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone today. But he would have never imagined what unfolded next to happen. Before Beck could respond, Caldor stepped forward, his initially smiling expression turning cold. So what? He said, shocking Jake a little bit. So what? Jake muttered, not expecting that response. Caldor continued, judging from your looks and the two ladies beside you, it's obvious you're no stranger to using power to oppress those weaker than you. So why are you whining like a little child because it's being done to you? Atticus's eyes widened. Was this Caldor, his jovial and nice cousin? What the heck was he witnessing? Is he bipolar? Atticus thought. He had always found it weird that Caldor would suddenly experience a mood change anytime he was about to fight, but this side of him was new and shocking. Atticus smiled, he actually kind of liked this Caldor. The two girls, who had already let go of Jake's arms and were now standing beside him, started chuckling as Jake immediately turned crimson in embarrassment. You brat, he shouted. Just as he was about to move, Caldor's cold words sounded, make him kneel, and immediately two master ranks from the guards disappeared, appearing behind Jake. Both of them hit the back of his knees with such force that it cracked, sending him crashing to the ground, a painful thud marking his descent. Caldor got at eye level with Jake, whose expression was filled with pain and seething rage. His fists were clenched, and he was trying so hard to stand, but apart from his kneecaps hurting like hell, the firm hands of both master ranks on each of his shoulders prevented him from moving. Jake's teeth were gritted hard as Caldor's gaze met his voice icy as he spoke, "You should know who never to mess with." With those words, Caldor stood up straight and simply turned to face Atticus and the rest, his cheerful smile returning to his face as if what he had just shown was fake. "Let's head in," Caldor said, and he started walking into the building.